Here's an offer from Volkswagen we think you'll approve of. Get 5.9% APR representative on an all-electric approved used Volkswagen ID4 or ID5 up to 36 months old on Solutions PCP. And 2 years servicing. Your Volkswagen approved used retailer will also include 2 years warranty and 2 years roadside assistance as standard. An all-electric ID4 or ID5 to drive away today. What's not to approve of? Don't miss out. Offer ends April 30th. Search Volkswagen approved used ID.
Indemnities may be required. At participating retailers, vehicles up to 100,000 miles at activation. ID4 and ID5 models only. Volkswagen Finance.
It's game day, and this is the home of Scottish football. It's Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
Good afternoon and welcome to Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard on Scottish Cup semi-final weekend. First up, it's Aberdeen against Celtic as Brendan Rodgers looks to keep up his unbeaten run in the competition. Whoever comes out on top will meet the winner of Rangers and Hearts after a bad week for Philippe Clement's side. And it's a big day in the lower leagues in the Championship and beyond, with prizes to be won. I'm Gordon Duncan, and joining me this afternoon you have Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson and Hugh Keevins.
Brendan Rodgers says this is the time of the season when Celtic come alive, but he's also warning his players not to soften up and be distracted by what's happening to other teams. The message there is simple. Rodgers wants his players to focus on themselves and not a week of implosion at Rangers. Aberdeen haven't beaten Celtic in a Scottish Cup tie at Hampden for 32 years. They're in the bottom six of the Premiership. They're on their third manager of the season. And they're still not arithmetically certain of avoiding the relegation playoffs. But, as every Rangers fan will tell you, counting your chickens is a waste of time for the Celtic supporters.
Yep, well into April now, Gordon, and a big weekend in the calendar, this one, none more so for the 4 teams involved at Hampden this weekend, but also across the country where teams are getting closer, or teams have already wrapped up the titles, but teams are getting closer. Dundee United almost just on the brink, but teams looking for that finalised playoff spot to give themselves the chance for promotion or relegation. Huge weekend ahead.
I love this time of the season. A bit of excitement creeping in, especially this weekend. Who will be in the Scottish Cup final? It's always a highlight of the season at the end of it. And I think you're right to point to the Championship. Some important games there. And the man to my right, his club have got a massive game against Airdrie. Looking forward to it.
What one's his club?
Partick.
Oh, because they currently employ
Got that many.
He'll be banging on about being a Dundee United legend in a minute when they try and win the league.
He's a former Celtic legend.
Good weekend for all my clubs.
Brecon could win the Highland League.
Oh no, you ruined it. Hope they lose.
It is a big day in the Highland League, but I think we could probably get to that in a little while because the scene is set. Even the sun is shining. I don't think we've said that on a Saturday for about 18 months, so that's how it feels. And Gabriel is at the National Stadium.
Yes, I am, Gordon. Good afternoon from Hampden Park. A beautiful day for Aberdeen against Celtic, and as you say, the sun is shining here on the south side of Glasgow, and it's certainly shining on Celtic at the moment as well. Brendan Rodgers' side are 7 games away from sealing a double. Now, since they last played in the league, rivals Rangers have failed to win 2 matches, giving Celtic a 3-point cushion at the top. And given that gap, you could argue that there's more trepidation here today in the Cup, and that Aberdeen could possibly prove to be the biggest hurdle between the hoops and lifting both trophies. Overall, Celtic's recent form is fantastic, just 1 defeat in their last 18, and fans have reason to be excited with the team news as well. Rodgers makes 2 changes to the side he fielded 7 days ago. Callum McGregor makes his first start since February. He's been deemed fit enough for the first time after struggling with his Achilles and calf. Tomoki Iwata drops to the bench in place of the captain. Liam Scales also returns from a small problem. He comes in at centre-half for the place of Mike Nawrocki. The 11 for Celtic then, it'll be Joe Hart in goal. A defence of Alistair Johnson, Cameron Carter-Vickers, Liam Scales and Greg Taylor. It'll be Callum McGregor, Matt O'Reilly and Reo Hatate in the middle of the park. And it's the same front three as last weekend, with Nicholas Kuhn, Tiogo Furuhashi and Kyun Jung Yang up top. Bain, Ida, Palmer, Nawrocki, Iwata, Bernardo, Forrest, Ralston and Kelly are the substitutes here at Hampden. It's a different story for the Dons from Aberdeen. They're likely to finish in a safe enough position in the league, but they are in the bottom half, nowhere near where they want to be. This trophy is certainly all they are playing for. But you've got to say they've been excellent in cup competitions this campaign. There's some great performances, if not results, in Europe. And of course they reached the League Cup final as well, where they narrowly lost to Rangers at the end of last year. And there's the added aspect now of adding a new manager for the next campaign. Jimmy Thielen of Elfsborg will take charge from the summer. He'll be watching from somewhere today, that's for sure. Players out there will be trying to impress him, but it is Peter Levin who is on the touchline today. He's done a fine job since he's taken interim charge. The Dons have only lost one of their last 6. On to team news for them then. Skipper Graham Shinnie is suspended. Dante Polvara comes into the midfield in his place. That's the only change to the team that drew against Dundee last weekend. The 11 then, it'll be a 4-3-3 formation. Kellerus in goal. Nicky Devlin at right back. Angus MacDonald will captain the side today. He's centre half with Stefan Gartenmann. Jack McKenzie is on the left hand side of the defence. The 3 in the middle are Dante Polvara, Leighton Clarkson and Connor Barron. Jamie McGrath will start on the right with Duke on the left. Bojan Miovski leads the line. Substitutes: Duhan, Duncan, Hoylett, Jensen, Milne, Morris, Phillips, Rubicic and Sockler. Don Robertson will be the referee here, and Greg Aitken is the VAR.
What jumps out for you then, Hugh Keevins?
Well, long time since McGregor, O'Reilly and Hatate started a game in Celtic's midfield. I think it's a symbolic move to have the captain back in there after a lengthy time out because of injury. And it shows that Brendan Rodgers is determined not to soften up. And to prove that, he was correct when he said Celtic come alive at this stage of the season. It all points to Celtic, other than we all said that about Rangers and Dingwall a week ago.
Complaining about team lineups is a favourite pastime of the Scottish football fan, Mark Wilson. A quick look at social media would suggest that if there is any issue that the Celtic fans have, it's that, what did Mike Nawrocki do to deserve being dropped? Did Liam Scales need to be brought straight back in? That would be the main gist of many of the replies I can see.
It's quite an odd thing to focus on. Scales has been so good for so long this season, but just when things were hitting a wee bumpy stage, he seemed to be the one that got the frustrations of many Celtic fans and not being able to play the ball forward quick enough. And Nawrocki, some of them prefer him. Now, I don't think it's a big focus point. I think the Celtic fans should be focusing on what Hugh touched on there. Cal McGregor back in the side. You got to imagine he's fully fit, but in there with Matt O'Reilly and Reo Hatate, no doubt Celtic's strongest midfield, going into such an important time of the season for them.
Yeah, that midfield, Gordon, as Hugh says, it's the trio that Celtic fans prefer to see, they've been longing to see, and today on a fairly big stage at the National Stadium.
Yeah, if you look at Celtic's lineup today, and I know you're talking about Scales there, but from the goalkeeper, back 4, midfield 3, I would say everybody would pick that as the strongest. So they're really, really strong this afternoon. Yang's playing on the wide areas. He can be a hit and a miss for me. Sometimes I watch him, I think, yeah, it excites me, and then other times, like most wingers so far at Celtic, they sort of fall to the wayside. Big game for him this afternoon. Kyogo up front. There was question marks. Would he change it? I never thought for 1 minute he'd leave Kyogo out the starting 11 today, but that's a very strong, powerful Celtic side.
Well, kick-off is edging ever closer. The scene is set at the National Stadium. You've had the team news. We'll hear from the manager. And now a word from our podcast sponsor, Lookers Motor Group. They have Jaguar, Land Rover and Volvo showrooms across Glasgow and the West, so you can find the new or used approved car that is right for you. Land Rover showrooms can be found in Motherwell and Darnley, and Jaguar, Volvo and Land Rover showrooms found in Hillington. Right now at lookers.co.uk you can browse and shop 24/7, value your part exchange, order and take delivery delivery from the comfort of your own home. Check out lookers.co.uk to get your new or used approved Land Rover, Jaguar or Volvo today, or even pop into the showroom local to you. Now, back to the podcast.
Hi, it's Tim Burgess with a special announcement about my listening party on Absolute Radio. So far, we've heard stories behind classic records by New Order, U2, The Kinks, Def Leppard, Catatonia, Tears for Fears, Simple Minds, The, and a great band called The Charlatans. I swear I didn't write this. Well, I'm really pleased to say that I'll be back with new episodes and new listening parties, so search Tim's Listening Party wherever you get your podcasts. Like, subscribe, and stay tuned for season 4 and more stories behind iconic albums.
Next.
The team with the biggest support in Glasgow and the West. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Not long until kick-off, 15 minutes to go at the National Stadium as Aberdeen and Celtic look to book their place in the Scottish Cup final. There was a time in Mark Wilson's day, coincidence or not, where these games were fraught with danger at times for Celtic, but they've made the National Stadium a second home in recent times, and Aberdeen fans have made that trip time and time again and run into green and white opposition, and it hasn't ended too well. Let's see what this afternoon has in store. Brendan Rodgers, of course, he's more than used to it.
A tough game, and any team that gets to the semi-final is there with an opportunity to get to a final. So I envisage Peter and his team will look to take the opportunity. Peter will have his team organised and looking to cause an upset.
Well, if Brendan Rodgers is familiar with this stark contrast for Peter leaving, who would have thought Aberdeen, everything they've gone through, Peter leaving would be in charge of Aberdeen at a Scottish Cup semi-final? But here we are.
We're Aberdeen, we want to be competing in the latter stages of competitions. It's another chance to get to a cup final. 2 cup finals this year would be amazing, but again, you're playing a team on form right now, so it's going to be difficult. Listen, we're going there to win the game first and foremost, and we want to get to another final. So yeah, it's going to be difficult, a top team, but we've got a game plan and hopefully we can execute it. We have to believe that. The last time obviously was at home and it was 1-1, and I thought the second half we really had a good go at them. So we've got to have that belief and trust what we're trying to do and get the result. That's why we play football, we coach football. You want to get to these finals to compete at the best stage, and as I said that to them there, it's a great opportunity and one that we're going to hopefully take.
What a contrast, Hugh, between those two men in the dugout this afternoon.
Ordinarily, you would be critical of Aberdeen, their search for a manager, allowing an interim manager to take a team to the semi-final, and they hope the final of the Scottish Cup. But I think it's a tribute to Peter Leaven and the job that he has done since standing in for Neil Warnock. He's getting a tune out of players, but in the last 2 games, 2 goalless draws. So perhaps Duke and Miovski doesn't necessarily mean goals. However, Hampden, the big occasion, they will be fired up. Celtic have to be wary of presumption, because we've seen in recent days that you cannot take anything for granted, cup or league. So Brendan Rodgers, so experienced, will be telling his players, do not assume anything.
Yeah, I think that's obvious. I mean, Celtic fans don't need me to remind them what happened back in my time, 2010, if memory serves me right. Ross County, Neil Lennon in interim charge, and it all went pear-shaped on that day. So things can go wrong in these occasions. Semi-finals can be notoriously difficult to play in, often unmemorable occasions, and it's just about getting the job done. So for Celtic that's the case, but for Peter Leaven it must be a welcome respite from the nonsense that surrounded him personally at the club. It's a great opportunity he's been awarded, but to be part of the coaching team, then interim manager, then part of Neil Warnock's coaching team, then to be handed back the job to keep Aberdeen in the league has been a lot for a young coach to be put on their plate. So for a semi-final at Hampden in front of a full house on a sunny day, what a welcome change of scenery that will be for the Aberdeen manager.
Yeah, I've got to say, you look at that Aberdeen team, they've been underachievers, because on paper, and I know the game's not played in paper, but they've got some decent players, really have. They've got a guy that can score goals if you can get him opportunities. You look in the middle of the park, they've got good players. Their captain Shinnie can dig in, and you know, I think they'll welcome back Duke today. He just gives them that bit of pace to get them up the pitch. I look at Celtic, I think they'll be too strong, but it'll be a difficult game, and Celtic will need to stand the front foot.
Shinny will need to do something.
He's going to have to do a lot today, isn't he? He's big team talk for Shinny.
Not to say what he wasn't listening.
He's got him written down. We should have just told him Povara was Shinny.
The only reason I mentioned Shinny is the standing joke, right? Because
you've been critical of him in the past.
Yeah, and I wanted
you up about it.
I want to give him a build-up today.
Suspended, I think you'll find. But anyway,
that's it's a good laugh, but it's no laughing matter for Aberdeen.
So he is,
because Neil
thanks for confirming.
When Neil Warnock was there, and I know his time there was uneventful, and that's an understatement, but he was of the opinion that Shinny was the only fighter, the real fighter within that squad. So, Majowski's a danger, Duke's a danger, and Gordon's right to have good players dotted around the team, but Shinny, the loss of that fire and combative nature will be felt.
Mark, history is just something to sort of point to as a reminder of what can happen. It really doesn't have any relevance on today. You look at elements of this Celtic team, Callum McGregor, and most notably, and others in recent seasons, and particularly Brendan Rodgers, they have been a totally different animal on these occasions in recent seasons, haven't they?
Oh, without doubt. They certainly found their feet at Hampden in recent years, especially under Brendan Rodgers. They made things look easy. Semi-finals and finals came along year after year, and they saw every one of them off. And they don't look like letting up. It's a stadium that Celtic enjoy playing at now, and when we hark back to my times, I was always somewhere we found difficult to go to, and we lost big games there, but they've put that behind them now. They've got players that have been there, won big games against Rangers, won Scottish Cup finals, League Cup finals, so they know the environment and they'll be comfortable in it today.
Is there, in terms of where this is won and lost, is there anything other than the obvious? Is it for Celtic about starting quickly, getting that dominance in early, using that big pitch, all these sort of things that they kind of become cliches, but they become that for a reason, because they are so relevant, they're sort of hard to get away from.
Yeah, pretty much is. And Brendan Rodgers, all season you would have heard them saying the same things about tempo and the ball speed and all that. That's when Celtic are at their best, when they play quickly, and teams find it hard to live by it. Now, if they're pedestrian today and Aberdeen get that 10 bodies behind the ball, then of course they'll find it hard to play against Aberdeen. Of course they'll find it hard to create opportunities. But if they move the ball quick and they've got those three in midfield and their wingers keep the width and Kyogo occupying two centre halves, then Aberdeen will have problems. But it's all about how they start. These games, you start slow, all of a sudden the crowd get a wee bit tetchy and you find yourself under pressure if you're in a Celtic jersey. The closer it gets to half time and it stays 0-0, and I've been there against Aberdeen 2011, they were down to 10 men and it was 0-0 going in at half time, and you're thinking, here we go, are we going to go over the line? Eventually we did, but you don't want to fall into that pattern. So Celtic will know the obstacles today, they'll know the danger men for Aberdeen. It's really about how Celtic approach this and how they play and how they start, about getting the job done today.
Can't disagree. I think if Celtic start on the front foot, they'll have too much. You talk about the middle of the park, you talk about Scales in there with Cameron Carter-Vickers, two best centre halves. I think today for Celtic will be the wide areas. I think if Yang and Kuhn can get really on their game, get on the ball, confident, go forward, test Aberdeen backline, I think that's where Celtic will get their joy, because the middle of the park will take care of itself. You've got three quality players in there that know how to play in these big games. These two wide guys don't really know how to play in these big games. It's up to them.
Don't know Hampden either. Never been there.
Yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful, Mark, to point out that the league table, the form this season, it becomes quite difficult to make a case for Aberdeen, other than to point out, as Hugh did, that it can happen. This is football, it's 90 plus minutes, it's just two teams going head to head, and you never know what is the case for them. If you can find one, what do they really need to do or really need to lean into?
Well, I look back to Barry Robson's time in charge, and he was a difficult unit to play against sometimes, but a lack of adventure going forward, and that maybe stunted him. However, he's got Duke and he's got Majowski and McGrath and Clarkson, creative players who can cause problems at split seconds notice.
All the pre-match talking is nearly done. Kick-off at Hampden for the Scottish Cup semi-final is coming next.
The winning team all season long. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Minutes away from kick-off at the Scottish Cup semi-final. Let's get a recap of teams with Gabriel.
Thanks, Gordon. Yes, what an atmosphere and what an afternoon for football we have here at Hampden Park. There's been some cracking games between the two down the years. Let's hope for another one this afternoon. Who could forget in 2017 that last-minute goal from Tom Rogic, the winner to complete an invincible treble? Or back in the 1980s, Sir Alex Ferguson's Dons team, often victorious, led by McLeish and Miller. Will it be another classic this afternoon? What an upset this would be for Aberdeen this campaign, given their league form. Just looking around me, Gordon, a red flare off in the Aberdeen end, but only around 8,000 tickets sold from the Dons fans, reflecting that poor league campaign. They would usually take double that, and I promise you, they'd all be back, plus more, if they do reach the final. Just on the fans here, it's not far away from feeling like a home game for Celtic. Sea of green and white around me, over 3/4 of the National Stadium certainly supporting the team from the East End. Brendan Rodgers is unbeaten here. He's got a 100% win rate in 15 Scottish Cup ties. The question is, can he extend that? Rodgers will be looking for a full 90-minute performance from his side. That's the only criticism he could have of his team over the past month or so. Yesterday, Rodgers said what happens elsewhere is irrelevant, but a win today would undoubtedly create massive momentum going into the final few games of the season, with the possibility of a double. Let's go through the teams again, starting with Celtic. Captain Callum McGregor back in the team and making his first start since February. He's the big change, and the team is as follows. Hart in goal, a defence of Johnson, Carter-Vickers, Scales and Taylor. A midfield trio of McGregor, O'Reilly and Hatate are together once again, and it's Kun, Kyogo and Yang up top. Aberdeen make one change themselves, with their skipper Graham Shinney missing through suspension. Angus MacDonald captains them today. He starts in the middle of defence with Stephen Gartman. Nicky Devlin and Jack McKenzie are fullbacks. It'll be Keller Roos in goal as ever. Also a 4-3-3 for the Dons, I should say. The midfield trio of Polvara, Clarkson and Barron will be just behind McGrath, Miofsky and Duke up top. A big display just to the right hand side of me in the Celtic end. Now disappearing but emerging is green smoke to match the red smoke from the Aberdeen end. Celtic in the middle of the park doing their usual huddle before kick-off. It could be a huge afternoon for them in their quest for this domestic double. A referee, Don Robertson, just waiting for them to reach the centre circle. Bojan Miofsky standing over the ball currently. How crucial will Aberdeen's number 9 be for them today? The first Scottish Cup semi-final here on a glorious day at Hampden Park. We are about to get underway. Matt O'Reilly juggling the ball. Kick-off is up now.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Goal flashes. With M&D Green Pharmacy. Interested in a career in pharmacy? Apply today to join their team.
I am a fraction away from imposing a ban on predictions on you, Hugh Keevins, but it's Scottish Cup semi-final weekend. I'll let you have your fun.
Aberdeen 1, Celtic 3.
Mark Wilson.
I'll go 2-0 Celtic today.
Gordon DL.
I'm going to go 2-1 Celtic. I fancy them to win, but it'll be tight.
Okay, last time we were in the studio together for a big game, Celtic were 1 up by this stage, so they're slacking a bit. But Dies and Maida not involved today. Call me old-fashioned, Hugh Keevins. I know you like things a bit more dark and sinister and gloomy, such as your outlook on life. But this feels like Scottish Cup final weekend. We've not seen the sun in about 6 months. It's out at Hampden, and it's all set up for a great occasion.
A marked contrast to last Saturday when Celtic played St Mirren at Celtic Park, and every crisp packet in the East End of Glasgow was being blown across the pitch. Hampden looking magnificent. The Celtic supporters, as Gabriel told us, have 3/4 of the ground. Aberdeen support reflects the kind of season they've had in a negative way. Everything points to Celtic. They now have to live up to Brendan Rodgers' assertion that this is the time of the season when they come alive.
Yeah, it's a good time, obviously, to come alive when you're right in the title race. Well, leading the title race, and you're in the semi-final. But I'll stand by what I said earlier. You know, you turn up here as favourites, but it's about how you apply yourself in these opening stages. It's crucial. If you give any hope to Aberdeen in these opening stages, it can become a tricky afternoon for you.
Yeah, you can tweet us all afternoon. Don't forget that. Stay in touch with the show throughout. I will give you the nod when it's the time to phone in. But on Twitter, Handsome Janssen says, be a tough game. And Aberdeen are through. And we've got an opening goal at Hampden.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
And Aberdeen have taken the lead, and it's that man Bojan Miovski named in PFA Scotland's team of the season earlier today. We'll get to that later on, but he's waited just 2 minutes to have his say at Hampden, and it's Aberdeen 1, Celtic 0.
A shoddy start by Celtic, and again Brendan Rodgers' words being called into question immediately. Come alive. They were fast asleep.
Yeah, well, what did I say just a moment ago? You don't want to give Aberdeen any hope in the opening stages, and Celtic have certainly done that. But by the way, it's by creation from Aberdeen, because good playing. It's Clarkson. What a ball. Carter Vickers caught sleeping there in the inside, but it's a great ball. And by the way, it's a tough finish for Miovski. Hart comes out and spreads himself. He just waits and he tucks it away. What a start for Aberdeen.
You could actually point the finger at Celtic defence there, right? Easily, of course you can. But I think the boys are right. The ball from Clarkson is top quality, and for a striker, he peels off the centre half. The centre half's got to look at the ball at some point. He just kills him with that pass, and it's a good finish.
Mark, teams will always analyse what they could do better, and especially if you're like the favourite and not expected to concede in that manner. But between Clarkson and Miovski, it is brilliant. It really is. What a pass that is. Joe Hart, to be fair, gets a foot on the ball. He does a lot right. It then deflects up into the net. But that pass from Leighton Clarkson, the movement from Bojan Miovski, that's the best centre back in the league, probably. I think most would agree. And brilliant from Aberdeen.
It's an outstanding goal when you look at it, the way it was set up and into Clarkson before he actually plays the pass. But it's the weight that's on the pass, and he needs to run as well. And Miovski knows his number 10 can play that pass, so that's why he's went in behind Carter Vickers. By the way, it's inch perfect, because Carter Vickers is on the stretch. And that's right, you could pick holes in Celtic. Maybe could Carter Vickers be across a bit? Maybe. But let's take nothing away from that quality through ball. And it just goes to show you these games, like Hugh says, are never a given. I've done a Hugh Keevins. I'm out. The predictions already. 2 minutes. 2-0 Celtic. Can I have another go?
Give him another.
Can I go 2-0 Aberdeen?
Give him a comp to get in. Yeah. You going 2-0 Aberdeen? But you go back to the goal. The goal's sensational.
Also, you know, we're focusing on today rather than the season as a whole, but it does reopen old sort of wounds or old questions about Aberdeen, Mark. You look at that team, there are good, talented players. Oh, hold on, big chance Celtic at the back post, but it's headed over the bar. The ball just wouldn't quite come down for Yang. That still goes down as a chance, though. Roos tipped the initial cross, and I thought Yang was going to head it into the unguarded net.
I think anybody else in that front line, that's a goal. I think that's a poor header from Yang.
Is Devlin just doing enough?
Maybe, but Yang has still got the leap on him. I think he just needs to direct that down. He doesn't
I think
get
a wee bit
good
hard
contact
on Yang.
You think so?
No, I think he can put a better header in, but if you look, there's 2 Aberdeen players and a goalkeeper on the line. It'll need to be something.
It wasn't as unguarded as I initially thought.
I think we'll find out about Yang now and about Kuhn, because they've never been in the National Stadium before. Never had this semi-final experience, and now they find themselves a goal down, and neither strikes me as being particularly strong of mind, so you have to watch those two. Everyone's on trial now because Celtic have made the mistake of going a goal down very early.
A cheeky challenge from Bojan Miovski. He's possibly thankful that Liam Scales didn't make more of it, because it was a ball he didn't really have a right to win, and he went through the back of Scales. But on we go. What we were saying before the rude interruption of that Yang chance, Aberdeen have had a dreadful season. They're not even clear of relegation. when you look at it. So the league form has been terrible, but a number of what you would have to say is talented players, midfield to front, and we saw two of them combine for that goal.
I think that for the first time in a long time for Aberdeen, they're coming into this game, as much as it's a semi-final, and of course you've got the supporters travelling down and everyone concerned with the football club, there's not a great deal of pressure on them, because everybody will say, well, we got to the semi-final, if they lose, we got to the semi-final, but it's all about staying in the league, we've got a new manager coming in, we're going forward, the club's going forward. But I think they start it with a bit of freedom, they look confident. I said earlier, they've got good players in the team, they've underachieved. This may be the day that they just all step up, but I will not say it, I promise I won't say it, my greatest statement in football.
Best time to lose a goal?
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Still a long way to go.
What about if you lost on the first minute? That's even better.
No. I got in Hugh's statement.
Unprofessional. But for those Aberdeen players, Gordon, you're right. You know, we've seen a collection together. I highlighted before the game, when you've got McGrath, Clarkson, Duke and Miovski in your front line, there's creativity within that. And we've seen actually McGrath into Clarkson into Miovski to get the goal. But how many times have they played a lot together? Because it seems like maybe 3 of them would have been in, but Duke's on the sidelines. Under Barry Robson, it was a very defensive system that relied heavily on going to Miovski and hoping he'd just break through. Whether you saw the combination play between 3 of them there. So Peter Leven, through caution to the wind, started them. He's got a reward.
What's incredible, because look, there's a long way to go today, but I said a dreadful season for Aberdeen.
Yeah.
They could be about to reach a second cup final, and actually had some pretty good European results. How they've managed to conspire to have such a dreadful league campaign in amongst all that, well, that's another debate, and one for Jimmy telling to fix. But it's in the kind of one-off occasion, Hugh, and the knockout competitions, they've showed up pretty well. They
are by far the brighter side in this game, and I know it's only 8 minutes old, but they are by far the brighter side, and that's why I say it's a test of the Celtic players now, because absolutely everything, it was too good to be true Saturday for them. 3/4 of the ground made up of Celtic fans. Aberdeen bottom 6, third manager of the season, not yet out of relegation trouble, as you said, and Celtic at the moment are having one of those days, and if Aberdeen go 2 up, big trouble.
Don Robertson waves it away, but Bojan Miovski went down. He felt he was pulled by Carter Vickers. It certainly looked like he was. The only thing that would have probably bailed him out of serious trouble is that Liam Scales was right there as well.
I thought he's got a case here. Look, he's already nearly 10 minutes into the game, and he's putting a bit of pressure on the 2 centre backs. His movement for the first goal is brilliant. We see it again. He's got his eyes firmly. He takes it there.
When you see it back,
I'm taking that 100% back. I'm apologising live on radio.
That is okay. By the way, I was with you there.
It's the beauty.
I was just biding time. I saw that.
It's the beauty of replays.
On you go, Dad.
It is the beauty of replays. But he has, and again, once the 3 o'clock games kick off, I want to launch a proper debate about team of the season and who is hard done by and who deserved to be there and who didn't and all that sort of stuff. But you cannot argue with some of the goals that Bojan Miovski has scored for Aberdeen, Gordon. What a find he's been.
Yeah, he's been sensational. There was a great debate when Rangers were looking for a striker. Would you take Miovski or Shankland? And I know a lot of people were looking at the Aberdeen side. He's got everything in his locker. Do you know, I would like to see this guy, and Aberdeen have a dreadful league campaign. I'd like to see this guy with players of real quality. You know, play him in that Celtic team up front, and you create the chances that they create. I think you'd look at a different player.
He actually is in a bit of a quiet spell, Mark. That's only his second goal in 12 games. So they have tailed off, there's no doubt about that. But I think over the piece, that's his 24th of the season. You'd have to say that that's a fair return. And he's now got 5 games against bottom 6 opposition to try and add to that as well, and maybe a cup final if this stays the way it is.
Yeah, there's a lot I like about him all season. He scores a variety of goals, a bit like Shankland, you know, and the types of goals he scores. He's got a fair mix in him, but it's his technique, very, very good technically, lovely first touch, goes to show you there, willing to run in behind as well, doesn't always just come to the ball, can play that lone striker role, you know, in big European games. He's a good player. Aberdeen will do well to hang on
what
to him.
I like about him, Mark, is he's a team player. He'll play. He'll do his shift. As much as strikers are looked at by goals, he'll put his shift in.
I was going to say Kyogo's had a quiet 10 minutes, but it's a really nice run down the left hand side, trying to get involved, and it just goes out for a Celtic throw in the end. Aberdeen look bang up for it, goes into Hatate's feet,
and
Barron,
Celtic don't.
Devlin, all sorts of reinforcements arriving just to steer it away from Hatate, because a lot of optimism amongst the Celtic support, Mark, about that midfield three. They've not played together, would you believe? They've not started together, Hatate, McGregor, O'Reilly, since late October against Atletico Madrid. So it should have been a big shot in the arm to have the three of them playing today, and it might well turn out to be, just not yet. Oh, good chance, Kyogo. Well, in fact, I tell a lie, that's a half chance, Kyogo, but he does really well to turn it into something special. A ball over the top, brought down, volleys at goalwards. Good strong hands, Kellerus.
Well, fantastic movement, from the Celtic frontman skills. Good ball, and it's a good touch, and then he's hit it so quickly, but Rue's equal to it. Good chest back there from Gartleman as well, just showing how composed he was, but a bit better from Celtic, mixing it up, not everything short.
Kyogo must have been very surprised with the space he's found. He just peels off, he makes a great run, striker run. The defender's standing ball watching. That could have been a danger, because it was a good effort, and if you keep giving Kyogo that sort of chance, he'll eventually put one in the back of net.
I think it's not Alistair Johnson, it is Kuhn who's down. I think maybe a whack to the face. We'll get a chance to see it again. And Jack McKenzie, the alleged guilty party.
It's amazing when people get the face knocked, they keep putting their hand to their face, looking for blood. It
does
does hit him in the nose.
No, I think there is blood in his hand. Well, I thought there was when he took it away.
But
there he are.
I was having a go. It's amazing how they always do it, but he has got the evidence of it.
Blood everywhere.
I'm thinking, did you see Jude Bellingham the other night, Man City? He goes down, he gets hit in the chest, but he kept doing this to his face with his hand.
See if that's me, game's off.
Aye, get the sponges out.
The pitch is flooded.
It'd be like the Scotland-Georgia game. They'd have the brushes in.
Okay, Mark, I was making fun of myself, didn't I?
I like jumping on the bandwagon though when that happens.
I just should jump in.
I thought you meant because if that's you, Jack McKenzie's got a fractured skull.
That could be, yeah, exactly.
It's a sore one for him. It's one of those glancing blows with the head of Jack McKenzie. They're not even challenging for the aerial ball as such, it's just more of a collision. And Nicholas Kuhn's going to have to get that nose patched up if possible.
There's nothing worse when the physio comes on and just grabs his fingers and just squeezes his hand.
Doesn't care if it's broken or not. Exactly. He just needs to stop the bleeding so he can get off. And then you need to come off and change the shirt. Not like your day, Hugh. Just play with the blood on the shirt.
Bandage.
Blood and snot.
Yeah. Badge of honour. Get on with it.
The thing is, it takes a bit of time, this, because they have to obviously stop the blood, assess whether Nicholas Kuhn can continue, try and patch it up, change the shirt. He's not off the pitch yet, so there's going to be a bit of a delay here, which maybe gives a chance for Brendan Rodgers to get some further instruction on, Mark, because they've not started brightly at all.
Well, they certainly haven't, but Hugh's right in saying Aberdeen have. When you see how their goal came about, McGrath and Clarkson and then into Miovski, so the goal, puts Celtic behind, but it's a warning sign that it can happen again if you give up too much space in behind you. It's alright going into these games thinking everything's forward thinking and we must take the game to Aberdeen. You're playing against quality opposition. Got to understand that there's a defensive role required as well. So Brendan Rodgers, I'm sure, and John Kennedy there, they'll be pretty certain they're telling their players just to tread carefully.
It's the type of goal that I really hope goes down as all being about the credit to Aberdeen. But having said that, Mark, you have to do your own analysis. What, with the benefit of hindsight, did Celtic need to do differently?
Well, Aberdeen, the one that broke to McGrath, I mean, it comes to him, it's a nice wee touch, but Clarkson's the first to react again, and he's got too much space. But I'm just wondering if Carter Vickers can be 1 yard further to his left and he cuts out the pass. Now, people say 1 yard, what does that matter? It matters a lot at that level. It matters a lot. And I'm very rarely am I critical of Carter Vickers, but I just wonder if he could have been a wee bit sharper.
Well, it's 10v11 now in Aberdeen, going for the second goal while they continue to look at Nicholas Kuhn. And they're in with a chance.
Yeah, Duke forces a corner. Everybody.
It's offside, I
That's
think.
incredible. And I know everybody moans about this, so it becomes really easy to do about the late flag. And they are encouraged to keep it down. It's not the assistant's fault, but I feel like that was still extra late, because it feels like he waited until Duke got the ball, then drove forward, then flashed the crossing.
I did think why Greg Taylor was being so nonchalant and allowing him to just come at him in the box. I thought, you don't want to defend like that against Duke.
Yeah, I think we make too much of it. If they're meant to keep the flag down, they're meant to keep the flag down. But that just seemed like a really long time.
With the pace that Duke's got, he doesn't need to be in the offside positions. He can take that chance. He's got to look along and make sure he's keeping himself onside. Big afternoon for him. He's not been the same player this season. He's been left out a lot of games. He's in for a biggest game so far this season. Big afternoon. He has to start performing.
It's really well done, Conor Barron. I'm assuming he did win it cleanly. Kyogo goes down in a bit of pain, but Barron was just on him in a flash. Kyogo doing what he sometimes does to get involved, dropping into that pocket, but Aberdeen making sure there is no space, which, Mark, on a pitch of this size, I can't imagine is easy to do.
No, it's not easy. You need everybody doing the same job at the same time, so your back four needs to be in touch with Barron and Povara in front, just to keep those gaps close together, because any bigger than Kyogo will just have a field day. So they're doing pretty well just now.
Sorry, is Hampden the biggest pitch in Scotland?
Is it? Well, I think so. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's obviously marginal. It has to be within certain parameters, but I think it is a bit bigger than the others, maybe only just. When we start googling pitch dimensions,
it's a place I never ever liked playing it.
Too big for you, that's why.
Yeah, probably.
It must have been like double the size when you played Kinchelski's and co.
Running from the dressing room to the halfway. Exactly.
That's why Kinchelski stood in the ball. He couldn't see the other side of the pitch. This pitch is massive.
Right, okay.
You can see why Brendan Rodgers said what he said yesterday about don't soften up, because subconsciously these Celtic players have watched Rangers have two shocking results, and they and the fans have assumed, that's everything all right then. They've started in a very messy, shoddy fashion, and Aberdeen, by being up for it, are a step ahead of Celtic.
Oh my goodness,
it's unlucky.
Aberdeen tried an intricate free kick routine there, which involved three players standing offside. They were then presumably going to come back onside, and it would get slipped down the side of the wall for Duke. The problem being Duke remained 8 yards offside, maybe.
Duke,
just didn't
I don't think Duke was paying attention on the training ground that day, was he? And then the manager saying, "Did you get that, Duke?" 100%. Yep, got it.
He thought Shinnie was playing. But
strange one.
Yeah, very, very strange indeed. Do you know, I know what you are saying about Celtic, right? And the reason you're saying it is because they've lost that early goal. But they've had Yang at the back post with a chance. They've had Kyogo with a chance. I don't think they're as sharp as what I think Brendan Rodgers would like, but I don't look at Celtic now and think, they're well off.
No, it's the goal that puts a different complexion
exactly.
on it.
I think we get carried away sometimes.
When you concede so early, it's obviously not the ideal start, but I think still credit Aberdeen, definitely way better in this than people expected them to.
I think when you look at that front line from Aberdeen, yes, Miovski's playing in the centre, but they've got bodies forward. Duke's forward. I look at the other side, McGrath right up in Alistair Johnson. So when you think back to those games against Rangers earlier on in the season, where Barry Robson basically had everybody behind the ball and would just leave Miovski isolated, certainly not that way this afternoon from Peter Leven.
He's caught.
He's caught.
Well, Kyogo's through here, he's through on goal, but it's kind of stuck under his feet, but the rebound comes out and we've got an equaliser.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Nicholas Kuhn, his nose has been patched up and he's shown he's got a nose for goal as well, just like you, Gordon Dalziel. Aberdeen 1, Celtic 1. Aberdeen robbed at the back. Kyogo raced through. It looked like it would be a golden chance for him. He couldn't quite get the ball out from under his feet. The shot was blocked and it just fell kindly to Nicholas Kuhn, who strokes it into the empty net, and 20 minutes gone, we are level.
Comedy of errors from Aberdeen's perspective. To be robbed in the way the central defender was, unlike Kyogo, because it was a fairly awful effort from him, but it breaks nicely.
Mark, is that the technical term? It does feel like it was It's too close. It does kind of get stuck.
Well, it was his second or third touch here. He couldn't get it out his feet, and he's lucky that Kuhn was there to spare these blushes. I don't know what McDonald's thinking, but fair play to Kyogo, puts him under pressure. You know, it's easy just to let that defender play it back, but he's right up on top of him. If we're Celtic back in it.
If we're being kind, Gordon, really, really, really kind, that's what Kyogo can do. He's a very good presser and he puts you under pressure. I've tried my best, Angus MacDonald, though. Other than that, that's a disaster for the Aberdeen defender.
Yeah, 100% disaster. As much as Kyogo does put you under pressure, what's happened is he's seen his first touch and thought, oh, I've got a chance here. McDonald's all over the place. I agree with the boys. I think Kyogo got the ball caught under his feet. He didn't set himself, but all credit to Kuhn, because he's just come back on the pitch with a nasty knock to his nose, and he's there. He backs it up, he takes a chance, and he's got a tap in. I said earlier, 2 minutes prior, as much as Celtic haven't been, you know, hitting shots in and making the goalkeeper make saves and dominating the game, they still looked okay for me.
But that is football in a nutshell, Hugh Keevins. If you're Aberdeen and you're the underdog, not only are you trying to guard against Celtic doing something special and cutting you open, you're trying to guard against not making an absolute backside of it yourself. And well, they didn't guard against that on that occasion. And
what happens is the man made captain for the day in the absence of Graham Shinnie, Angus MacDonald, who makes an awful mistake. Now Celtic have had the warning, they've gone a goal down.
It's a replica of Miovski, exact same as the goal Aberdeen scored, except the pass was a touch heavier and Joe Hart comes out to smother.
Well, Carl Vickers needs to be careful. He's almost overcompensating on one side and allowing that ball inside him. One's resulted in a goal. Another few yards on that, or another few yards of grass, and Miovski would have been in again there. So he needs to just watch what he's doing with his line. He's got it all wrong in these opening 20 odd minutes.
Aberdeen have had their problems in central defence this season, Gordon. That's what we spoke about it earlier when we praised them for the goal. When you look at the front six today, you think, how can this team be potentially worried about relegation? Well, that's why they've not had that security at the back all season.
Yeah, and you know, the coach can stand in the sidelines and think we can work until it is dark at night and formations and work and defending. That's an individual area that's just costing. All credit
and
to Celtic.
The nights are in, so you've even longer to work on
now.
If you want
yeah,
to.
you don't even need to go home at 6. So
Neil Warnock called that out, to be fair to him, didn't he? Neil Warnock says he's never seen individual errors like it in his time, and they were costing him every week. And that's another one on one of the biggest stages. So got sympathy, because there's only so much you can do. Like Daz is saying, players continue to make those stupid errors. Then
you know, the funny thing, I don't know whether you'd agree, people rarely do, McGregor, O'Reilly, Hatate.
Yeah, quiet.
You wouldn't really know any of them were on the park.
Is that by, again, to offer a bit of credit to Aberdeen? And yes, you're hoping, if you're Celtic, they can be better to rise above this. But Aberdeen have made it quite frantic in there, haven't they? You know, that's obviously by design.
Yeah, the minute Celtic get the ball, Aberdeen players are getting as close as they possibly can, stopping the balls getting into McGregor, who dominates usually from the mid-left part. So tactically, the Aberdeen manager, Peter Leven's got it correct. Unfortunately for his team, they've made an individual error against a top quality side that's punished them. It's a big test of character now for them. You know, they're 1-0 up, they're looking okay. Celtic aren't battering them. They've given away a mistake, cost them a goal. They have to just settle down and keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mark, maybe I'm just scarred by trips to the National Stadium against the big two. You would have absolutely taken 25 minutes gone, one each. If you're Aberdeen, you'd have absolutely taken the hand off for that. And in fact, they're in again here down the side, but the cross is saved by Joe Hart. Is it important for them to almost remember that? Try and maintain that they're in a fairly good position in the game.
Oh, without doubt. And I think you're actually seeing that. It's not as if they've retreated into their shell here. They're actually still creating opportunities. And Celtic have been sloppy in possession, but here they come.
Yeah, it's not bad from Kuhn, because he's always accused of coming inside every time he goes on the outside. But the cross, and this is great from Duke, you have to say. He's left 2 Celtic players behind, but he just has to check back for reinforcements.
Greg Taylor's having a tough opening 25 minutes. In possession, giving it away numerous occasions, and then a couple of times Duke is just slip past them with ease.
What would frustrate you there, for Celtic's point of view, Kuhn goes down, good wing play, puts the ball in the box. The one ball takes every Celtic player out. They've got to. Yang at the back post cannot run in and he's got to stay back in case that ball's cut.
Do you not think that's where you'd expect one of those midfielders, a Matt Riley, who's scored so many goals at
Yang not the one
Hatate?
that's encouraged to get in the back post?
No, because if he stands it up, Yang's coming late with a late jump on him. So I think that Yang's got to just hold it a little bit and then go and attack the ball. I thought that Yang's run wasn't right.
Well, we have a cup tie on our hands. 26 and a half gone at the National Stadium. It is Aberdeen 1, Celtic 1. Don's taking the lead inside 2 minutes. And again, you have to say, Mark, one of your old proteges, I think it is, in fact maybe it was Polvara on that occasion, I can't quite see because of the shadow. I thought it was maybe Conor Barron. Anyway, they are doing a tremendous job on Rio Hatate.
Well, without doubt. I mean, when Peter Levin got the team lines in, and I suspect he would have known what was coming in training during the week. That's your main focus, I think. I know you try and stop Kyogo, but there's only so much you can do about that. You need to stop the supply to Kyogo, and it's those three that supply him. So they would have been working long and hard on how to stifle those three, and they're doing a good job.
Here is Yang, who just tries to bring the aforementioned Hatate into proceedings. Pass ends up being a good one for Alistair Johnson. You can tell he's thinking about a shot, thinks better of it. Gives it to Kuhn and back to Johnson. So it's not a bad build-up this from Celtic, but Aberdeen's shape for the most part is pretty good. Just kind of forcing Celtic to come back the way. Matt O'Reilly and McGregor, and they make those little triangles, but you have to say Aberdeen are standing up to it quite well.
Well, I think Aberdeen's tactic's quite simple. Let Celtic go down the flanks. If the balls come in the box, we'll try and defend it. Don't go through the middle where they can cut you open. Hatate, O'Reilly, Kyogo, players like that, clever players with nice movement. So I think they're trying to just force them down the flanks and thinking, if you put the ball in the box, we can defend it.
I think Alistair Johnson had a really good chance to slide Kuhn down the line, but he thought differently. Comes back in, just allows Aberdeen, and now they are retreating, Mark, which is fine, but they're sort of strung out across the edge of that 18-yard box.
Well, you're totally spot on when you say about how they manage the game, and remember where they are in one each and have created chances themselves, because what you don't want to do, there will be spells like this that you give up possession for a couple of minutes, but you don't want to play it the full half like that, camped in your 18-yard line, because Celtic will then get their rewards. So okay for a minute or so, but when you get possession, you've got to start edging back up the pitch.
Yeah, it was an ambitious pass over the top, and I think it has found O'Reilly, but Polvara does really well.
That's the one thing Celtic have got. They've always got one of those midfield runners prepared to go in behind, just to give a fullback or Carter Vickers or Scales or whoever it is that option. If they can't go short, flip it over the top. It was O'Reilly that time, but Hatate other times. They're good at it.
I agree, Mark. I don't think Aberdeen can keep this. I know what everybody talks about. Well, what do you do? Because Celtic are moving the ball about. I think you've got to try and get up the pitch a little bit. They're going so deep, they're just allowing Celtic to play in front of them. And if they do that for the remaining of the half and then start, they got their rewards at the beginning because they were very positive. On the front foot, they were going high, they were going closing Celtic down. They just can't fall into that shell because they've given a goal away.
Better game than I thought it would be, to be honest.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Why did you not think it'd be a good game?
I just thought, football it would be kind of a
sun shining, pitch is perfect, semi-final.
I just did not have a lot
of people thought it was a mismatch, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And Celtic thought so until Aberdeen scored.
It's not really turned out to be that way. Aberdeen are now snapping into tackles, not to the satisfaction of Don Robertson on this occasion.
And Conor Barron not happy. He thought he took the ball there, but I think he might have just fouled Johnson just before it as well. But the Aberdeen players are fairly, fully committed, you've got to say, and credit to them, because it's been a tough season for them, a long season. I think he's got a case there, Barron. I think he has.
Yeah. The thing that would probably disappoint both managers, apart from the goal, Joe Hart not really been tested. Aberdeen goalkeeper not really been tested the way Celtic would want. So you're looking for a little bit more around the box
from Duke
I would take Yang off.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that.
No, for me, he contributes next to nothing.
Yeah, he's not having a good game. You're not going to sub him after half an hour, though, are you?
No, they've done it after 15.
You are the Clement. You are the Clement of this show. Just take yourself. Half an hour.
I'd have done it after 15.
15. He doesn't look up for it.
I thought the warm up. No,
It's
you're
not like
off.
that he doesn't look up for it. I don't think he's up to it to play for Celtic.
He's a mixed bag just now, Hugh.
Yes,
That's
do you know
always
something? There's so many players in Scottish football now, especially the big two. You look and you think, 1 week, oh yeah, he's starting to really fall into this role, and then the next week you're thinking, oh, I don't know what he's got to offer. It's incredible. Celtic's wingers are like that, but Kuhn, he'll be over the moon. I think he's starting to really show what he can do. Goals obviously help his confidence, and all credit to him. As I say, he got a real bang in the nose, come on the pitch, and then 2 minutes later puts his side.
Does this fixture bring back good memories? Mark Wilson, 13 years ago, Aberdeen Celtic Scottish Cup semi-final, you were involved.
Yep.
4-0 victory for Celtic on the day.
Yeah, but I mentioned it previously there that on that day, it was a day like this, sunny, and we played them in the League Cup semi as well, and I think that was 4-1, so we knew what we were up against anyway. We got a penalty and they got a man sent off early into the game, I'm sure, and we missed the penalty, so it was 0-0 at half time.
Stokes missed the penalty, didn't he?
Stokesy missed the penalty, and then I'm pretty sure Charlie scored like with a free kick, one of those, hit the back post and it bounces in. Yep. And that kind of lifted the
man
pressure.
sent off. Why does that no surprise?
Andy Considine, incidentally.
Was it?
So have you never seen the highlights of this?
No.
Wait to see him for the fourth goal, the fourth Celtic goal.
It was great.
Oh
it was good,
my goodness!
It's a great assist.
He pretends it's an assist. Right, hold on. I'll get back to it after this Aberdeen corner.
Doing this end.
It was the anniversary of it 3 days ago, so it popped up on Twitter. So Aberdeen are getting pulled all over the place. They're 3-0 down. It's the 84th minute. They're down to 10
I was
men.
running them ragged.
There's all sorts of space, right? So it falls to him at the back post, and it is on a tight angle, but he's tried to smash it. It's a shot all day long, and he drags it nearly backwards, at which point Sean Maloney taps it in, and then he gives it as if it's a pass. Oh, it's shameful.
By the way, I've got to admit, you're totally spot on. I was a shot.
I know.
But I was almost in the byline. I don't know why I was shooting. At that time everything was going in for me, so I thought I'll have a pop, and I sclaffed it, honestly. And Sean tapped it in. I'll take the assist.
It's the only shot I've seen go like backwards.
And then I followed it up in the final with an absolute thunderbolt that went in as well.
That's why I say you are actually quite lucky at Hampden, aren't you? Ooh. To be fair, I don't think you were lucky that day I was in the stand watching you in the dugout, if I can recall.
It's an off day.
Did you just say, if I can recall?
Yeah.
It just sounded a bit ropey for a family show, that phrase.
If I can recall.
Yeah, I don't. Just try and pace those words out better. So that my heart.
You put it all together, and
hold on, I may turn the mic off to put the words together.
It's exactly what I got that day. If you put it all together.
Right, okay, no. It's a family show.
If we can come back to the present day for just a second.
Sorry,
it's a bit boring. People are not interested. They want to listen to these two make a backside of themselves. What are we missing?
You're missing the fact that have you ever seen Carter Vickers look quite so uncomfortable? He's a very ropey first half hour, and he led to the concession of a corner there, but very badly taken from Aberdeen. But the Celtic at the back are vulnerable with a capital V.
Aberdeen sort of steadying themselves again. They looked like the goal had knocked the stuffing out of them to a point, and it's going to be another corner to Aberdeen this time.
Just looking there, Miovski's movement, always looking just to go in behind. I mean, that ball's only about 40 yards out. I think it's Clarkson's got it again, and he's looking to go in behind Skills. Great when you've got a front man like that doesn't just always want to come to the ball.
That was my strength, mate.
Down the side, over the top.
I killed defenders with my movement.
Angus MacDonald is up. He's got the captain's armband on. He's going to really have an extra incentive, I'm sure, to make amends for what was a disastrous mistake leading to that Celtic equaliser. And you can see what Aberdeen think of Celtic's vulnerabilities, because they've got six men inside the 6-yard box. But Carter Vickers does very well.
Yeah, you would do that if you're Aberdeen. Surround Joe Hart, try and get that ball right on top of him. The delivery isn't right there. That has to be closer to Joe Hart to allow any of your players to get on it. Because we've seen this season, cross balls, it's been a problem sometimes in that area.
Aberdeen have settled back into this game, you've got to say. They went through a wee period, you're thinking they might lose another goal quickly, but they've settled themselves down.
Just because it's a throw in on the halfway line, I'll take this opportunity to show you Mark Wilson's assist in the 2011 semi-final between the sides.
Now, see that pick out? Look at that.
How bad is that?
I'm giving him credit.
You know what? Because he's got to have so much vision. Look at it through that angle there. It's even better.
I'm giving you a high five for that.
So much vision just to see Maloney at the back post.
Not many ex-Celtic fullbacks could have seen that.
Exactly.
It's a shot at goal that goes backwards. And Sean Maloney taps it in.
I think you call them a shot come cross.
Were you way over at Celtic fans?
Yes. By that time we knew we were done and dusted through.
Anyway, Liam Scales gets up well, and Celtic would look to try and create something again, try and put Aberdeen under a bit of pressure. They've gone a bit more direct than Celtic usually would, Mark. They do at times, but they usually pick their moments. That one was more of a hopeful ball over the top, and then Nicholas Kuhn eventually gets the better of Polvara.
Yeah, you've got to say Celtic's short game has been poor this afternoon. You know, can't quite link the passes, simple passes. You know, and that'll annoy Brendan Rodgers. He's always on a bit from linking passes. Yeah,
he just boots it 20 yards beyond Alistair Johnson and gets it, but eventually Alistair Johnson finds himself back in a position where he can take it.
You know what?
Too easy for Johnson.
That would do your head in, though. You see the way Duke loses possession and then he just jogs into the Celtic half like, I'm not getting back.
He's just done 100.
Callum McGregor from outside the box flashes it over the bar.
But that's the problem. He's just tried a run and his team's now a man down, which frees up somebody like McGregor to have that shot at goal. So Peter Levin can't be happy with that.
But he's obviously blown. But you look at the two wide men with Celtic, I like that. I like to see them interchanging. You know what I mean? Young's now over on the right, Kuhn's come over at the left.
Why do you like that?
Because I think it gives the fullbacks different problems, because both wingers will be different type. Kuhn likes to come inside, Young I think likes to go down the outside. So all of a sudden it mixes it up for me. Is it
not a bit of an admission that it's not really working in the original
probably
format?
So that's what I like about it. If it isn't working, don't just stand there most of the game and think, well, I hope my game improves. You've got to change it and change it on the park. And obviously Young's decided, right, I'll go over to the right hand side here and see if I can get some joy.
In your semi-final, when you seen it wasn't working, what did you start changing?
Probably the manager started changing me.
Striker, change with the centre half.
Mate, I'll tell you, without a word of lie, I always picked my centre half who I'd play against before the game even started.
What do you mean?
Well, you'd see the team.
Which one's weaker?
100%.
A bit like beat the pundit.
100%.
Come on and say who's the easiest to play against.
100%.
No, I'm talking about when you were manager, when it was all gone wrong for you.
I blamed the players.
Did you not change things up when it was 4-0 to Rangers?
Alistair Johnson lets fly, but it goes just wide. He had a man outside. I thought he was maybe going to pass it instead. Not an entirely wrong decision to take it on, but it goes wide.
Yeah, good effort. He's quite right to have a go. It comes across, good touch out his right on his right foot. Just drags it a little bit, as they say in the game, but it opens up for him. He's got a chance. He may as well take a pop at goals.
He's one that has come alive in recent weeks, but couldn't be said for the majority of the team today.
I think Celtic need a bit more of that. Don't mind that McGregor moments ago, Alistair Johnson there having a go from outside the box, because what that leads to then is Aberdeen will come out and start closing you, create space in behind, or little balls into Hatate or Kyogo. If you keep trying playing for that perfect goal, it's difficult. Look at Real Madrid, Man City again the other night. Real Madrid, Man City just kept trying to play through them. It wasn't coming. You just think, have a goal through outside the box. So Celtic taking that on at the minute, and they've got the players that can score from that range.
Chance for Aberdeen at the back post. Good save, Joe Hart. It was a fortunate break. It just squirmed its way through to Gartenmann, who maybe is not the player Aberdeen wanted on the end of it.
Never believed he could score. I look at his effort here. he finds himself in a real situation, but all credit. How quickly is Joe Hart off his line, out there, narrowing angles down. Joe Hart, absolute terrific there, but it's a difficult one, but he's never.
I'm not sure what more Gartnerman can do there. Because he's
never.
Really? He's on the stretch.
Never.
Give it credit to Joe Hart.
Should the concern not be the ball got to him in the first place?
Well, it was a lucky break.
A bit of a freak one, though, isn't it? Greg Taylor sticks out a leg and it just deflects into his path.
Well,
but Aberdeen are finishing the stronger. They'll be delighted with this.
Celtic are absolutely ropey at the back, and have been since the game started.
Yeah, I think that's because Bojan Miovski and co are bang at it, though. I have to give them a bit of credit.
Skills.
Great header.
Yeah, I mean, but even look at the number of players Aberdeen managed to get back. I'm not sure how they were on the attack 1 minute, Gordon, and then as Kyogo burst forward, you were expecting to see grass ahead of him. Instead, there was like 6 or 7 red jerseys. And
Kyogo messes it up big time. I don't know what he was trying to do there. Was he trying to play in? Oh, he just messes it up. But you're right. The minute Aberdeen are losing the ball, they're making it difficult for Celtic. Getting players behind the ball, they're working very hard. Like, they'll be over the moon. You said a one-sided game. They'd be over the moon to get in here 1-1 and then take their chances the second half.
Yeah, it's been quite a quick half. It's had a bit of excitement in there. Aberdeen scoring early, sometimes what it needs to liven things up, and Celtic got level. It's probably a fair. Hold on.
Can't let that bounce.
Yeah, ball across, but Kyogo can't get there, and Kellaroos does. That was an opening for Celtic.
Jack McKenzie got out of jail there. Lets a bounce. Kyogo's on. Kuhn's on to him right away. He's got the pace on him. And the Aberdeen left back lucky that ball wasn't a bit more square, because Kyogo's just unmarked in the middle. Yeah. By the way, you look at the two centre halves. Surely they see Kyogo favourite and running through for that cutback. Surely they make some attempt to get back goal side, but they didn't.
That's why we fall into the trap almost of that. Doesn't, like, some people won't view that as a big chance because it didn't end in a shot on target, but that's a massive opportunity for
roll it across the face. Yeah.
Do you know what I'd be disappointed with? We highlight at every game Celtic play about how the quality of the middle of the park is.
Yeah, Hugh said it, very quiet.
Yeah, I totally with you, Hugh. I'm looking. And is that down to the fact that Aberdeen have done so much work to try and stop that ammunition getting in there?
It must play a part.
Yeah, well, if they have, then you've got to credit the Aberdeen coach, because he's been terrific at that.
Because it feels like every time McGregor or Hattati get it, Barron's there or Povara's there, or someone's bang on them.
It's not an easy shift, that, because I think as midfielders as well, you're aware of what's round about you. If Kyogo's over your shoulder dropping in deep, so you're almost doing 2 or 3 jobs at once. Your main job's obviously to get closer to Hattati or McGregor.
Again, Barron in particular, every time Hattati gets it, he is on him like a flash. And here's a Miovski.
I wonder
there's a handball shout, and we know they can be very unforgiving, even if this old what's Liam Scales meant to do, that argument doesn't necessarily stack up based on what we've seen this season. And Carter Vickers and Johnson on different wavelengths.
Aberdeen are really looking for this here. They're complaining.
Yeah, he got shoulder to shoulder there with Miovski, and Miovski stops. He's so certain that it hits. It does.
Yeah, I think that hand's kind of by its side, though, isn't it, in a running position?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think that's what they're given.
I think that hand is out.
Yeah, so they are, actually.
And as unfair as it is, he's running.
He deflects the ball away from Miovski.
You'll find out that when this is a penalty in 15 seconds from now.
I think
thought right away he was in trouble.
Look up on his face. I will be surprised if this isn't given.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I know what you're saying, Gordon, but if you see where his arm is, and Miovski's trying to get in that way, he deflects the ball away. I'm going Stonewall penalty here. I'm prepared to get shot
5
down.
minutes added on anyway, and it'll be a minimum of 5, so it's going to go beyond that, because this stoppage is now eating into that already. So big moment this for Don Robertson, the VAR room as well, having a look.
He put his arm to the ball and nudged it out of the way.
Yeah,
I've got to say I agree with the two guys. If you're looking at that in handballs this season, the ball hits his hand, it does take it away from Miovski. How unlucky that is, it doesn't matter. He's playing play on.
Gordon, well done.
Gordon's called it, but I'm surprised at that as well.
Got away with one.
I think maybe you're in the wrong occupation. I think you could be running
Get him in the VR room.
No, on the pitch.
I know
backward running and all that.
handballs are an absolute bin fire, so they're not easy to predict. But the ones that you look for a bit more often are when it's a shot that's blocked.
Could you tell me why he's still in the park, Yang?
Well,
I don't think that was a good pass to him, was it?
Someone else was it not the pass? No, I could be wrong. Maybe I looked up at the last minute. I thought someone just fired it out of play.
Well, I've got to say that I've got that 100% wrong because of just what you said, what we've watched this season and where the ball was going. I don't like the handball rule, but I thought he would have at least had a look at that.
I don't mind if people think that's a handball. I'm comfortable with that, but I think that explanation, I don't think that's that comparable to all the other ones. You know, the ones that we're used to moaning about are when it's a shot at goal and it stops it going there, and then there's it's very unforgiving even if you're close. And if I was to second guess the conversation in the VAR room, and how nice would it be if you could hear it one day, it'll probably be along the lines of, that's just popped up as he's running, and the hand is not, I mean, every hand's outstretched to a bit, but we're not talking like outstretched above shoulder height or anything like that. He's kind of running. That is what I think they've taken from it.
And I think that
doesn't need to be my opinion of it.
I take that on board, but I'm not going to argue the situation because you're probably right. But if that ball is going inside Scales and his hand deflects it away from being inside,
you can always say that. I think really the ball's bouncing up rather than anything. You know,
right? Okay, I'm prepared to accept the decision.
If the hand in that position sort of cuts out a pass that's definitely going through, I think there's more of a case. But I'm not sure that ball's necessarily going where you say it's going. But anyway,
I think so. Okay,
it's going to bounce up the way.
Well, obviously the officials agree with you, so I'm not having a good day. So I'm quite happy to just.
No, listen, this is easy because the decision's already happened. So I'm just almost trying to think about how they came up with that.
I'll give you a wee bit credit. You called it. We all went penalty kick. You called non-penalty. Oh, you're not getting away with that.
Yeah, Nicky,
that's an old-fashioned tackle, that
through the legs one.
48 gone. It will probably go beyond the 5 because, like we said, some of that VAR delay sneaked in to the 5 minutes that were shown round about that time. And Kyogo just tries an intricate one, but it goes behind Callum McGregor. Well played. Hatate wins it back. Well played. Aberdeen, who then nick it back. I think that's been the thing about the midfield. It's been frantic, hasn't it? And that suits Aberdeen ultimately.
I think Aberdeen have been excellent at Midley Park. I think the full team, apart from, they make a terrible mistake at the back and they get punished for it. But middle to front, I think they're working very hard. They're causing Celtic some problems. I think if you're getting in at 1-1, you'd be quite happy with your first 50 minutes work.
I mean, Aberdeen probably got away with one there. That was offside, I think, was it not? Oh, it wasn't. Oh, sorry, I thought you're confusing.
No, I thought they were given offside and
no,
was clearly on. Yeah,
it was just a throw in. So Aberdeen finishing the half strong late. They're going to have another corner. Or Joe Hart doesn't think so, but he's not realised yet.
Well, Aberdeen have been good for their 1-1, you've got to say. The way that they've stifled Celtic, but the way that they've promoted bodies forward at the same time, you've got to give them credit for that. And they've got an opportunity here to go in ahead. Or did that go for a goal kick? Is it a goal kick? I thought it was a corner kick. Oh no, it's a corner kick, yeah.
It is indeed. So Aberdeen chance to finish the half on a high.
As they started it.
Yeah, Jack McKenzie, the man. I think some of them have been a bit floaty. I mean, Joe Hart comes and punches, and Hatate goes down. It'll probably be it's not a free kick.
I thought Duke even thought that was going to be given a free kick because he almost stopped here.
Mark, if you are going to load the 6-yard box and everyone's on top of Joe Hart, can they be that floaty?
Don't float that in. That's what I would say. There has to be whipped in with pace, right on top of him. But 240 there. Just looking at the scale thing again, was it outside the box or was that on the line? Is that why it's not been given?
It could be that as well.
My argument's just been shot down in flames because I thought that Miovski had enough to take that ball. He hasn't.
Miovski's touch was bad. I don't know if that's really
he's not got enough power in that to take that inside Scales, and I think that's what he gets away with it.
That's before we get to whether it was inside the box. It would be nice to see another angle of it. But anyway, we'll spend all week arguing about it because that's what we do. So we don't need to get too caught up in trying to solve it right now. You can do that on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and maybe Thursday, Friday and next weekend if you want as well. Anyway, Celtic have got enough to worry about trying to get through this cup tie. It is not going the way many people thought it would. Let's be honest, even some Aberdeen fans probably thought this was going to be a very tough afternoon, and it's not really turned out to be that way yet, and that's credit to Aberdeen. They've done really well. You just look, every time Celtic get it, their red bodies around. It's half time, Gabriel.
Half time, and it's 1-1 between Aberdeen and Celtic. Bojan Miovski's second minute goal stunned the defending champions, who had a slow start but managed to turn it around thanks to Angus MacDonald's error, which allowed Nicholas Kuhn to equalise. The game now hangs in the balance. It's been a cracking cup tie here at Hampden. As I say, it was a perfect day for a semi-final in the sunshine, and it was started perfectly by Peter Leven's team. Leighton Clarkson picked the ball up in the final third, just under 2 minutes in. A lovely slip pass through to Miovski. Not the easiest of finishes either. He took his time and just slid it through Joe Hart. It was an electric opening from Aberdeen. Brendan Rodgers in the Celtic dugout remonstrating with his staff on the sidelines. They were way off the pace in the opening exchanges, but that was changed by Kyogo, as it very often is. 20 minutes in, pressing from the front, he tackled stand-in Don skipper Angus MacDonald, sprinted through on goal. He just couldn't get the ball out of his feet. His eventual shot was blocked, but it fell to Nicholas Kuhn, who was there to turn it home first time. And I've got to say, it was a calamitous error from MacDonald to let Celtic back in the game when Aberdeen looked like they had quite a grip on the tie. Celtic have grown since then, but Aberdeen still more than holding their own. Miovski has looked so threatening in behind. Duke is giving Greg Taylor a tough time on the right. Connor Barron doing a great job on Reo Hatate in the middle of the park as well. The game did open up a bit more just before the end there. A few more chances. Callum McGregor and Alistair Johnson, both with efforts from outside the box, flying past the woodwork. Then a decent chance for Stefan Gartenmann as well. The ball bounced through from an Aberdeen free kick, but he was excellently shut down by Joe Hart. Into stoppage time we went, and we thought there might be a penalty. Liam Scales was running alongside Miovski. His arm knocked the ball out of their path. It wasn't necessarily outside of a natural position, but there was still massive surprise in the stadium, even from Celtic fans, that referee Don Robertson was not sent over to the monitor, although on replay the ball may have been outside of the box. Plenty of drama, Gordon, and this cup tie is perfectly poised with 45 and maybe more to go. At the interval, Aberdeen 1, Celtic 1.
Well, Hugh, it's a lot closer than many predicted. It's a good old-fashioned cup tie, isn't it?
Aberdeen have risen above themselves and their displays of this season. Celtic, for me, have been absolutely ropey at the back. A man short with Yang doing nothing at all on the park. And they did not heed the warning that came with the early goal from Miovski. They got back in, they got Kuhn's equaliser, but they have not heeded any warnings. Aberdeen are the better side, and the Celtic supporters filling 3/4 of the stadium, if they're being truthful, will know that's the case.
Well, it's certainly been underwhelming from a Celtic point of view, no doubt about that, and punished in the opening minutes, and they've been shaky, really. You know, apart from that, they got the goal to get back in it, and you just wondered if that would be the turning point, if Aberdeen would retreat into their shell. But give huge credit to Aberdeen. Peter Leven has got his tactics spot on. He has nullified Celtic's danger men in the middle of the pitch. In turn, that doesn't allow it to get wide or to get to Kyogo. And then the other side, they're promoting bodies forward. They're using Duke against Taylor. McGrath's coming in and making it hard against Alistair Johnson. And you've got Clarkson in that number 10 role, who's continually looking to play Miovski off the shoulder of Carter Vickers. So Peter Leven got his tactics spot on. I think with Brendan Rodgers, what he will be disappointed in is the lack of control on the ball that Celtic have got. We're so used to seeing this Celtic team pass freely through teams, but
they've actually had more of the ball than I thought. I thought I would double check because I felt like it maybe would have been quite close. 63% possession Celtic.
I think it's what they're doing with it though, Gordon.
No, absolutely, but I think even I still feel like that number surprises you because it feels like it's been very bitty in midfield. And
you know, he might talk about it after the game, how they weren't connecting passes. He often goes on about that, how they weren't connecting passes better. And we've seen it right at the end. Somebody plays a ball to Yang, it's an easy pass and it's fired into him and it bounces off and goes at the pitch. Even right at the end there, Kuhn in the corner, he tries to flick it back and they give it away time and time again. So you continue to do that, you're not going to create anything at the top end of the pitch. So that'll annoy Brendan Rodgers, but for Peter Leaving, he's got it spot on so far.
Well, an intriguing first half. What will the second half have in store? Will we see any changes at the break? We'll find out next.
The fastest goals, the expert opinions. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Half time in the first of the Scottish Cup semi-finals in the Hampden Sunshine. It's Aberdeen 1, Celtic 1. If you're just joining us, a blistering start from Aberdeen. Bojan Miovski putting them in front after just 2 minutes. Nicholas Kuhn equalised for Celtic, and Aberdeen had a penalty shout just before half time. Those would be the three main talking points. The penalty has been replayed again and again. We've had a look at it. Is it okay to admit, because we never do this in Scottish football, everybody's very, very sure of their own opinion, Hugh Keevins? Can we actually all be adult enough to admit that it's very hard to tell if it's inside the box or not? Or are we just picking a side and going for it?
Absolutely. I think, it's the moment has come and gone. It wasn't given, and I think we have to consider the bigger picture here. And the bigger picture is that Celtic have played very poorly. I've rarely seen Carter Vickers have such an undistinguished afternoon. Scales, there was talk on social media this morning, why has he been preferred to Mike Nawrocki? Scales has not played well. McGregor, O'Reilly, Hatate have had minimal influence in the game, and that's down to Aberdeen as well as their own shortcomings on the day. Kyogo has tried to be lively. Kuhn has scored a goal and made a contribution. For me, Yang is an empty shirt, and you would change him second half.
Who for?
Well, you bring on Louis Palmer. But for me, this is not Celtic coming alive, as Brendan Rodgers said.
Is that just because he's a winger? Bring on Palmer, because you could maybe look at bringing on and changing the front line and
on and Kyogo wider.
Yeah. Listen,
just before we knock the penalty on the head completely, because it's a big talking point, it will be for a lot of people. Is his hand probably outside the box if you had to hedge your bets?
Yeah, we had to look at it a right few times. I think he was just outside. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I would say so, and I think for me that's the only thing that saves Liam Scales, because at the time I thought that should have been given had it been inside. But I get the whole handball ruling is all over the place, so everybody's got mixed opinions. But for me, I would expect a penalty if that was inside the box, if that was my team. So I can see why Miovski stopped, but looking at the replays, and we've had to look at about 4 or 5.
Looks like the feet are maybe in, but the hand isn't. Is that?
So how does that work?
Well, it's not a handball.
It's not a handball then. Yeah, he's not inside the box, so that's how he's got away. In my opinion,
probably rumble on. Do you think we will see a change at the break for either side?
No, not for Aberdeen. I think that Aberdeen will be delighted with their first half. I thought maybe when it went 1-1, and especially after a mistake, they could have buckled. They've been excellent. I really think Midley Park front two have worked very, very hard. Brendan Rodgers probably will be considering. I think Hugh's right. I think Jan has not been up to it this afternoon. He might give him a usual manager team talk, 15 minutes. If you're not doing it, I'm going to make the substitution. Would I be surprised? No, I wouldn't if Celtic come out with a different starting 11.
The emotion of being the underdog in these occasions, Mark, means you can spin it two very different ways. If you're Aberdeen, you say, look how good we've been, look how much we're in this game, this cup tie is there for the taking. There might be some glass half empty types who say, we've done really well, Celtic are not at it, and we're still level. Is it inevitable that Celtic get better in the second half?
Well, I know what Peter Leaving will be thinking. He'll be thinking what he says at the beginning there, that we are really in this and let's take it to Celtic because they're there to be beat. However, I can understand that some Aberdeen fans sitting in the stands at Hampden will be thinking pessimistically and thinking that was our best shot at it. And if you're a Celtic fan, I think you tend to think it can't be as poor going forward as it was in the first half.
Normal, Mark, for Celtic just now, because they've got hit with this stigma.
45 minutes.
145 they're great, the next one they're poor. So I think Aberdeen need to just be careful.
Well, it's going to be fascinating, because then that balance, Mark, and especially the cup tie nature of it, if you're Aberdeen, how do you manage it? Celtic's intentions won't change. Whether they can carry it off or not, it's a different matter. Celtic's intentions won't change, but for Aberdeen to strike that balance. Do they want to go start fast, try and score again? Does that knock the stuffing out of Celtic? You want to try and frustrate them a bit longer and know that you've still got time?
I suppose if you're Peter Leaven, you're in exactly the same position as you were at the start of the match. And probably actually in a wee bit better position, because you're seeing a Celtic performance that's under par live on the day, and you're seeing your players play at a certain level that you're happy with. So why would you change your tactic, how you started that game, how you got your goal within 2.5 minutes? If I was him, I would just say, on you go again. Just carry out what we've been working on, frustrate Celtic, and when we get the opportunity to play forward with Clarkson and McGrath and Duke, play forward to Miovski, because he's causing the Celtic centre-back pairing a whole lot of trouble this afternoon. So I think you'll be pretty pleased.
And by the way, the sort of official suggestion, because we are speculating to a point, and we're in Clyde Bankhall, obviously, I think the decision based on that Liam Scales incident there was that it was outside the box, so therefore VAR isn't going to intervene, and we can go around in circles all day and whether it was a handball, but the official word, if you like, is that it's been deemed to be outside
well,
the box.
If that's the case, then well done to the officials. Move on, they got the decision correct, and we go for a nice second half.
Gabriel, the teams are coming back out. Any sign of any changes?
Nick Gordon, Aberdeen, the first side out, just going to the right hand side of the park, just checking their 11 players. Look the same at the moment. In terms of Celtic, they're not out just yet. On the far side, James Forrest and Adam Eder were knocking long balls between them. Perhaps those two could be the changes. Obviously, Hyung Jung Yang looks like he's struggling the most in an attacking sense for Brendan Rodgers' side. Just looking at the Aberdeen subs as well, they've got attacking players on the bench, and just when you think of the Dons, their season, and Peter Leaven as well as the standing coach, they've got nothing to lose. They might as well go for it. There's no need for them to go more defensive. Celtic have seemed vulnerable at the back with Miovski in behind, so wouldn't be surprised if we see some attacking changes from them as well in the second 45. That's Celtic out just now as well, the same 11 for both teams that started the game. A huge 45 coming up. The sun just faded at Hampden Park. Feels more like a Scottish afternoon now. It's been a brilliant Scottish Cup semi-final so far. What will we see in the second 45? It's coming right up next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Goal flashes. With M&D Green Pharmacy. Interested in a career in pharmacy? Apply today to join their team.
Well, maybe not the first 45 many people were expecting. It's all set up, Hugh. This is a massive second half.
Well, it'd be a major embarrassment for Celtic if they were to lose to Aberdeen and go out of the Cup. That would be 2/3 of last season's treble gone. But they haven't played well, and Aberdeen immediately start the second half on the front foot. And Celtic under pressure straight away.
Yeah, going to be a free kick to Aberdeen in a good crossing position. Jamie McGrath goes down under the challenge of Alistair Johnson. We'll need to get another look at it. Alistair Johnson doing the old surprised look. And he's every right to.
I thought Jamie McGrath was on his way down there. I think it's very clever play.
No contact there, is there?
I mean, Alistair Johnson just puts his shoulder in. McGrath's already on the way down. But what it is, it's an opportunity for Aberdeen with a free kick on the left hand side. This is going to be in swinging, surely.
Is that a harsh decision, Gordon?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought Johnson's quite right to use his body, but McGrath went down, played for it, got it, and putting Celtic under a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, just inside the first minute of that second half, and Aberdeen in a very good position for the cross to come in, and it's a couple of different heads on its way through. Celtic can't fully get it clear. Claims for a handball, and over the top it goes.
Well, it was a good ball in. It certainly put panic into that Celtic backline a bit and kind of bobbled about in there. Celtic couldn't quite clear it. Can't believe McGrath didn't, just help that back in. He's actually tried to chase that down and volley, I think, inside the box with three Celtic players in him.
He should keep it alive. Look, we looked at Celtic 11 come back out there. Sometimes we just judge people very early. Yang's not had a great game, but tell me any midfield players Celtic have. They've not influenced the game. I think Brendan Rodgers will be saying, we can't just keep substituting people 45. Give them 15, 20 minutes, get them involved, see what happens.
Need to get the ball to the white guys, Kuhn and Yang, for them to have a really poor game. They're just not being involved.
I was going to say, there's also has to be an acknowledgement that they're all underperforming.
Yeah.
You're not going to. You don't take Hatate off because You think he'll come good? You know, you get easy targets in games sometimes.
Yeah, as a guy who's experienced 2 Scottish Cup semi-finals, a manager at Hampden, I know what Brendan Rodgers is actually thinking.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm amazed he didn't call you for advice.
I like that. Yeah, if you're not going to praise yourself, who is?
Exactly. You ain't going to defend that boy.
Matt O'Reilly's corner is not yet cleared, but Aberdeen, their structure's been good pretty much all over the place. In fact, it was just an individual error that cost them the equaliser in that first half.
That'll be the thing that is wrangling with Peter leaving just now. That's that individual error that's killed him. I know Kyogo had a shot at goal, and there's been a few shots from long distance, but nothing really to trouble them. Their backline's been good.
There's Yang. It's a good ball to the back post, but it was just in between Kuhn and Kyogo, so neither really could get on the end of it.
Well, Celtic are now the one on the front foot, shooting towards their own supporters, looking to try and get early advantage.
See, if you're Aberdeen, that's a good tactic. As much as you don't want to give up possession, but in the final third, let them get down the flanks, put balls into box. Aberdeen have got 6 foot plus defenders in there, and if it's they should be winning balls, so it's got to be quality. If you let Celtic play in front of you and through you with their movement, they'll absolutely kill you.
But they like going wide, Celtic, as well, don't they? They like creating those
it's
little
got to be the
overloads
right ball,
and
Mark.
underlaps and cutbacks. They score a lot of cutbacks.
I know, but it's got to be the right quality ball. And at Aberdeen, they now will probably work in this. The minute they lose it, wide areas, we pack the penalty box and make it very difficult.
Still, fascinating game now. You wouldn't like to put your house on a winner at this stage.
You go an extra time, you come on, go.
No, I'm waiting my time.
Waiting to the 9th minute.
55th minute.
Oh, pass from Scales, bit heavy. Joe Hart had him scampering back towards his goal line.
Joe Hart does well in the end, and it's out for a Celtic throw just near the halfway line, just in front of Peter Leven's dugout, actually.
Got to say with Joe Hart this season, came in for criticism at the start of the season. Should he be Celtic's number one? I think he's had a good season, a really good season. I think even when he's announced his retirement, he's made some big saves in big games. Got to give credit where it's due.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think many Celtic fans would disagree with you.
Well, Carter Vickers didn't enjoy the best of times in the first 45 minutes, but trying to get into the Aberdeen half, see if he can start anything.
Yeah, I wonder if Aberdeen's press just changed slightly, or Miovski looked a little bit more unsure on that occasion, Mark, as to who was or when he was supposed to go and who was backing him up.
Well, they do seem a touch deeper at the beginning of the second half, which surprises me.
Oh, it's lovely. Rio Hatate, Celtic into the box. Yang checks back. He does really well. It's well defended in the end, and it comes to Kuhn at that back post. That's much more like it from Celtic. That's exactly what Rio Hatate's meant to bring.
Oh, without doubt. It's an outstanding pass through, and Yang gets it. I thought he should have shot when he had the opportunity on his left, and he checks back, but he just couldn't get it out his feet.
See that ball you're talking about, the whip it across for Kyogo? I thought Yang would have played it hard and low across. We've just seen it here. What a ball it is. Splits the defence.
To be fair to
he does all right.
I think he does all right.
Back in,
but to be fair to Aberdeen, I think they've got a man down who was supposed to be, I think it is Nicky Devlin.
Yeah.
So it does make it a bit easier. Carter Vickers is furious with the decision, but we're not really getting the chance to see that one back.
But actually, I'm going to give credit to Duke there. I thought Yang should have shot, but Duke closes him down and makes him check it back inside. Yeah.
The thing I'd be disappointed in that phase of play was I thought Kuhn took too many touches.
You can kind of see why Carter Vickers is not impressed with that. Hugh Miovski making the most of it and gets a free kick.
That's you strikers down at the slightest contact.
Aberdeen should be more worried about the fact that Devlin is down. Important player for them. They wouldn't want that upset within 5 minutes of the game restarting.
Yeah, Physio's just on. It was a loose pass. I think it's the way he falls, because it didn't look like there was loads of contact from Greg Taylor.
Left knee kind of crumbles under him there in an awkward,
and he catches Taylor's foot, I think, with his knee. It's a sore one, but he'll be fine.
You sure?
Yeah, 100%. I can tell the way
Top physio. You are a top physio.
Gordon, I keep going back. Experience is everything in these semi-finals. I can tell. You know what I mean, Mark?
He managed in a semi-final 23 years ago, 24 years
ago.
Never
forget twice.
And now we can tell the severity of Nicky Devlin's knee injury.
Yeah. What was the score in that semi-final?
The Rangers won with 7 breakaways.
Yeah.
And Celtic beat us 3-0.
3 breakaways.
That's a good result.
We murdered. It was 0-0 at half time. We murdered Celtic.
10 breakaways over 2 games is unfortunate. I'll give you that.
An average of 5 breakaways a final.
I had 8 kids on the pitch. They've got Larson and all that nonsense. You know what I mean? So don't give me that.
Yeah, I'm backing you up. That's good going.
To get to a semi-final with a provincial team.
Do you know what? Credit
should
to
be
you.
Manager of the year.
Credit to you because.
And a final.
Nicky Devlin is okay.
Thank you.
What final did you get to?
League Cup final.
Did you? Who was that against?
Rangers again.
Was that the 7?
I would have won a trophy if it wasn't for Rangers and Celtic spending all that money. That's because I beat every other Premier League team apart from Rangers and Celtic.
Look, is that factually correct?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you knocked Motherwell out because I was there. I remember.
Yeah.
You broke my heart.
Dundee United, Kilmarnock, Dundee at the time.
Scottish Cup, your tournament.
Hibs in the semi-final, to name but a few. Don't start me in my management career.
Because the Motherwell one was at Fir Park, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I remember I was there.
Were you at that game?
Yep.
How good was that in that dugout tactically?
That,
Gary Teal?
Tennant or something, no?
Tarrant, Neil Tarrant.
Yeah.
Absolutely ran you ragged.
You're right, actually.
My tactics that day were spot on.
Alistair Johnson was offside. Ball goes out for a goal kick. Look, I know you might be shouting at the radio, but the onus is really on Aberdeen and Celtic to do more, and then we don't need to do Gordon Dalziel, this is your life.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean, Hugh? It's like we wash our hands of all blame here.
Well, I took 2 hours of verbal battering last night on Super Scoreboard from people who told me that Philippe Clement was my love child. That was one allegation, and that I was kowtowing to Philippe Clement, and that Celtic, one caller said Celtic win the league by 10 points.
You have got a bit of a soft spot for Big Philippe.
But
you do like.
You do. Come on,
those who called last night for the verbal battering, would you care to assess your team's performance up until this point?
Yeah, but is that not a different argument? I think the reference was to you at half-time last week saying if Celtic don't get this right in the second half, it's gone, because Rangers will beat Ross County and they will beat Dundee. That's what you're getting stick for.
That's fine, yeah.
So Celtic underperforming today is not necessarily relevant, is it?
Well, it's relevant to the man who said they'd win the league by 10 points. Not playing like this they won.
I don't think
semi-finals would win a treble, didn't you?
See, be honest, I don't think semi-finals have any relevance, the way you play in them, to what happens in the league. And it'll be the same for Rangers tomorrow. Getting through is all that matters. Rangers could be up against it and win 1-0.
Well, you touched on one last Wednesday night, Man City. Man City played brilliantly. Real Madrid are in. Well,
in the next round, in the same thing.
Yeah.
But look, I touched on the one you brought up earlier, Gordon. Celtic against Aberdeen, 0-0. They're down to 10 men. I remember thinking on the pitch, we're making heavy work of this. And it was tough until that breakthrough goal came, and it ended up easy in the day, but never easy.
But who will go through today? We're no closer to finding out. We're edging towards the hour mark, still a couple of minutes to go, and it's Aberdeen 1, Celtic 1. The second half has been a bit stop-start, no real. Well, Celtic probably with the best chance, the one where Yang checks back. Even at that, it's not a huge opportunity, but that will be the best chance of the half so far.
I think Aberdeen have changed their tactics a little bit second half. They're very, very deep. I always think, as much as you're playing against a quality Celtic, I think that's dangerous. I think that they had more success.
But, do you know what though? Why do we always act like it's deliberate? Celtic have now got a lot more of the ball.
Well,
there's no way Peter Leaven has went, right guys, hurry up, everybody retreat.
What they're doing is they're not pressing the same areas.
Physically, can you keep it up maybe? Is that
well,
part of an
you're
issue?
only 55 minutes into the game. I think you should be able to.
You're roasting them. It's a whole 14 degrees
is
today.
it 14? Water break.
Get the trunks.
Wee Gabs will be sitting there with my sunglasses on, his wee trophy. He loves to take his trophy to Hampden, that boy.
Rio Hatate's the one that comes out to the right hand side to try and help out, but again, so many red jerseys, you just wonder where that space is going to appear.
Yeah,
and
just need to be so patient.
Maybe it requires a bit of magic from someone, and that's the difficult part, isn't it?
Tell you what, it was a nice wee pass into O'Reilly, but he just couldn't get the touch, and that might be what Celtic are looking for. What you're also looking for is one of those Aberdeen players to switch off. And I've been on the opposite end of it as a Dundee United player. You're fully concentrated and you think, yeah, we're doing our job, and all of a sudden a player switches off, a through ball, and you're out the cup.
This might come back to bite me, but you're looking at this game, you've seen nothing really of Kyogo up top, you know, and he's always dangerous. That was a good ball.
You just wonder if Celtic are getting closer. It's not so much that they're creating loads of chances, they're just the odd opening here and there starting to show there. That's probably a Nicholas Kuhn touch away from being in on goal mark. I know we're clutching at straws, but the bar was set pretty low in the first half. I
think that's pretty good movement from Kuhn, but Hatate to see the movement coming from outside to inside Mackenzie, and that's what I was talking about, concentration. Mackenzie switches off and Kuhn gets inside him and inches away from just taking under control and putting it in.
Aberdeen don't seem to have the same sense of belief that they had in the first half. They're inviting Celtic to hit them with the sucker punch. Here's Kyogo now.
Kyogo, he's crowded out again. Polvara's done really well. Anytime Kyogo's dropped deep, Polvara's been bang on him. And so, a lot was made of this earlier in the season, Mark, about, Kyogo's better on the shoulder. How do you get him there? Is it his fault? Is it instruction? Is it just the way the game's panning out? How can you be on the shoulder when it's so deep now? Or what's...
Well, that is the difficulty, and you just wonder if Brendan Rodgers has seen the pattern of the game so far and thinking, well, it's so deep. What do we need? We need a focal point. We need someone a bit more physical. Maybe change it, but it's very hard for Kyogo to spin in behind when he's practically in the 18-yard line.
I think he's dropping in there, Mark, because he's not involved in the game. He wants to be involved in the game. As much as, yes, I would be telling him, I don't care, just play on the shoulder. You'll eventually get the chance because they'll switch off, because you've got good quality that can put balls through for you. I think Kyogo just wants to be involved in the game. That's why he's dropping deeper.
I think what you saw a glimpse of there, Carter Vickers just striding forward with the ball. I think Celtic need to do that, especially with Carter Vickers. Just to entice someone out to him, create space. And the Scales is slightly different. I think teams allow Scales the ball and allow him to pass it, but Carter Vickers is very good in the ball. If he can take it forward more, he'll create space.
There's Yang, slips it into Kyogo, tries to turn, he's got three men round him. Celtic just cannot find a way through this. Look how many bodies are around Rio Hatate. He does brilliantly, but the ball goes just behind Kyogo.
See if Kyogo misses that, Kuhn is right onto that with his left foot.
Greg Taylor in on his right foot, but he doesn't really want to have a swing, as you can understand.
Aberdeen a bit desperate just now, bodies everywhere, putting their bodies on the line.
There's Alistair Johnson in the overlap, and that's flashed away. Does it feel like it's coming to a point, Hugh?
It does. As I say, Aberdeen seem to lack the belief they had in the first half. They are inviting Celtic on to them. Celtic, although it's a red wall they're facing, they are getting ever closer.
Yeah, can Aberdeen keep this concentration up? They'll be happy with that. McGregor tries to flight one to the back post.
Respite for them. It's not like McGregor. These are substitutions coming.
Jamesy Forrest and Iwata.
You wonder if Callum McGregor's afternoon is up. Maybe he's not quite.
Yeah,
he is. So Callum McGregor, that tells you everything you need to know about his fitness. He goes off, the Celtic captain, to be replaced by Tomoki Iwata, and James Forrest comes on for Yang.
Oh, there goes the...
You've not been a fan of his today, Hugh?
No, these two dreadful transfer windows that Celtic have had, Yang for me is part of it. But that was sorted in the summer. It was a symbolic move, as I said at kick-off time, to have the captain there, but he's clearly not fit. And Iwata will come in and do a solid job, if not a Callum McGregor at his best. And James Forrest, for me, he brings the experience of these occasions and loads of them. So Yang had to go off. He was not really contributing.
To say be fair, I thought Yang probably had his best 10
spell.
But I'm not surprised. And I'll tell you another one. You're looking, when we looked at that substitution, Hugh said it, and I think we'd all agree, Palmer would have probably come on, but he's went for the experience of Forrest, who knows how to go over the line here. I like that, because I've always said he has still plenty to offer.
Here he is. The Forrest gives you that pace, energy, and drive going forward. Palmer's very stop-start, and on a pitch like this, you don't want to stop-start things when you've got Aberdeen going one way and allow them time to get back into their shape. You want Forrest carrying the ball for you, and that's what he's going to bring.
Well, I think it's Iwata that's going to carry it in a wide left position, strangely. At the moment, waits for Hatate to join in.
Oh, he's got to slip Kyogo in there. Kyogo, McKenzie.
And here is James Forrest. He's trying to find the angle for the shot, and he finds the bottom corner.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
And that is why he is the man for these big occasions. How many times has James Forrest popped up for Celtic? And he's done it again. Aberdeen 1, Celtic 2. He cut in on the right, he kept cutting in, and then he cut in some more. Aberdeen were begging him to take the shot on. It might have taken a nick on its way, but it ends up in the bottom corner.
An instant impact from James Forrest. Course and distance, knows what's required on days like this. Tried one that didn't work for him, but deflection or not, he's put Celtic in front.
I don't think it is. I think McDonald just pulls his foot away.
No, in front of McDonald before it gets to him.
No, not deflection from McDonald. McDonald pulls his foot away, and that's what Rose is saying. Rose is saying, how can you pull your foot away?
He's not had a good game. No, that's straight in.
I thought I could see the way the ball was spinning. I had to stand corrected.
Straight in. By the way, I've got to say, managers live and die by their decisions. Well done to Brendan Rodgers if you're involved with Celtic. He's made the decision at the right time, brought on Forrest. He could have easily brought on Palmer, but I keep saying it, people write Forrest off. He's got too much experience and he's still got a lot to offer.
What you have to think now is that Celtic, having been behind, now in front, they need to understand that Aberdeen are wilting, have lost the self-belief that they had, and Celtic have to hammer home the advantage now and be tighter at the back than they have been.
It's an 8th goal in his career against Aberdeen, James Forrest. You know, he's been there so often, and he's done it on this stage as well, at the latter stages of cup competitions. And he's popped up again. So Celtic lead in this Scottish Cup semi-final, and Aberdeen need a response.
And you know what? I mean, for James Forrest, how much criticism does
what
he
a
take
chance.
for that is?
Chance for Aberdeen, but Miovski's touch takes him back the way, away from goal. And weirdly, conceding. It took conceding to wake Aberdeen up.
But they may get stung here when they commit bodies forward.
Kyogo
he's won a free kick.
He's won a free kick on this occasion.
I was just going to say, James Forrest takes so much criticism from the Celtic supporters. Some still not convinced, even though he's got this body of work and all these trophies and medals and goals behind him. People not convinced that he had any role to play. But Brendan Rodgers, remember, said he's still got a big part to play for us this season, and he may not contribute bigger than that.
When you were at Celtic, how did you handle that, Mark?
The criticism. Water off a duck's back to me. I used to go home and cry every night reading the forums.
I'm not going back. No, I'm not going back. But I don't know what it is. I know your point about, well, Aberdeen don't mean to sit back deep, but they've went deeper and deeper and deeper, right at Celtic onto them.
It's hard to understand, but up the tunnel full of belief, come back down the tunnel for the start of the second half, and wasn't there anymore.
I'll ask you again though, is it always by design? Is there sometimes an inevitability about it? I keep every time, right? And that's why I'm asking. Every single time in the history of our game, when an underdog starts well and then gets forced back later on, we always say, why have they chosen to go so deep? It makes me think that if it's happening every time, that it's not a conscious choice.
I just think they were pressing a lot better in the first half.
I would agree with that.
Right? A lot better in good areas, which allowed them to get up the pitch a little bit, which allowed them to get to Duke and Miovski. But so far, we'll get an opportunity here.
Yeah, Carter Vickers comes across and Jack McKenzie's just going to try and run him, but you know what happens when Carter Vickers gets the chance to get his body in the way.
He's been excellent in the second half, Carter Vickers. Hugh was right, bit ropey or a bit off colour should have seen the first half, but looks just his steady self this second half.
Not really seen Aberdeen get in the same areas
No,
have we
not the trouble.
to
You're
try
right.
and.
But
We saw it back at half time. Like he's not immune from criticism, but I really on this occasion feel strongly about taking anything away from the pass from Leighton Clarkson for that goal.
outstanding. Yeah, the more I saw it.
Here goes Celtic again, edge of the box, but it's worked out to Alistair Johnson instead, and then the cutback doesn't find Iwata. I wonder if the initial ball should have been a bit more direct.
Yeah, again, that's great from Carter Vickers on the front foot, winning it ahead of Miovski, putting his team on the front foot again. Rather than that, in the first half, that was coming into Miovski and he was bumping it off, and Aberdeen were getting up the pitch.
Free kick Celtic, just on the edge of shooting territory, although direct goals from shooting free kicks are not really Celtic's forte, are they? I can't think of too many.
Who takes them, O'Reilly?
Not many specialists, have they?
Hatati's knocked one or two in.
Has he?
Has he?
When?
Has he?
Last year. I'm sure he has.
Duke off.
I'm not surprised with that. He's ran his race for me. They need something different. Need a different option.
We're at a stage where, you know, whether it's this free kick or from open play, but we're at a stage where if Celtic do get a third goal now, you would think over.
Oh, it would be over. There's no doubt in that. I'll tell you what, if he scores for there, I'll go to the shop and buy you anything you want.
It's very far out, isn't it? That's a good 30. What are we going? 32.
Oh, I'd need 2 hits from there. I'd need to lay up.
Adam Ida is going to come on. Probably the end for Kyogo. Yeah, it's more than that actually. It's
a
fair
long way.
whack.
Touch to the side here for Hatate.
No tape Midger's getting out there.
Still think it's possible.
Not
if you hit it as high as Rio Hatate did.
Let's see, doesn't matter how good a player you are, set pieces are such a specialist area. I mean, Hatate's just an outstanding player and striker of a ball.
Will he keep Kyogo in here? No? Is he taking him off? Yeah.
Kyogo was at a very quiet afternoon. Aberdeen have marshalled him well. He did create Celtic's equaliser, you have to say, although albeit a mistake as well from Aberdeen. He goes off and Adam Ida comes on.
It's not a bad replacement. Gives him something different. He gives him that bit of, a wee bit more physical up top as well. Any balls coming in from the wide areas, Ida will go and certainly attack them. You've got to give credit to Aberdeen, because Kyogo, we know, is a top class footballer. He's very dangerous. They've done a lot of good work today on Kyogo.
Ida's been a good signing. No, Hugh was saying about disastrous transfer windows, but when you're signing players in January, you want players that make an impact when it really matters. I think Ida has made an impact when it really matters, and I wonder if Brendan Rodgers thinking about signing him permanent next season.
6 million?
Depends
6 million,
surely, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Are you going out 6 million, Matt?
6 million?
No.
Yes,
No.
I would go 6 million.
Catch yourself on.
Yeah.
You'd have Celtic down the Swanee, 3 months in charge.
Bank accounts drained. Where did that 80 million go?
I think they might be more amenable to paying a very good fee if they win the league.
Is that a possibility to take him back and loan?
Yeah, I think anything's possible, who knows. Hatate hits from distance, but it hits Adam Ida and goes out for a goal kick.
Yeah, I certainly like the look of him. I think he gives Celtic a little something different when he comes on or he starts up top. I think he'll score goals for you. I don't know if I'd be shelling out 6 million. Well, in fact, I do know. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
that's the going rate in England, though, and that's the problem when you bring players from England up on loan.
So go to a different market then.
Yeah, go to a different market.
Go and get another Kyogo for
exactly.
4.
So if you shop down there for loan players, when it comes up and they say, he's done quite well, okay, you want to buy him? Well, 6 million's a minimum for a striker.
Might get that for Mikey Johnson at this rate, though,
there
from
you
the
go.
Championship.
Yeah.
So break even, who knows. Plenty of time to debate that stuff in the summer, although I think we're going to have a pretty busy summer with Steve Clarke's side at the Euros. Don't really have a right back currently, which is an issue, but we can get to that later. It's all about the Scottish Cup today, and that's a good pass down the line from Nicholas Kuhn. It sets O'Reilly away. He's going to try and find Ida. Instead he finds
chance.
James Forrest. Really well defended Aberdeen.
Barron and Devlin do amazing there to get back, because it looked like Forrest was just going to burst the net.
I know they now find themselves behind in the game, but Aberdeen's application over the Peace Gordon's still been really good.
Yeah, I think the positives was certainly the first half. I thought they were excellent. Look, you're playing against Celtic. Celtic are firm favourites at a place they know how to win the semi-final. So it's always got to be a case when Celtic are dominating the game. They brought a substitute on. He's punished them. But look, they just need to. For me right now, I would be thinking there's still a lot of time in this clock. We're still in this semi-final. We could easily get the next goal and take it to extra time. But if you open yourself up too quickly and Celtic punish you, then it's good night. Back up the road.
Yeah, corner Celtic. They are definitely the team that has had the more comfort in the second half.
I think they've been good, Celtic, the second half, without really creating anything. You know, barring down Keller Rose's goal. I still think they've been good in getting into those areas much better than they did the first half. First half they were poor at joining passes together and kept giving away possession. It's been different this period, and that might go into why Aberdeen's been pinned back, of course.
That corner just ended up in a Cameron Carter-Vickers glancing header wide.
You see this chance again here. Forrest, he actually takes a good.
Yeah, and Barron's just on him.
Yeah. It's good defending. Really good defending. His eyes must have lit up there thinking I'm on a double here.
Yeah. You're right about highlighting the Brendan Rodgers decision. He's got Palma on the bench and he's got Ida on the bench. Keep Kyogo going, but he goes for James Forrest. It's always nice when you get rewarded right away.
Oh, it's nice from Adam Ida. Hatate just can't make up his mind, and it's a corner.
Over elaborate. There was a chance there, and it was a wonderful ball from Ida. He just take it first time, but there's always a tendency to over elaborate, as if that the goal's not perfect enough unless I take 17 touches.
I think he's waiting for a defender to commit and then just take it to the side and slot it in. But it was good defending again. But Celtic are really pressing for this third goal now.
Yeah, Riley's corner again, but this time well defended Aberdeen. And someone's down. It's going to be a free kick.
It's so one-sided now. You just wonder when the Aberdeen equalizer's coming. You know, it's totally Celtic's game.
Not sure who's gone down or what real infringement there was, but
the Aberdeen player bump into his own. I didn't think the referee could give a free kick for that. No, it's a Celtic throw in. I think whoever it was for Aberdeen just went down, bumped into his own player. So Celtic still in and around the Aberdeen box here.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure from Celtic at the moment. I think everybody knows that the third would more than likely kill this off. Adam Ida's in a sort of wide right position, not really what he was brought on for. He's doing well at it, incidentally, but if he's the one swinging the balls in, who's going to arrive would be the thought.
Nice tidy feet for a big guy.
As the cliche,
yeah.
Nice tidy feet.
Yes,
I like
well
that.
pedicured.
Yeah.
Just a wee pass that he slipped in there for Rio Hatate. You know, the delicacy of the pass.
And well defended Celtic as Aberdeen looked to even try and get into the Celtic half.
Well, Joe Hart's had nothing really to do this second half. Maybe the free kick early on that put Celtic under a wee bit of pressure right at the beginning of the second half. But that's been about it. You know, Aberdeen being poor, never really get anything going like they did in the first half. And Clarkson's fell out the game. McGrath, of course, fell out the game. You know, Duke whipped off. Miovski, just non-existent now. You take those players out the game, then of course you're struggling.
Yeah, it certainly has been a much different second half, but as we alluded to, maybe there is an inevitability about that. We said it at half time, this is not hindsight. Could Aberdeen keep that up, and would Celtic be as ineffective? Those two things had to happen, and it maybe was never going to be the case.
Yeah, I just wonder if Peter Leaven will change his tactics now. I mean, he's got 15 minutes on the clock to go. Can you afford just to keep sitting this deep? Is it worthwhile pressing Celtic higher up the pitch to try and win it higher up the pitch?
There was a dangled toe which maybe would have invited Alistair Johnson, but he decided against it.
James Forrest desperate to get this second goal for himself.
He's looked brilliant since he come on. I've got to say, he looks like he's enjoying his spell on the pitch.
He's got a job for life and at the club. Job for life.
A job? What do you think? Do you think he's not going into coaching?
Oh, he'll go into anything he wants. He'll be doing the tours at Celtic Park. It doesn't matter. He's there for forever, doing the lounges.
I don't know if guys like James Forrest playing in this modern era need to do the lounges, with no disrespect to those
but
who
he's
do,
a Celtic man. He'll be there.
I think the bank balance will be fine to just sit back.
What do you think he'll do?
I think he'll just
He'll be able to buy a
off
lounge.
into the sunset. I don't think he's one of these guys that.
A quiet guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll just go away and enjoy his life after his
Do the
career.
after dinner circuit? Do you think?
Yeah. I can't see that happening.
Well, it's a competition he likes over the years. James Forrest, you look at the success rate in it, he's got quite a few of them to his name. 6 in total, going for a
6
7th
winners
this season.
Does he get 6 winners going?
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
That's good, is it?
That's
Thanks
good.
for that endorsement.
Devlin Dunn, is he?
Yeah, he's been
Was
in
like that problem from earlier on.
in the wars today, hasn't he?
Yeah. And then what you don't want when you're in the wars is James Forrest coming up against you. But just seeing the Forrest go again, he comes inside, and you know, with Forrest, if he's playing the left side, and I played against him when I went back to Dundee United on the left side, you know, you want to shut that inside off as much as possible. Aberdeen allow him to come in, but it's McDonald 6 yards to goal, pulling his right foot away, and Roos at that time can't do anything about the shot. I don't know why you would get in your head that'll pull my foot away because that's going wide. You need to deal with immediate danger, and that's in front of you, the ball. So a poor afternoon for McDonald.
It's a really strange one. I keep seeing it back and almost think, well, it must have taken deflection, but it doesn't when you see it from behind. But it just, because he doesn't even get that much on.
It's a team shot.
He doesn't
it's
get
a team
that much
effort.
purchase on.
And what beats Roos, because people seen that right away, and my instant reaction was the goalkeeper should probably save that. And then I'm wondering what he's moaning at. I'm thinking it's in usual goalkeeper fashion, he's shouting at everybody to deflect. But when you see the replay, he can't react quick enough because his defender pulls his foot away.
A couple of changes then for Aberdeen. Going to mix it up.
Yeah,
Sockler's come on for Dante Polvara. For anyone who isn't aware of Sockler's work, he wears 19 and Miovski wears 9. They're about the same size, they've got the same haircut, and they're very tough to tell apart on the pitch. So,
well, they are going to have to make a very big difference in a very short space of time, because Aberdeen have not been at it at all in the second half here. And Celtic, if they were to score, of course it's all over at 3-1. So 10 minutes of regulation time, and here they come.
Yeah, here go Aberdeen, they're 2-on-1, and it's the pass, it's been found. Hoylett into the box, and Joe Hart comes out, and it goes wide. He actually slices it wide, does Junior Hoylett. That, you wonder if that was Aberdeen's real chance. Does another one like that come along?
No, his touch is terrible. It's great play. 2 centre backs going for a one ball. I can't believe that. His touch, I don't know why he's taking his touch so far left. If he just takes a touch, he's got a great opportunity. Brilliant with Joe Hart once again. He's out there putting pressure on him. But you, in a semi-final against Celtic, you got to do better.
From Celtic's perspective, Mark, why does Liam Scales go and try and challenge for a ball that's Cameron Carter-Vickers is to challenge for?
Well, my argument would be, does Cameron Carter-Vickers need to go that side?
Right, okay.
Scales' side.
Okay,
but
so
let Scales deal with that.
That was under it already.
Perhaps I need to see it back. But anyway, the two of them can't be the one side and leave a runner in. What a let-off from Celtic. Daz is right. Hoylett's touch is so bad that allows Joe Hart just to narrow the angle, and it's some let-off that for Celtic.
Hoylett's still wondering where Neil Willard went.
Yeah, it's a really poor touch from him. I'm almost certain that can't have been his intention, because why would you try and take it so wide? He just doesn't get the control he needed.
Another red flag, another warning for Celtic that this isn't over. Plenty of time left, 9 regulation minutes, probably another 5 added on, and here come Aberdeen again.
Yeah, Aberdeen looking a bit more like it. It looked for a long time like they were out of this, but we've seen this a bit from Celtic this season, Mark. Celtic's best, and this is incredible. There is a bit of good fortune about that, because it rocketed off an Aberdeen player's face, Conor Barron, which then made it deflect off a Celtic player and out for a corner. Sometimes you've just got to suck it up, Mark Wilson.
Well, yeah, it's a good wee spell this for Aberdeen, and to be fair, Peter Leaven changed things up, and again he's got a good reaction from his side. So an opportunity for Aberdeen now to put this, I was going to say put this right on top of Joe Hart, but it's Hoylett with an outswinger it's going to be.
Yeah, can he provide the ball that makes amends for that missed chance? Aberdeen have been so far out of the second half, and yet they had that golden opportunity. They have swapped Jack McKenzie with the in-swinger. He'll need to do better than he did in the first half. They were all very high and loopy. That one looks a bit better, but it doesn't quite get beyond Adam Ida.
Good position that from Ida. You know, big physical presence in that front post area. That's what he's there for. Don't let that ball beat you at the front post. But he just couldn't divert his header out the box. Instead, behind for a corner. Now it's going to be Hoyle with an outswinger.
Yeah, it might not be the worst for Aberdeen to mix it up. And it does look... It gets into the 6-yard box, but Celtic deal with it quite comfortably initially. And then at the third time of asking as well, away it goes.
Well, if you're Keller Roos, you're putting us right back in top of the... Oh, no, he's went short. I mean, he's...
That's a terrific ball.
That's a good ball.
Yeah, terrific into the... It takes Carter Vickers out into the wide areas. If they can put a ball in here...
Yeah, it's Clarkson and Johnson just dueling down in that left-hand side, a shaded bit of the Hampden pitch. It's a great ball from Clarkson. Scales is not convincing.
They're having a good spell, Aberdeen.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Forcing in another corner, are they?
Yes, corner to Aberdeen.
Well, Scales not convincing, as you say, Gordon, and Carter Vickers having uncertain moments as well. It's not done. Celtic need to be careful.
Yeah, it's, I mean, nervy times. Again, having been there, even though you've been in top for a lot of the game, just one person switching off can cost you.
Oh, it's another claim in the Celtic box by Aberdeen. Didn't look to have the same conviction as the claim from the first half, but that doesn't necessarily mean there was nothing doing. And Connor Barron, that is wonderful.
A great pass,
that is brilliant. Aberdeen chance to cross it in the box, poor one. Celtic are clinging on a bit here, which we never thought we would say, given the way this second half had gone up until now.
O'Reilly almost put them in danger again there.
The change of formation certainly helped Aberdeen here. They're certainly on the front foot, but they just need to be careful. Another chance now.
Definitely on the front foot.
Have a shot
Hoyle,
from there.
right footed. Carter Vickers has got such a knack of blocking goal bound shots, doesn't he?
He just isn't afraid, is he, to take it anywhere in his body for the team.
It's going to be a tense finish here, I have to say. But Joe Hart comes and he's dropped it. Is he going to get the free kick? He doesn't. And Carter Vickers on the line. Is it how many shots does he block? That's incredible. It is on the line from a couple of yards out. I don't know if the decision did eventually come in Joe Hart's favour, did it?
I'm not sure if it is. I'm not sure it was a foul. Joe Hart just, drops the ball, but he has got pressure. Maybe Miovski kind of barges into him, but his big defender helps him out because he's on the line. Yeah, I would say that's a foul on Joe Hart. Yeah.
See, this is the irony, because I think goalies are protected far too much, and it does my head in. But that probably was a foul.
I would think so. Great block from Carter Vickers.
Anyway, double change for Celtic to try and inject a bit of something, maybe even waste a bit of time as well. Luis Palma replaces Nicholas Kuhn, and Paulo Bernardo is going to come onto the field as well.
I think even that in management, just recognising when your team has come under probably 5 minutes of pressure there, just to take the sting out of things, make a couple of changes, derail Aberdeen a wee bit. So Brendan Rodgers got a lot of things right today, even though his players weren't tip top in the first half. Doing okay at the minute.
Hatati going off. Now, just while there's a slight lull in play, it's a difficult schedule this for us. We've got a lot of things to try and get through. Let's quickly get some team news from Tannadice, because it could have been a big weekend for Dundee United against Ayr Roger Hannah. Obviously still can be in some way, but the championship is almost done and dusted.
Almost done and dusted, yeah. Race win at Inverness last night keeps it going a little bit, Gordon. But if Dundee United, I should say, beat Ayr United today, they'll go 6 points clear with 2 to play. They have a vastly superior goal difference. They're currently 35 goals better off than Race. So Tannadice is definitely in party mood this afternoon. 11,000 tickets sold to Dundee United fans. They didn't have this many here for Mark Wilson's farewell, so that tells you how big a game it is for Dundee United and Jim Goodwin this afternoon. 2 changes to the side that won at Capello 8 days ago. Miller Thompson preferred to Liam Grimshaw at right back, and as a blow, the captain Ross Docherty misses out injured, and that means Jordan Tilson comes into the midfield. So it's Jack Walton in goal, a back four: Miller Thompson, Sam McClelland, Ross Graham and Scott McMahon. The midfielders Jordan Tilson and Craig Sibbald. Then Kai Fotheringham, The stand-in skipper Tony Watt and Glenn Middleton behind top scorer Louis Moult. On the bench, Newman, Grimshaw, Cujo, Harding, Mockery, Witherspoon, Meekison, Gallagher and McLeod. Ayr make one change from the side they beat Arbroath 5-0 last Saturday. Mark McKenzie preferred in the right of midfield to Francis Amarte. That means Josh Clark in goal, the back four. Nick McAllister, George Stanger, Jack Sanders and the skipper Frankie Musonda. Midfield, Mark McKenzie, Ben Dempsey, Harry McHugh and Jamie Murphy. Up top, Anton Dowds and Kurt Willoughby. On the bench, only 7 substitutes. Logan Chalmers ineligible against his parent club, and Paul Smith missing out injured. So that means Albinson, McGinty, McGinley, McGeady, Tomlinson, Amarte and Bryden. The referee at Tannadice is Craig Napier.
Yeah, huge day in the Championship, and it's a big chance for Celtic. That would have been it wrapped up, you'd have to say. Liam Scales, the former Aberdeen loanee, arriving. He probably arrived a bit too early for the cross, and he heads it over the bar. Good chance.
I think you're right, Gordon. I think he's just in a little bit too early. It's behind him. It's a good ball in, but yeah, he's a bit unlucky there. He just goes too early. If he just delays his run, I think he's got a free header.
Yeah, nice ball in from Awata there to pick him out, but you're right, he's just ahead of it a wee bit. He's trying to always get his neck round it to divert it back. Goes over, and that would have killed it and made these closing few minutes much more comfortable for Celtic.
Yeah, 88 gone, Hugh, that would have been it.
Oh, for sure, but there's time added on. There's still time for Aberdeen to shock Celtic. It's been a funny afternoon for Celtic. Good bits, bad bits, but they are in front, and there's something far wrong if you find yourself getting taken into extra time from this position.
I'd be surprised if Aberdeen get a better chance than Hoylett, I've got to say. I thought that was the defining moment for Aberdeen. They're pressing, they'll throw bodies forward, they've just got to be careful.
Well, could this be it? Jamie McGrath, I thought he was going to go shot from distance. He's got that in his locker, but he keeps it, and now he's going to put a deep ball in. It's not a bad one. Alistair Johnson has to head it away for another corner.
By the way, he gets the wrong side there in Miovski as well, Alistair Johnson, so he's always fighting to try and get back, and he manages to do enough just to head it behind.
There's no solidity. There is no solidity from Celtic from set pieces. The goalkeeper, for me, sticks to his line. There's no defensive pattern there. They seem to go into a panic mode.
Yeah, and as the ball comes in, it's a really good defensive header.
I think the opposite today, Hugh. I think from set pieces they've been strong. I think they've managed to deal with things.
It's been the giving
fine.
away of set pieces that's probably been the issue, but once they've come in, they've not really looked like wavering on them. But you never know. Here's Hoylett again. He's got a lot of space on this left hand side. Surely he's going to take Alistair Johnson into the box. It's crossed in, and it's a goal at Hampden.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
What a finish to this. We are heading for extra time, unless there's another twist in the tail. It's Sockler. The Aberdeen fans spill onto the track at Hampden. Jubilation in the red end, because it's Aberdeen 2, Celtic 2, and Sockler equalises in the 90th minute. Hugh Keevins.
Celtic to blame, architects of their own downfall. Had the second half, have not taken care of what they should have done, and I would fancy Aberdeen now.
I'm not going to look at Celtic. I think Aberdeen, by the way, how they've approached this last 5 minutes or so, or even longer, has been great. And when you see Hoylett, loads of space, and Johnson gives him too much space and then backs off into the box. But what a ball this is. Shifts it onto his left foot, dinks it to the back post.
Brilliant header.
And what a header that is. A fantastic ball from Hoylett.
I've got to say, I think Celtic make this very easy for Aberdeen. Johnson can't allow that to happen, but once he does, it's a brilliant pick out, left foot, back post. Scales is absolutely no chance. Terrific goal from Aberdeen, but if you're Celtic, Alistair Johnson has got to go out and try and close the ball.
What
down.
about even before that though? Celtic have the ball, they've got the chance to break. I can't remember who it is that tries to force a pass forward and it's cut out. Is that not the real moment?
Without doubt, that it's poor from a Celtic point of view in that respect, and Daz is totally right about Johnson. But I think when you're Aberdeen and you're running on empty and you think the belief's gone, and bear in mind Hoylett missed a gilt-edged opportunity, so how's he feeling? To stand that up in the 90th minute like that takes a lot of ability.
We're into 6 additional minutes. The goal came just at the start of that, so we might even still have about 6 from now. There's always a minimum that's added on, remember. So in this VAR era, you've always got a bit of time, and that might be the case. Celtic will go back up the other end and try and rescue this one, and they are into the box. Corner, Celtic.
It's been a brilliant semi-final, you've got to say. From the
excellent.
Well, from minute 2 when Aberdeen scored, okay, it was a bit bitty, but we've had a bit of everything in it. Even, you know, the handball debate, and then both managers making substitutions, both substitutions having a real impact in how the game's swung. And who knows who's going to go on and win it now.
Yeah, it feels like it's anybody's now. The balance of the second half was very hard to see beyond Celtic, but Aberdeen have rallied late on. They've got that equaliser, but here's Forrest into the box. Oh, and we've seen him do that one before, where he shapes it with the outside of the right boot, but he started it too central, and it's a relatively easy hold for Kellerus in the end.
I think James Forrest is disappointed in himself. I think he knows he's got that in his locker to start it wider and just find that bottom corner. Was it against Motherwell he did that in a cup final? Was it one time he found the bottom corner and that goal? That's an opportunity.
Celtic have lost a little bit of that composure, I've had. You know, they were in total control of the game, and then all of a sudden the substitutions from Aberdeen have made such a big difference.
Yeah, and yet that was a good opening for Celtic, but I think there's a head knock that's just going to cause a bit of a delay. Let's quickly get team news from Partick Thistle Airdrie with Fraser Wishart.
To play here for those two teams as well, Gordon. Still got to seal that playoff place, but I think in reality they're there and they'll be playing each other in the playoffs in a couple of weeks, and the only matter really on the park will be who will get advantage at home in the second leg, which the managers will want. Also the not so small matter of a difference in prize money between third and fourth place, around 80,000-90,000, which both managers like in their budget next season. Of course, a win for either would still be in the minds of the opposition when they play each other, as I said, in just a couple of weeks. So plenty to play for here at Firhill. Looking forward to a good game. Airdrie won their last 4, Thistle 3 wins and 2 draws in their last 5, so both in pretty good form going into this game. For Thistle, they've made 2 changes out. One change out goes Xander McKenzie, in comes experienced Scott Robinson. 4-2-3-1, David Mitchell in goal, Jack McMillan, Luke Macbeth, Aaron Muirhead and Harry Milne at the back. 2 in midfield, Lewis Nielsen and Kerr McInroy with Ben Stanway, with Scott Robinson, Kerr McInroy and Aidan Fitzpatrick behind the striker Brian Graham, Ross Stewart, Stuart Bannigan, Kieran Ngenwa, Daniel O'Reilly, Blair Alston, Xander McKenzie, Rico Diak, Shea Campbell and Thomas Horn are their substitutes. 2 changes for Airdrie. Ballantyne and Frizzell are out completely, and in come McGregor and Lyle. Looks like a 4-4-2. Robbie Hemfrey in goals, Kanayo Megwa, Craig Watson, Callum Fordyce and Mason Hancock at the back. Aaron Lyle, Charlie Telfer, Dean McMaster and Lewis McGregor in midfield, with 2 strikers, Nikolai Todorov and Gabby McGill. The subs, David Hutton, Aaron Taylor Sinclair, Josh O'Connor, Callum Gallagher, Elliot Dunlop, Chris Donnell, Cameron Rowley, Gavin Gallagher and Alistair Spalding. And the referee today is Ian Snedden.
Oh, it's a huge chance for Celtic at the back post. Luis Palma can't convert the header. Is that brilliant defending? Is there a touch?
I didn't see
the
it in real
header
time.
comes back in, it's a cross from the right hand side. Palma arrives at the back post. It looked like he had got it wrong, but I think the sliding Aberdeen defender gets a touch on it, and here come Aberdeen. They're in the box, there's a slip and it's fired at Liam Scales. This is not over yet. What a cup tie. We're in the 96th minute. Tension all around the National Stadium. This is incredible stuff.
Well, Aberdeen, the next goal is the winner, as they say, but Celtic repelled them for now. I think Celtic have only themselves to blame for it being 2-2 and into extra time. There was so much wrong with Aberdeen's equaliser from a Celtic perspective that Brendan Rodgers must be severely concerned, but looks like extra time now.
You don't want that at the edge of your box. Scales does well to get it away,
and yet Palma had the big chance to win it there, didn't he?
What an opportunity, and quite similar to the Aberdeen goal, how it was dinked up to the back post. I actually think Ida might have just put him off because he was right in his way.
Yep. Here comes Celtic. It's going to be one last chance. They're into the box. Adam Ida. Oh, it's a brilliant block. And it's a corner to Celtic. That was the cup tie right there. Adam Ida, 12 yards out, maybe even less. Chance to shoot at goal. I think it might hit the face of Jack McKenzie, not entirely sure, but that was it. That was the chance to put this, and forget 12 yards, it's 6 yards, and it hits Jack McKenzie in the face.
Terrific play from Celtic down the left hand side. great interpassing. He'd must think, I've won it for Celtic here in the semi-final. A little bit. I think he gives McKenzie that opportunity to slide in, but take nothing away from McKenzie. Absolutely brilliant.
What an end to this cup tie. Celtic thought they had won it. It's going to be another corner to Celtic, or is it?
Value kick.
Both sets of players are claiming for it. It has gone the way of Aberdeen. That looked like a bit of a guess. I suppose you have to do that sometimes. You can tell by the delay. Not sure anyone really knows who that came off last. Adam Ida seems really convinced though that should have been a Celtic corner, and I think that might be the last action of this game. Both sides with chance to win it, and it is that it?
Yes,
finished. I think it is. It's finished here at Hampden. 2-2, Aberdeen 2, Celtic 2. We're heading to extra time, and that's coming next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Hop by the Glasgow, Hamilton, Ayr, Stirling or Edinburgh Lookers Audi between the 25th and 29th of April to take advantage of enhanced offers on the fully electric range.
Get in pole position for cheaper van insurance with mustard.co.uk. With top insurance providers, a 5-minute pit stop with us could get you out in front in the race to savings. See what you could save and compare your van insurance today with mustard.co.uk. T's and C's apply. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Hop by the Glasgow, Hamilton, Ayr, Stirling or Edinburgh Lookers Audi between the 25th and 29th of April to take advantage of enhanced offers on the fully electric range. Scottish football's league leader. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
And we are back underway at Hampden. It's Aberdeen 2, Celtic 2. We are in extra time. Hugh Keevins, the Scottish Cup, this famous old competition. We've had some memorable ties over the years, and we could be witnessing another one here today.
Well, I think that Celtic have only themselves to blame for the tie going to extra time. They have played poorly. For the majority of the game, they have had the one or two moments, in particular James Forrest's goal, but they haven't played well at all, and defensively they've been highly suspect, and there was everything wrong about Celtic's defending when Aberdeen made it 2-2. So Brendan Rodgers' record of never having lost a Scottish Cup tie is in serious jeopardy.
Yeah, I think if you're in the Celtic camp, I agree with you, Hugh, that they've only themselves to blame, but flip it over. The substitutions from the Aberdeen manager made all the difference. It gave them a new bit of life, the belief. They press forward and deservedly get back into this cup tie. So I think sometimes you've got to give credit to Aberdeen.
Well, I'm not taking away from Aberdeen at all. I'm just first of all making the point that it's Celtic's fault because they have had in the second half almost total domination of the game.
It's only really the last 5-10 minutes where it looked like Aberdeen had any chance.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like Celtic would kick on. And Mark, the great thing about this extra time is it's anybody's.
Yeah.
You know, let's say Aberdeen had got themselves in a 2-goal lead, but Celtic had scored and scored again, and you think, this is only going Celtic's way. It just doesn't feel that way.
Well, you'd think that Aberdeen were feeling good about themselves going into this period of extra time with the way that they finished.
Celtic almost won it in the 96th
right away.
minute.
Yeah, of course. But the substitutions are key for both sides going into extra time. How many times have we seen extra time just petering out because the players are dead on their feet? How many substitutions nowadays that there should still be plenty of action in this next 30 minutes that we've got? But look, I know what you're saying, Hugh. You blame Celtic and you can analyse the goals, but I think well done Aberdeen, because it's only natural the last 5 minutes of a game you throw caution to the wind. It's the quality of the Aberdeen goal. You know, the Hoylett's dinked to the back post in the 90th minute. That's not an easy thing to do.
Well, how many times have we seen it almost at every level of football, even if there is a disparity between the teams? If there's one goal in it at the end of the game, the team who's the perceived favourite can still be clinging on. It's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is. But you need that moment of quality. And if Hoylett, puts that out the pitch, he puts it too long, that just peters out. Celtic see the game out and it's an easy win. But to dink it up and then for Soccer to have the finish,
And
great substitution.
Then you need that bit, Gordon, where Adam Ida's got it 7-8 yards from goal and his eyes light up. And Aberdeen are in again, and Joe Hart comes out, but it goes wide. It's a very similar chance to the one Miovski scored from at the beginning of the game. It is a huge opportunity for Aberdeen. Scales' header went straight to the Dons. It was tight. I'm not sure what VAR would have made of the offside, but it does go wide of the target anyway.
Yeah, and once again, Joe Hart is off his line, trying to make it difficult. He's waiting for the ball to catch up. It's just, if there was a wee bit more pace in that ball, Miovski's staring down the barrel on our goal.
Mark, the balls into midfield from Liam Scales and from the Celtic defence are not working. Aberdeen are cutting every one of them out, and it's Killian Phillips on that occasion who did it. He's an absolute powerhouse.
Well, it is the downfall of Liam Scales' game. You know, so many times he tries to fish an easy pass in that gets cut out. But Aberdeen, by the way, threading those passes through the eye of a needle so many times today have been exceptional at it. It was Clarkson in the first half, and then we saw another one, perfectly weighted. Sockler, it was behind him a bit, but should hit the target.
Sockler? Sorry, I thought it was Miovski.
Yeah. And this is, look, for a start, it's crazy to go down these lines in many ways because of the budgets, and Celtic should have loads in reserve. But in an ideal world, if you're Brendan Rodgers, you're now going into a long period in a game where Hitate's not playing and Kyogo's not playing, and you know you've almost made those changes.
McGregor
to try
as well, your leader, your captain.
Try and see the game out.
Yeah, well, that's where you need quality from those guys that are probably sitting with their faces tripping them on the bench because they're not starters. It's now their opportunity to go and state why they should be playing. And same for the Aberdeen players. So of course you'd like your full strength team, but we've seen Hitate, he runs his race after 70 minutes. McGregor's certainly not the McGregor we know. Especially
lately in the last 20 minutes they've been very careless with just simple balls that you'd expect to just go to a green and white jersey. They're just giving the ball away a bit cheaply, and I think Aberdeen are starting to really fancy this.
By the way, Aberdeen look much more comfortable in the ball at the start of this period of extra time than they ever did at any period in the second half. And you think they'd be tired, and you think they might go more direct.
Very hard.
Not at all.
If we went back to, I don't know, 70th minute, 75th minute, you could not really see this coming, could you?
No, not at all. But they fancy it, Aberdeen, because they think, put it anywhere near Carter, Vickers and Scales and you've got a chance here.
Well, I said after Hoylett's chance that's probably their best one, and they showed me that I'm not getting all my predictions right today, and a terrific goal.
You were spot on about Johnson though, for the goal. I know I keep giving credit to Hoylett, but Johnson allows him all the space in the world to then
jogs out, doesn't close it down.
Deliberating the point though, is it because Celtic give it away in a crazy area that he's kind of not where he should? You know,
he's much further in than he should be. Yeah, but I still
Celtic
think
just need to be a lot tidier at that point in the game.
Of course, no doubt about it.
None of that really comes about.
No doubt, but I think still when you see the distance
between
them, once it gets there, he needs to get out quicker.
I obviously do respect that, but I suppose what I mean is you're never going to stop every cross coming into your box, are you? You're just not.
No, but
you've never seen a game of football where you stop every cross.
But you've got
in.
to have the desire. You look at Aberdeen's defending in this game; they've been throwing themselves in front of things in the box.
In the box, that's my point, though.
But you've got to get closer.
Or in line of the cross.
Football, you've got to go and try. I'm not saying he could have, but he's got to put him under a little bit of pressure.
By the way, the tiredness as well, because they play for Celtic doesn't mean they're not tired. How many underlaps and overlaps did we see Johnson do in the second half? A lot. So when he's asked to defend, when he's not been defending for a long period, legs are heavy.
Well, Bojan Miovski's legs are heavy. He's down getting the old stretch to see if he can continue. He has put a shift in, and I suppose that's credit to Aberdeen. It's not like they took him off and put Sockler on. They put them both up there. So Conor Barron at the same time, both suffering. And Miovski's might be worse than that. He's limping pretty heavily. Yeah, Shaden Morris may be the man coming on. We'll get final confirmation. Yeah, it is.
That's a big blow.
Yes, without doubt.
He's a terrific player, but. Look, he's run his race, so someone else has got to go on and give them that bit of energy up front. But he'll be pleased with his day's work. Got a goal early doors, worked very hard indeed. and his side's still in this cup tie.
Well, Liam Scales is allowed to carry it all the way to about 40 yards from goal. Aberdeen retreating a bit here. It's not always been a terrible tactic for them. They have crowded Celtic out on occasion, but if you leave it too long, then Celtic do find a way through, like they did in that second half. Confirmation of that change, Miovski off, Morris on. Celtic fans, I'm sure, will be delighted, although Morris is lightning quick. He's not had a great season, but if he can just find that one moment where it all comes together for him, it can be dangerous.
If the Celtic fans are delighted, it would be one of the few things we've had to be delighted about this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good ball in though from Celtic, but Aberdeen defend it again, and you just have to be wary of the waves of attack that come sometimes. That's what Celtic are trying to do here. Sustain one, and there is a ball for Adam Ida. It's just too high for him. Corner Celtic.
Defended brilliantly again, but it was a good ball in from O'Reilly. Celtic need a little bit more of that, a little bit more quality, but they're starting to ask the question again.
The one thing they don't want is they don't want penalties, Celtic, because
why?
Well, they're poor at penalties for a start, you know. So
fair point, Hugh. How's Aberdeen's record?
I couldn't honestly swear to that one.
Well, he's palmed a ball in, but it's nowhere near a green and white jersey. That's a tidy touch though from Paulo Bernardo. It doesn't help him and Matt O'Reilly do look quite similar from a distance, but I'm sure it was the Portuguese. And Aberdeen are now quite deep.
They've got every player behind the ball,
box almost as well.
Every single player.
But I suppose these are the ones. How do you get out from here when Celtic have it kind of on the box? It's nice intricate stuff, but Forrest is just in the stretch. It was a really nice move, Celtic. Wonder if James Forrest had to take it first time, Mark.
Well, he seemed to have a wee bit of time there, but I think he's trying to square that, is he? But nice play, and sometimes that's what you need. A wee bit of magic at the edge of the box. Was it Bernardo that flicked that over? But yeah, Aberdeen now want an opportunity to get bodies further forward and swing it the other way.
If you're Aberdeen, you sitting thinking, I would take penalty kicks.
Well, Fraser Wishart was pointing out to me there that Miovski's their penalty taker. He's gone off. Hatati's taken some for Celtic. He's gone off. McGregor would have taken in a shootout, you'd have to say. He's off. Matt O'Reilly, who took one in the Old Firm game, still on. Adam Ida would take, wouldn't he?
If I'm Aberdeen, I'm taking my chance. Penalty kicks.
It's just such a lottery. Penalty.
Yeah,
of course you would.
If
you're Aberdeen, for Celtic, not a chance, because it's a lottery. We've seen that midweek again with the Champions League games. Just the best players in the world miss them, and that
Bernardo
sort of pressure.
Silva.
Oh my goodness, what a terrible penalty that is. And then the goalie, I think we'll see Joe Hart if it goes to penalty.
By the way, how good is that penalty kick?
But imagine you're one of the outfield players and the goalie's going in front of you. What is that saying about you?
He's not just any goalie.
I know, he's very special.
I think if you're one of his teammates, you probably know how good he is with his feet. But
I get that.
I take your point generally. It's never ideal if you're an outfield player, but there we go. 101 minutes on the clock at Hampden. Aberdeen 2, Celtic 2. We do have our top team round 3 of the Championship grounds, but they're just sitting.
They 3 are getting easy to do,
soaking this in.
Absolutely easy to do.
Game of the day at
Firhill,
without doubt.
What, as in like over this one?
Or
no. Just in the
just right, nearly. I forgot about this one.
That big Championship game at Firhill.
Oh, it'll be good.
Yeah, it'll be a great game.
Action there.
2-year-old teams. Well,
that's it.
Exactly. You'll not know who to support.
Thistle.
You say
that too quick.
You get the in for your national insurance number.
Celtic still probing here. You wonder if crosses like that are going to do it a bit.
Not sure about that. Yeah,
they do have Adam Ida now, which is a bit different. Mark, you're looking. He could potentially outmuscle someone and get on the end of it.
I think so. Yeah, if you put it in the right area for him. But a couple of the crosses aiming towards Palma, we already seen him. Miss that header at the back post.
I don't mean to over-exaggerate, Hugh, because it's not like they're banging down the door, but is this starting to look a bit more of a worry for Aberdeen again?
Well,
just in terms of territory.
Yes, but that's been the pattern of the game, and they've come back. There's tremendous resilience, Aberdeen, all day long. Yes, Celtic look dominant at the moment, but today's game has shown us that doesn't necessarily prove anything.
Yeah, you don't want to try and come back a third time though. That was the point I was trying tried to make.
The only encouraging thing is the goalkeeper hasn't really been tested. As much as Celtic are dominating this period of extra time, they've not really tested the goalkeeper.
Barron looks out on his feet.
He's been outstanding today. The ground covered from him. It's a poor ball. If Scales can keep it alive, then he'll do well, but he's offside anyway. So just a bit of respite for Aberdeen. There'll be no hurry to take the free kick. Kelleroos will just take the sting out of this, you would think, and just try to get them over the line to the first period. Half time.
Another 12-13 minutes. The water bottles will be coming round by the goalkeepers to have a look where the penalty kicks.
Oh, the homework.
Oh, I like that. I love that. Good water bottle.
I didn't realise Johnny Hayes was on the coaching team now at Aberdeen. He's got the AirPod in, and giving instructions just there.
I don't know if is that official or is it just.
Well, unless he's listening to music or us.
No, I mean, like, is that him? Is he that far out the team now, or?
He certainly looked like he was a fully fledged member of the.
Good on him.
Yeah. Well, a man with plenty of experience, plenty of history with both clubs.
Doesn't make you a good coach, Mark, as you found out.
Harsh, I would say.
I got a 2-2 draw last night, so
another one.
There you go.
Yeah, the Partick Thistle under 18s are on a good run.
The new Montgomery here.
I'm watching how Nick plays. Pretty similar. It was like a basketball game last night.
Scales actually does. He's picked his last couple of passes quite well. I know he's had some stick today, but it was Palmer that lost it. But he does have it back and just tries to find a teammate. It's a teasing ball, but it's too teasing for Kelleroos.
Yeah, and there you go. That highlights the quality of Hoylett's ball. Greg Taylor, similar position, just needs to put more on it because he's got bodies at the back post and he just undercooks it, allows Roos to come out and take it. A bit better there for. See, if he just puts a bit more on it, Ida's in the position that Sokler is.
Ida knows it. He can see he's frustrated.
Yeah.
He knows that could have been the one, and it's definitely Celtic in the ascendancy here. But that's not. I don't mean to overstate that point. It's not like they're banging down the door, but they definitely are enjoying a mini period and where it looks like they'll be the most likely. But this has, as Hugh says, it's swung back and forward a few times today. It's been a great game, first and foremost. Someone will be unhappy at the end of it all, but for us, let's just point that out. It's been a brilliant cup tie.
I think Peter Leven has to take huge credit how he's managed the team, not only today, but remember the game he took charge against Celtic and he got his tactics spot on. He certainly has again today.
Oh, here's Celtic down the side of the box. Can they find a cut back? Matt O'Reilly, goal!
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
A huge moment in this cup tie. Will that be the final say, or is there another sting in the tail? It's Aberdeen 2, Celtic 3. It was a good move down the right. Alistair Johnson, it was cut back. It eventually found Matt O'Reilly. He kept his cool and fired high into the top corner. 106 on the clock. Extra time being played. Celtic lead again.
The City of Glasgow vernacular has an expression to fit any occasion, and the expression which fits this occasion is that Celtic should get the jail if they do not see this out now. They have gone ahead for the second time in the game. The Aberdeen players look out in their feet. O'Reilly's finish is superb. This is Celtic at Hampden against a team who haven't beaten them at Hampden for 32 years. If they don't hang on to it now, they deserve all they get.
The full build-up's perfect. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah.
Full build-up's absolutely perfect. Great play down the right-hand side. And the one thing I'm watching O'Reilly, everybody's ran in. He just peels off. He waits for a cut back, and he's lovely touch, cool, calm, composure. There you are, 3-2. Surely Celtic won't throw this away now.
That's a brilliant goal from Celtic. If you think a collection of Celtic's goals that they work on, everybody knows it. Shuja Kyogo in there, the underlapping full back, the winger staying wide and playing that ball in, the cut back, and then the composure to finish. That is it in a nutshell. And Alistair Johnson there making the run. It's a great pick out from him, but Daz is right. O'Reilly having the composure to hang out there, take a touch, and it's a good finish. And Celtic surely can't throw it away now.
It's just terrific ball from Forrest into Johnson.
Yeah.
Wait it perfectly for him. And as I say, that's a great
half time and extra time. Here's Gabriel.
Matt O'Reilly's 106-minute goal has given Celtic a huge advantage heading into the final 15 minutes at Hampden Park. Another overload on the right-hand side with Alistair Johnson cutting the ball back and a midfielder smashing it into the roof of the net. You can hear it behind me, Gordon. This crowd are on the feet again. They're excited because before that it was nervous around this massive arena with the spectre of penalties looming over Hampden. But these are the moments that define the season. Aberdeen will be confident they can get back into the game just like they did in the 90 minutes. What has Peter Leven got on his bench? Can he change it? Can they get back into it again? They've been so poor in the league. They're desperate to win this cup for the first time in over 30 years. But it will be a huge task for them in these final 15 minutes. But Celtic, they've been full of momentum. They're defending their trophy. They're aiming for a double. Can they see it through and hold on this time? Both teams in front of me in a huddle around their managers, giving them final messages before these crucial 15 minutes. As I say, Gordon, not long to go now. Aberdeen 2, Celtic 3.
What an incredible cup tie this is, Mark Wilson.
Oh, it's been incredible, one end to the other, from the second minute in the game where Aberdeen opened the scoring all the way through to a last minute equaliser to take it into extra time. And how often do we see extra time and it just peters out? There's no action, there's no goals, but we've seen a terrific goal from Celtic and Matt O'Reilly to put them back ahead, and you just wonder if that's the end of it. There's been that many opportunities and good goals in this game. We might have something else in this closing 15 minutes.
Well, if Celtic do not hang on to this, then it goes down as an extremely bad afternoon for them. I mean, how many opportunities do you require? The Aberdeen players look as if they are wilting. The Celtic players have to be galvanised by that, coming as it did just as the break came in extra time. Aberdeen bringing on more subs. Celtic have got to now rely on momentum. They're going towards their own fans. This is the chance to get into a cup final, and they cannot blow it, surely.
If Aberdeen can come back again, Gordon, it is one of the greatest efforts we've seen from a team in the Scottish Cup, because it's all stacked against them. The physical toll you can see there as they're trying to track back, it really is difficult, and yet they never know. They might just have something left in them.
Yeah, they'll probably still have a bit of belief, especially when knowing that they've achieved that before in this game, Gordon. A bit of quality in the box, put Celtic under a bit of pressure. I'll be surprised. I think Celtic, if they've not learnt their lesson now, they will never learn it, because they can't afford to let this Aberdeen team back in. Penalty kicks, as Mark says, it's a lottery, but we've had 5 goals today, and I've got to say 4 of them have been absolutely brilliant for me.
Long throw Aberdeen though, trying to get this second period of extra time off to a positive start.
But that's the thing, the Celtic players will be tired as well. So if you're Aberdeen, you're Peter Leven, you're saying put balls on top of Carter Vickers and Scales and get the ball to Hoylett so he can run Johnson, because their legs will be heavy. So there's chances still in this 15 minutes.
I appreciate I might be dealing in margins here, but is there still, when you're the elite club or clubs in any league, are you still not likely to be a bit fitter than the other teams?
Well, you would think so. In the balance of possession, of course, it's always harder when you're chasing the ball for longer periods, and Celtic have had the lion's share of possessions, no doubt, so that will take it out you a wee bit. But look, if you're the Aberdeen boys that have just come on, and we've seen Duncan replacing Barron, you've got fresh legs in on for 15 minutes. Can you create something? Can you run your marker the other way? And I thought that was Duncan getting turned. Yeah, it's a free kick being given, and that'll do Celtic the world of good. Just take this thing.
I'll still believe they've got one chance left in them. The big problem is, we keep saying it, if they leave the door open at the back, then Celtic could put this game to bed.
Yeah, well, here's James Forrest. He's into the box. It's a crossing position, and I have got so much respect for Jack McKenzie, because I'm tired watching him. Mark Wilson,
yeah, that's great there.
When you think he can't keep up, he then digs deep a bit more, and all of a sudden James Forrest, the man that came on for Celtic, is the one struggling. Yeah,
McKenzie does brilliant. It's nowhere you want Forrest, where he's running at you at pace and he shifts it down the line. McKenzie does well to divert it for a corner.
So Matt O'Reilly's corner, I'm sure Celtic would rather score again and try and hang on to this and just soak it up. That would be the easiest way to see it out. Give yourself that extra cushion.
Yeah, without doubt, if they score again, then they can actually just ease their way into the final. But the longer you leave it, and they've witnessed it at the end of the full 90 minutes, all it takes is one ball into the box and you're right back to square one.
Yeah, nice ball from Liam Scales to Greg Taylor. Let's see what sort of urgency there is from Celtic to get it in the box. It's another corner.
Right now, if you're looking at this game thinking there's another goal in it, I would probably say it's for Celtic. That goal's given them such a lift. It really has. And they'll be looking and thinking, right, okay, we've got a foot in the final here of the Scottish Cup. We ain't going to let it go again.
Well, I mean, Celtic's history, as Mark Wilson will well know, they've won the Scottish Cup more than any other club, and their history has been partially built on sensational Hampden finals. And, you know, they've taken part, along with Aberdeen, in a very, very good semi-final here today. But they would be betraying their own history if they did not hold on to this and the game went to penalties.
109 minutes gone now at Hampden, and that's not really what Aberdeen need. Kellerus, more like something you'd see in rugby. He's just kicking for touch.
And I like how he's telling his team, who have been running for 108 minutes, squeeze in.
Oh, Adam Ida's in behind. It's a bit of an angle and he's brought down, but I think the ball was won sufficiently. We know it's not all about the contact on the ball, but it did look like he nicked it away enough.
McDonald's had a tough day. He's had a tough day, but Ida gets goal side him. He just, I think, manages to get full contact on the ball.
Brilliant tackle.
It's great defending, because it's not been his best day so far. I think he's got a big cramp, has he? He'll certainly be feeling it.
I think they all do, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Celtic taking the short corner on this occasion, just trying to work it from O'Reilly to Bernardo, but all of a sudden it's back with Alistair Johnson and then Carter Vickers in the Celtic half. It's an interesting approach to a set piece.
You've got to say Aberdeen have played their part so far in this terrific semi-final. It's been absolutely excellent. And are they still in their little sting in the tail somewhere?
Greg Taylor's ball in. Adam Ida! Goal flash! Stop. Adam Ida's shaking his finger. He disagrees with the offside, but it's not for him, I don't think. I think it would be when the ball, and it's an unfortunate one because it broke to Greg Taylor off a Celtic player. I think that would be the one in question. If it's as I remember it, he was a good bit off. Oh no, I don't know.
His mile.
No, you don't know.
It's
Ida. Oh, there we are.
I was with you, Gordon. I did think it was Greg Taylor. It's a good ball from Taylor, actually, because he just swivels and puts it in.
Good header as well.
Exactly where you want Ida.
I'm surprised Adam Ida is so sure that he wasn't offside, because he definitely was. The debatable one was the Greg Taylor one. Adam Ida off. On we go, 3-2.
Well, by saying on you go or on we go, that includes Aberdeen, because it's still there for them.
Yeah, they're going to need to show something that they've not shown really in this extra time period, but you never know. 111. It's a very similar check and ball from Hoylett, but it just holds up a bit towards the corner.
And Greg Taylor just hoping that Morris was offside there. Hand up to the assistant referee, but he's not, and Aberdeen still keep the pressure on.
I told you he was quick.
He's half.
All right. Stood that one up. Here we go. Jack McKenzie, back post, checks in, right-footed, great block. Oh, penalty, Aberdeen.
It's a penalty.
Carter Vickers' head in his hands.
No, he's gave a foul.
He knows it. He knows it.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he was pointing the other way for him. Yeah.
Carter Vickers knows it because you've seen it before. You'll know exactly when I describe it. He's just about to clear the ball, but the Aberdeen player nicks in and gets kicked by Cameron Carter Vickers. Penalty. It's Junior Hoylett booted in the back of the calf by Carter Vickers, and it is a spot kick to Aberdeen. The cup tie that just keeps giving.
Well, you know, if Aberdeen score from this penalty, they deserve to win the tie. I think Celtic have let themselves down badly today. And Carter Vickers, as poor an afternoon as he's had in a Celtic shirt, and they have betrayed their own history. To be twice in front.
They're not scored yet, Hugh.
Yeah, but I did begin the sentence by saying if Aberdeen score.
I don't know why Carter Vickers is arguing here, because it's a stonewall a penalty kick, as you'll see. I mean, Hoyle would be lucky to get up from that.
To double check, they'll probably look. Some Celtic player was down in the box clutching his ankle before that, so I wonder if they'll take a look.
Greg Taylor had his hand up, remember, for offside. They'll never have a look at that one.
Can't
Morrison
remember. Think enough happened in between. Could be wrong.
You know what? Just tiredness from Carter Vickers, not being aware that he was never getting that.
In fact, it can't be the Morris one, but somebody was down in the box. Was it Liam Scales? We're not seeing replays yet, but they will take a look at what happened in the lead up to that.
It's Johnson. Is Johnson
down?
Sorry. Limping away there.
Incidentally, the 3 o'clock games in the lower leagues are underway.
What's the scores?
Nothing yet.
I tell you what excitement we're getting. If this goes to a penalty,
odds to be in a lot of pain. Oh, is that a foul?
Is that a foul
on Johnson?
On Alistair Johnson? That is going to be the question.
That's got to be a foul.
You think so?
Carter Vickers,
don't you think?
While we're waiting for the outcome, Carter Vickers was so slow in reacting to that.
Hold on.
So I thought Don Robertson pointed the other way for a foul right away.
Oh my goodness, you did?
I did, yeah, I was right.
There we are.
Hold on.
So they were checking the original decision to see if the penalty was going to be given. Right, okay.
Yeah. So, no penalty, yeah.
No penalty. There we go. Bit of confusion.
I thought right away Don Robertson pointed the other way. But I didn't, I've got to be honest, I didn't see what for. And it's only when you see the replay, Hoylett's up into the back of Alistair Johnson. So a let off, but listen, here comes Aberdeen again. So what drama we've had here. Because there's no doubt
there's chances.
I don't believe it. By the way, that's a sitter. That is a sitter. Soccer has got to score.
And he knows it. Look at them. He knows that's a sitter.
He's 6 yards out. He's on the stretch.
I don't even know if he's 6 yards, Mark. I think.
Huge chance, Aberdeen.
You know what? He gets too much contact on it with outside his boot.
You're right, 6 yards, mate.
He needs less contact. Just the studs would have diverted that past Joe Hart. Celtic clinging on here. And Carter Vickers, the luckiest player on the pitch, because there's no doubt about it, if it wasn't a foul just moments before, it was a stonewall penalty.
Defensively, Celtic are an absolute shambles.
Yeah, they're all over the place today, Hugh, I've got to say. There's a tackle for it. But you're right, Aberdeen, you've got to score that. You've got to score that chance.
Well, we did say there'd be other chances. Both sets of players tired. If you have to put it into each box, defenders are on their last legs. And no doubt about it, Celtic just managing to scrape away with us. We go from Ida's goal that we think it's in to what we think's a penalty, and then the confusion. It's been an amazing game of football.
What a game this is. What a cup tie.
And semi-finals are usually drab affairs.
Here we are.
Must be.
Adam Ida, he makes a mess of it as well.
Is he? He's
onside. He gets it all wrong. He's leaning back. It's just as bad as Soccer's.
What an opportunity to kill it off.
Here it is
here, Riley.
Block. So there we go.
It's incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's a terrific semi-final. Terrific. You're right, Mark. Usually it's a drab affair. This has had everything in it.
That's incredible from Palmer there. Lovely little flick. Take it away, and Celtic could do with our wide men just keeping it up the top end of the pitch for them.
It's incredible. It really is. 116 minutes gone.
Yep. Greg Taylor needlessly offside, and what that does, it just gives Keller Roos a chance to put us down and get it right on top of the Celtic back four, get everybody up.
If I was one of those centre backs, I'd be saying to my two full backs, just sit where you are for the next 2 or 3 minutes till we see this out.
And a water in front of you. You just stay here.
Yeah, don't move. Gives a bit of protection, but it's been end to end. All credit to both teams. It's been terrific.
Chance for Celtic to kill that game.
It's
the wrong option
stuff now, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought the right option was to go right there to James Forrest. They went left to Ida, and they've got a corner kick out it right enough.
Do you think they're going to keep this in the corner?
I think they'd be wise to.
Well, that gives the credit to Aberdeen that Celtic in the semi-final at Hampden will probably try and look there. I told you, back four, not even moving.
Yeah, it's game management though.
Not even moving.
Yeah, but you have to try and take some of them with you. Has it become a bit of cat and mouse?
I would just leave my strikers up, even if two centre halves went up. I would leave them up.
I suppose. Yeah, it's a long ball over the top. Liam Scales will come and deal with it. We're nearly done. It's the cup tie that's had a little bit of everything. There does seem to be real confusion, and I suppose that comes in the VAR era of that penalty decision. I mean, in isolation, is that a foul on Alistair Johnson before it?
I would say so.
Is that enough to rule it out? And then I suppose the original you were right, Mark, was the original decision.
Is he taking Forrest back off? He's injured again.
And Mike Nawrocki's going to come on and try and shore things up.
I think he took the knock down the right hand side, didn't he? He was limping after.
I don't even know if he's injured just now though. I think it's just a case of get a centre back on, and you've got Ida on there for physicality. You're not going to take him off. Palma as well.
5 at the back.
It's a tribute to Aberdeen and what they've contributed to this game, because Brendan Rodgers knows they're not over the line yet, and he's now desperate to hang on to a lead that he's had twice in the game.
So again, the communication's important on that incident. Is the original decision a free kick on Alistair Johnson? I think it was.
It looked that way to me. Yeah.
So if that's the case, it then needs to be a very similar one, and it's another goal.
The goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
This is one of the best cup ties you will ever see. Aberdeen have done it. Aberdeen 3, Celtic 3. It is another ball to the back post. And how's that for poetic justice? It's Angus MacDonald, the man who made a backside of things to get Celtic back in the game. He sneaks at the back post, and we are heading for penalties, surely.
It's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable game of football. I mean, when you see the second Aberdeen goal, this is almost a copy. Only it's an in-swinging cross. It's over Scales to the back post where Aberdeen have overloaded with bodies, and it's MacDonald down into the ground. Joe Hartley, no chance. Oh, this is absolutely breathless stuff. Hoyle again. What a terrific ball. Scales gets under it, gets it all wrong.
Scales defending is shocking, but take nothing away from Aberdeen. It's the same ball, back post, cause you problems. Scales all over the place. MacDonald heads it down. Joe Hart, no chance. Here we go, penalty kicks.
Wow, you've seen a lot in this competition over the years, Hugh Keevins. This is right up there.
Well, yes, up there with anything ever in the history of the Scottish Cup. I repeat what I said at the start of the programme. This is an Aberdeen team in the bottom 6 who are on their third manager for the season, who are not yet arithmetically certain of avoiding the relegation playoffs.
4 minutes added, Hugh.
But if it goes to penalties, then it's the lottery, and Celtic deserve all they get. Defensively, they have been a shambles from the second minute when Miovski scored until the 119th minute when MacDonald scored. Carter Vickers and Scales will never play as badly again, and now it's a test of bottle. And I said earlier, Celtic from the penalty spot have been unconvincing, and I don't think they've got the bottle for this now.
Can I sit in the middle and say I totally agree with what you're saying there, but I think sometimes Aberdeen, to show the character and everything to come back into, I agree with what you say. Celtic
it's not penalties yet.
Over yet.
It's not penalties yet.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes to go.
Aberdeen have a chance.
A free kick. Aberdeen. It's just inside the Celtic half.
Oh yeah, Daz is right though. The character, to be the team that's in the bottom 6, to be the team that's seen managers sacked, but still have it in you to go time and time again here. It's an incredible effort from them, no doubt. And if they win it here, this will be absolutely sensational effort from them. Celtic's line's so high here. Not wanting that ball in the box, that's for sure. They want to keep them out.
It is such a high line, but that can cause its own problems. If the ball's good from McGrath, it's headed away initially, but in the free kick Celtic.
Yeah, good. That's better from Scales. He's in there, he goes and wins that header and he gets fouled.
I wonder about Taylor's contribution to the goal as well. I agree, Scales gets caught under it, but Taylor should be then covering his centre back as well, and he chooses to go inside him for some reason. So, both culpable, no doubt about it. No pressure on the ball again. Great ball from Hoylett.
Is there one more chance? Here goes Adamida. He's in the box, but he's at the corner and he's got his back turned and he's just tried to dig something out. I don't think he had to force it like that. It's a goal kick.
And you're looking at the chance he missed just a couple of moments ago.
Absolutely.
And you're thinking, wow, how big is that?
We could spend a full programme on this game. It's been that good.
We almost have.
Yeah.
And we will.
Yeah, excitement, everything about it. If you're an Aberdeen fan just now, you must be over the moon. But when that whistle goes and it's penalty kicks, then you've got to show a lot of character.
That's a lottery. You couldn't pick who's going to win it. I know Celtic have had their downfall this season from the spot, and that may play into things, but I don't think Aberdeen have been particularly outstanding either. The pressure mixed into it as well, it can just affect the best players.
As you say, Mark, we've been in situations where taking a penalty kick in that situation, I don't care how many penalties you practice.
Yeah.
It doesn't put you in the right place for the nerves that are going through your body, walking up there to take that.
Incredible. What a finish we're in for.
The last time Aberdeen won the cup against Celtic, it was a penalty kick shootout.
Brian Irvine
scored.
Can remember?
Right, yeah.
Charlie Nicholas scored for Aberdeen against Celtic.
Mm-hmm. Can remember that, Hugh?
You can back 34 years now, and we're done.
Gabriel, take it away.
Can you believe it? One of the great Scottish Cup ties here at Hampden Park this afternoon. It's Aberdeen 3, Celtic 3, and we are going to penalties. After an end-to-end 90 minutes where both teams took the lead and then let it slip, we entered extra time with heavy legs on both sides. Matt O'Reilly, always composed, took his 106-minute goal so well after a cutback. He took a touch, hammered it into the roof of the net. That was on the stroke of the half, and you thought that would be it. Surely Celtic, the league leaders, the defending champions, could not let their lead go once more. You thought it had to be the end of the drama, but somehow there was more. Initially, we thought referee Don Robertson had pointed to the spot after a poor challenge by Cameron Carter-Vickers on Junior Hoylett. We had to wait for the video assistant referee. It turns out Robertson had given a foul on Alistair Johnson, the Celtic defender, by Junior Hoylett. But you had to say it looked very, very soft. But perhaps there was justice for Aberdeen, who have been brilliant today, you have to say, after such a poor season by their standards, to come back into it again. And to sum it all up, a redemption arc for Angus MacDonald, the stand-in captain today, who's had a massive hand in 2 Celtic goals. He will know that, but there he was, popping up at the back post in the 119th minute to head the ball in. I don't think either set of players could believe it. The fans couldn't believe it either. It's silent here, Gordon. You know how nervous this place can be when penalties arrive. But it's absolutely massive. As I said, these are the moments that define seasons. Aberdeen trying to win their first Scottish Cup in over 30 years. Celtic defending their trophy. Their dream of a double is hanging by a thread. Who can hold their nerve? Who will be the hero? Who will be the villain? The two managers got their teams huddled around them right now. Peter Leven, the stand-in Don's boss, giving a rousing speech to his Aberdeen players. They're out on their feet. They couldn't have done any more this afternoon. Brendan Rodgers has got the notepad out. He's deciding who's going to take Celtic's spot kick. With so many of their big players taken off now on the substitutes bench, you wonder who will be their 5 takers. Gordon, you would not have believed this before the game, but we are going to penalties. Someone is heading through to the Scottish Cup final. Will it be Aberdeen? Will it be Celtic?
Wow, what a day it's been at Hampden already, and it's not over. It's about to end in the most dramatic fashion. Some people call it a lottery. You can argue about that another day. Is it bottle? Is it quality? Is it a combination of everything? We are about to find out. We've gone the distance. Regular penalty takers like Bojan Majowski and Reo Hatate. Callum McGregor's taken some in the past. They're all off the pitch. It's what's left. Who has the bottle? Who has the ability to stick these away? And what part can Kellaroos and Joe Hart play in it?
Well, they have the biggest part to play in it, but defensively, Celtic are to blame for this going to penalties, because they have been shambolic at every turn. Carter, Vickers and Scales have cost Celtic dearly, but Aberdeen, for determination, for courage, call it what you will, Aberdeen have been nothing short of sensational, and now Kelleroos will face the first penalty.
It's all about big characters. You've got to put your hand up there, because the managers, okay, they'll have the penalty kick takers, but some of them will need to step up, because you rightly said, Gordon, ones that usually take it are off the pitch.
Adam Ida goes first. You want a goal flash on everyone?
Yeah.
Aye, go for it.
Just wear it out.
Go for it.
M&D Green Pharmacy will be delighted, I'm sure.
They're getting their money's worth. Has Ida missed a penalty recently?
Yeah.
So he did.
Scored
There's
two
been that
against
many
Hibs
missed
in Edinburgh.
penalties for Celtic. I'm struggling to keep up.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're down to the second fiddle. You're down to the dregs with the players that are left on, and that can sometimes make it a more enthralling.
Dregs might be a bit harsh.
Well, maybe dregs is a bit harsh.
But first up,
we'll see.
Adam Ida against Kelleroos. Goal flash button if it goes in. Silence if it does not.
Oh, Roos doing a dance on the line.
I don't like the dance.
Adam Ida steps up for Celtic.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Cool as you like. Rolled it to the left hand side. Goalkeeper's right. Keeper went the other way, and Celtic strike first.
Yeah, nice and cool.
Yeah.
Strokes it away. Exactly the start you want.
The
for the Aberdeen players.
The pity for Celtic, I think, is that he cannot take all five.
What will Matt O'Reilly do after his super composed effort at Ibrox last week?
He'll try it again.
No, after seeing Silva midweek, no chance.
Jamie McGrath, a very, very effective penalty taker in his time in Scotland, used to always just wait for the goalie and then roll it. Here comes Jamie McGrath against Joe Hart.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
It's very similar to Adam Ida's, same direction. Goalkeeper went the same way as well. We're level in this penalty shootout, which just means, in fact, that is identical to Adam Ida's penalty.
Cool as you like.
Let's just
Palma next.
Rank up
for Celtic.
Crank up the tension even further.
He's been a bit nonchalant.
Most of these guys stay.
Well, he usually goes to the goalie's right.
If you cast your mind back, missed a penalty and then missed the retake.
Missed the retake, didn't he, earlier this season. He has scored penalties for Celtic as well, but you just wonder. The temperament, the composure, the bottle, call it what you want. Here comes Louis Palma to try and put Celtic back in front. Kelleroos looks like an imposing figure. He steps up.
Cool. Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Very cool. He almost waits. Kelleroos ends up on his knees, and the ball is stroked into the corner from Luis Palma.
Good penalty.
Pressure
so far.
back onto Aberdeen.
A bit disappointing, the goalkeeper's dive.
Even if he dived, I'm not sure he's getting
No,
that
I don't
one.
think so, but it looks better.
I think the Celtic players have a cheek, waving to the crowd to get them up. They're the ones that.
This is a mixed bag for me.
You need your support.
He's had a great day in a back.
With M&D Green Pharmacy.
Angus MacDonald, Joe Hart knows it. He went the right way, but it was drilled beneath him. And Aberdeen are level again. That's just shows you, Mark, if you're in any doubt. That's why I know it's a sort of an old school saying, but hit it hard if you've got any doubt.
Because that goes under Joe Hart's midriff. That doesn't even under his arms. Matt O'Reilly,
he will now dink it.
A man of composure.
Absolutely no chance.
A man that's played the full game. As his legs tired,
he'll pick a corner.
So did Angus MacDonald, to be fair. But here comes Matt O'Reilly. Is he as sure as he was last week? It's a stroll up.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
And nothing is being given away yet. Celtic 3, Aberdeen 2 in the shootout, but Celtic went first. So Aberdeen with the chance to respond. How composed is that from Matt O'Reilly?
Do they realise this is the semi-final of the Scottish Cup? That is cool.
There'll be a queue outside that pharmacy.
Any chance
people saying, why am I here? The amount of times it's been played. Oh, that's right.
Sockler, the man who provided a dramatic moment for Aberdeen within the game, he's going to step up.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Down the middle as Joe Hart goes to his right, and we're level at 3 each. It just means the tension is going through the roof.
Right down the middle. If he stands still, he's saving that. But hit it hard. Don't change your mind. That's
the pressure.
That's the rules.
This one is crucial. It's Bernardo. A mixed bag this season for him. Had some big moments, good moments. Had some bad moments.
Paulo Bernardo. This is when it gets really tense. Really tense. 3-3 in the penalty shootout. Paulo Bernardo. He's going to step up right footed again against Kelarus. He does the stuttering run up. And it's somehow
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Wow, Paulo Bernardo squeezes it. Kelarus got a big hand on it, but Celtic lead 4-3.
Oh, how did that squirm in? Just and no more.
We're now in the territory you're thinking, I don't like to take one. I think I'll leave this out.
This is where heroes are made, isn't it? Don't
tell me the goalie's got cramp.
Kelarus is down.
How can a goalkeeper?
I've never seen it. Don Robertson.
In my life.
Don Robertson's.
Can you sub a goalkeeper?
Confused.
I've never seen it in my life in a penalty shootout. The goalkeeper getting cramp.
How can you have cramp?
My word, the physio is on. He's getting stretched off during the penalties. I said this cup tie had it all. I didn't quite have this in mind.
Have you ever seen that? The goalie?
I don't know.
Getting injured in a penalty shootout?
Never. No, he's not get cramp.
He does have cramp.
He does have cramp.
You can't. You're a goalkeeper. You can't have cramp.
You can tell.
Look, he's loosening his sock off. You know, and for the Aberdeen player, whoever's taking it next, is it Duncan?
Ryan Duncan. He's 20 years of age.
He's putting pressure on him.
It's just roll him off.
Exactly.
It's only his 19th Aberdeen appearance of the season, so he's not featured all that often. He's had loan spells at Peterhead. He's an academy graduate and he's 20 years of age. He'll never have felt anything like this.
How do you get cramps as a goalkeeper?
You need to get over this, don't you?
Yeah, I can't understand that. You're not running about
it's a game that's had everything.
90 minutes plus extra time.
Yeah. So
Ryan Duncan,
big moment for the young man.
The young man, what a pressure on him. Joe Hart smiles, tries to stare him down. Left-footed, Ryan Duncan, and he's missed it. I think it's hit the inside of the post. He's got his head in his hands, a frown on his face as you would expect, and it is major advantage Celtic. I don't even know if Joe Hart got a touch.
Joe Hart doesn't know it's happened.
Joe Hart thinks that
seems to. It's the inside of the post. Absolute agony for the young man. It is a fraction. There is a Scottish word used that's to measure small distances.
Yes, but which is unusable on here.
You would apply it here.
Well, he'd be consoled by all of his teammates, but the pressure now falls on the Celtic penalty taker.
And it's Joe Hart.
Don't believe it.
This game is incredible. Joe Hart is going to take the penalty to win it for Celtic. A man who is leaving the club at the end of the season. He is going to step up and try and send Celtic to a Scottish Cup final. Here comes the Celtic goalkeeper. This is incredible. He steps up and he's missed it as well. He's hit the post. Joe Hart hits the post for Celtic and we are level again. Have you ever in your long career, Hugh Keevins, seen anything like this?
No, this surpasses everything, but I will say this. I think it was a terrible move to have Joe Hart take that penalty kick. What does it say about the outfield players? And that is just a nonsense. Celtic's whole day has been a nonsense, and this compounds the felony. Now, who knows what will happen next, because this game defies belief and description.
Is incredible. Now Aberdeen need to score though to stay in it. If Junior Hoylett misses, Celtic go through to the Scottish Cup final. He's going to step up right-footed against Joe Hart, who's just, can he make amends?
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Sudden death we go. This is incredible.
We're into 3 hours of football here.
It is 3:30. This game kicked off 3 hours ago.
Never seen anything like
it's
it.
Alistair Johnson now.
Yeah.
But I repeat, I think it's farcical that you have your goalkeeper.
Man City's goalkeeper scored against Real Madrid.
Ederson did it the other night. He ain't no Joe Hart ain't no Ederson. But here comes Alistair Johnston.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Oh, this is incredible. I'm feeling the pressure in here.
Yeah.
So how is Aberdeen the Aberdeen players? How is Brendan Rodgers feeling?
next?
Kellerus, Joe Hart, Alistair Johnson. This is sensational stuff. Scottish football always provides drama, but this is next level.
Another kid.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, so much pressure on these players at the moment, and it's firmly on Aberdeen
Jack
at the
Milne,
minute.
another youngster. Jack Milne's going to step up for Aberdeen. Oh, and it's
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
now he G's up the crowd again. Should Joe Hart have saved it? It's another one that squirms beneath the Celtic goalkeeper. We're level at 5-5, and this is absolutely incredible.
The two
I think he
managers
should
will be
save
taking one by the end of this.
He should save it. It's right in the middle of him, and it's somehow manages to squirm under him again. It's not been a great penalty shootout for Joe Hart. Iwata.
Tomoki
Roos has
Iwata.
been near none of them. Will he get near this
it would
one?
be a good time to get near one. Iwata.
Goal flashes
Brilliant penalty.
with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Maybe the best we've seen. Tomoki
Yeah,
Iwata
beautiful.
opens his right foot up and puts it high into the top corner of the net, and it just swings back and forward, and now back to Aberdeen. The pressure is on. If Aberdeen score, on we go. If Aberdeen miss, it is Celtic who go through. It is Killian Phillips, on loan midfielder. He looks
Nervous.
Yeah, as you would be.
Tune away there.
Yeah.
Well, Joe Hart's guessed right twice, 3 times actually. The one that hit inside of the post, he guessed
Here
right.
he comes, Killian Phillips for Aberdeen, and he's saved it, and it's all over. Celtic go through to the Scottish Cup final, 6-5 on penalties. Joe Hart takes the acclaim of his teammates. He had the chance to take the spot kick that sent Celtic through. He passed it up, and now he's saved one from Killian Phillips. A last check to see if he'd come off his line, and Celtic are through to the Scottish Cup final. Gabriel.
Gordon, you can hear the fans around me celebrating. It's a mixture of relief and excitement. Celtic through to the Scottish Cup final after Joe Hart saved that final Aberdeen penalty. It looked like he might be the villain. Hart with the opportunity to send Celtic back here at the end of May. He took the 5th penalty, he hit the post, but he ended up being the hero for Celtic. And you have to say, this is one of the great Scottish Cup ties in living memory. It had absolutely everything. Both teams took the lead, let lead slip. There were goals in extra time. There were penalty shouts denied. There was drama. There was goalkeepers taking penalties, missing penalties, but finally saving penalties. It is Celtic who will have the chance to defend their trophy at the end of May, and the chance to do a double. What a performance though from Aberdeen, you have to say. They will leave Hampden Park with their heads held high. There is hardly anything that this side and their manager Peter Leven could have done more today. What a tie, Gordon. Can hardly believe what I'm seeing, but it is Celtic through on penalties.
Absolutely sensational stuff, Hugh Keevins. Congratulations, Celtic. Commiserations, Aberdeen. But from our neutral perspective, that was incredible.
So many subplots, I do not know where to begin. The goalkeeper, Joe Hart, had a poor afternoon in keeping with the Celtic defence in general. I thought, should have saved at least 2 of the Aberdeen penalties. He then decides, or someone decided, he should take a penalty for Celtic. Now, the one thing we all know about Joe Hart, anyone who's watched Celtic at all over the last 2 or 3 years, he's not very good with the ball at his feet. And also you're leaving outfield players behind him to watch the goalkeeper taking a penalty. I know it worked in the Champions League, but that's not to say it's a formula that should be adopted, particularly with a goalkeeper bad with the ball at his feet. He missed it, and Celtic's place in the cup was in jeopardy. But in fairness to him, he then saves the penalty that puts Celtic into the final. So he's 5 games away from retirement, 6 now that this cup final is there. And Joe Hart has written his name into Scottish Cup history. But an unbelievable afternoon. I feel sorry for Aberdeen. They were massive underdogs. They came and they gave Celtic a real game of it. Celtic will never, I repeat, never play as badly again. They were shocking.
Quite simply, a remarkable game of football. again, from the opening minutes when Miovski scored to everything in between, and the last minute goals, and the 90 minutes, and then an extra time at the end of the first half to the end of extra time, the second half, Aberdeen getting in. We had a bit of everything. We had penalty kicks that were brilliant. We had goalkeepers going down injured within the penalty shootout, the goalkeeper missing a penalty and then becoming the hero, and his swan song for Celtic. An outstanding game of football, and by the way, credit to both teams, because they've served up 3 hours of entertainment for not only those in the stands but us watching at home.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I totally agree with Mark. Congratulations to both teams. That was absolutely brilliant entertainment this afternoon. Unfortunately, someone's got to be a loser. It's not nice to see missing a penalty kick, but congratulations to Celtic through the final of the Scottish Cup, but Aberdeen certainly played their part.
Well, I don't know about you, but we need a breather. We'll be back next. And now a word from our podcast sponsor, Lookers Motor Group. They have Jaguar, Land Rover and Volvo showrooms across Glasgow and the West, so you can find the new or used approved car that is right for you. Land Rover showrooms can be found in Motherwell and Darnley, and Jaguar, Volvo and Land Rover showrooms found in Hillington. Right now at lookers.co.uk you can browse and shop 24/7, value your part exchange, order and take delivery from the comfort of your own home. Check out lookers.co.uk to get your new or used approved Land Rover, Jaguar or Volvo today, or even pop into the showroom local to you. Now, back to the podcast.
Hi, it's Tim Burgess with a special announcement about my listening party on Absolute Radio. So far, we've heard stories behind classic records by New Order, U2, The Kinks, Def Leppard, Catatonia, Tis Fears, Simple Minds, The, and a great band called The Charlatans. I swear I didn't write this. Well, I'm really pleased to say that I'll be back with new episodes and new listening parties. So search Tim's Listening Party wherever you get your podcasts. Like, subscribe, and stay tuned for season 4 and more stories behind iconic albums.
The fastest goals, the expert opinions. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Have you caught your breath? 3 hours ago, over 3 hours ago, we kicked off at Hampden. Aberdeen took the lead very early indeed, much to the surprise and shock of lots of people. Celtic then equalised. They got their noses in front. Surely that would be that. But no, Aberdeen had other ideas and hit back. Celtic took the lead again. We were into extra time. Aberdeen had a penalty denied, and right at the death we went to penalty kicks. Oh, and the drama wasn't done yet, because they all started scoring, and then young Ryan Duncan hit the post. Joe Hart, that's right, the goalkeeper Joe Hart, he had a chance to win it for Celtic because he took a penalty, he missed it, and then eventually saved from Killian Phillips to send Celtic through to the Scottish Cup final. Wow, Mark Wilson.
Yeah, wow, it's the correct word, because we had a bit of everything in those 3 hours. You look at the players on the pitch, gave absolutely everything from both sides, and we had some quality goals within that. In the penalty shoot, well, extra time in the penalty shoot, extra time just usually plays out and nothing happens. To get the action that we got within that was special as well. And then the penalty shootout, I mean, a bit of everything. Then when Joe Hart misses a penalty, he turns round and he has a smile and a wink to his teammates who are on the halfway line, and you're thinking, what is going on within his head? He turns out to be the hero. Celtic go on to the final, but Aberdeen got to take huge credit as well. They will feel hard done by, and I know well done is not what Peter Leaven will want, but they should take some credit.
It's almost as if Celtic got there to the final in spite of themselves, because defensively they were a horror story. Carter Vickers and Scales will never play as badly again. The way in which the tie went to 3-3, defensive mistake from Alistair Johnston, everything about Celtic was a shambles at the back. And yet, in the penalty shootout, in spite of the fact that they entrust a penalty to a goalkeeper who every Celtic supporter in the land knows isn't good with the ball at his feet, in spite of all of that borderline farcical carry on, they get there to the final, because Joe Hart then atones for his penalty miss by saving the penalty. Therefore, Brendan Rodgers retains his record of never having lost a Scottish Cup tie. But even Brendan Rodgers must be saying to himself now, why have I still got that record?
Yeah, but I think every Celtic fan now will not give a jot. It's all about semi-finals. Nobody remembers semi-finals where you go and win the final. We will remember that one for a little while, because it was worth remembering. It was brilliant. But it was all about getting to Hampden. It was all about getting to the final. And you can sit back now and I hope that Rangers' Hearts is even half as good as that tomorrow, because we'll be in for a real treat.
It couldn't be.
I'm not sure Brendan Rodgers will sit back and think he was lucky or anything like that to get through. I think Celtic in the second half were definitely improved, and for the large periods were good. But Aberdeen, as nature happens in games, in the last 5 minutes threw everything upon Celtic. And yes, they look susceptible at times to concede a goal at the back, which they did, and he'll be bitterly disappointed. But I don't think he'll think, how have I got away with that at all? I think he'll, well, we've not heard what he's got to say, but I think he'll say it was a brilliant game of football that both teams gave everything for, and he'll be grateful he's through. But I don't think he'll think, oh, I got away with one.
Well, I would ask you then, as a former Celtic defender, the performance of the Celtic back four, Carter Vickers, Scales, how would you sum it up?
I don't think I would sum it up as bad as yourself and say it was shocking. Now, that sounds slightly skewed because they've conceded 3 goals, but I have to give credit to the opposition and how the goals came about as well. Now, if Scales had bobbled one back like Angus MacDonald did, and it was littered with mistakes, I would hold my hands up and go, they were a shambles. But when I see the pass from Clarkson to Miofsky, inch perfect and a good finish, I have to say it's a good goal. When I see Hoylett's
at the time,
well,
you said Carter Vickers should have moved over.
But yeah, it could have. But then at half time, when Gordon and I were looking at it, I says maybe I was being a bit harsh because it was an outstanding pass. I then see Hoylett's cross to the back post for the equaliser. I think, what a cross when the pressure's on in 90 minutes. So you've got to give credit to the other side. I would point the finger a bit at Scales and Taylor for the third goal, where it's came on top of him and Scales is underneath it and Taylor ran by. I wouldn't say it was catastrophic, though. I just see the good in what Aberdeen did at times, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But you'll get an Aberdeen manager who'll get in and scrutinise the goals they lost against Celtic. We can pick holes in it. I sort of get the first goal.
See, in a weird way, not in a weird way, because we always say it. It's not like this is hindsight. You say it before the game. Doesn't really matter how you get there.
No.
Who cares?
I said that
in a cup semi-final. You say it tomorrow as well. Rangers, Hearts, you'll take anything. Just get yourself in that final.
All day long, Gordon. It's all about winning the game, finding somewhere or somehow. Now, I know that Hugh's given Joe Hart for the penalty kick, right? And I can understand that people are looking, thinking, why is our goalkeeper? And Hugh makes a great point. Won't argue. I don't think he's the best with the ball at his feet. Joe Hart saves the penalty, takes him to Hampden, to the final, sorry. So, as much as he's a sort of a villain at one point, he becomes a hero because he saves the penalty kick that takes him.
That's that twist of fate, and that's part of the Scottish Cup history, and it's certainly part of Celtic's Scottish Cup history. I just think that it was peculiar that a man to be poor with the ball at his feet and your goalkeeper is chosen in preference over outfield players. I mean, Iwata, for example, when he came up and scored his penalty, which was, the size of in its weight.
But the manager must have okayed that, Hugh.
I'm with you in this one. I did think it was strange, especially when you see
I'm not arguing the point is strange. I'm saying that the manager knows who the penalty kick takers are.
Well, you always usually hear about who wants to take one.
Yeah. That's genuinely the question. Who wants to take one? Who feels confident? I just thought he even looked awkward when he took it.
Yeah.
But I thought, is it an overconfidence? Is it a belief in himself?
He always looked confident.
But the way he looked back after he missed the penalty and winked, I thought, wow, that's either huge self-confidence or complacency. And look, only time would tell. He saves the penalty, so he is the hero. But it just added to what was a game full of drama. Nothing went the way that we were expecting it. We didn't expect Aberdeen to score within 2 minutes. We didn't expect Aberdeen to get back in it in the 90th minute, or then the 119th minute. And we certainly didn't expect a goal to go down injured or a goal to take a penalty.
What incredible. Amazing. Now, the length of time that game went on has thrown everything into a bit of chaos for us, but it is 3:45. It is half time in the 3 o'clock games around the country. We do have reporters in the Championship, would you believe? And there are big games there, so let's get a half time story from Firhill with Fraser.
Yeah, not quite as chaotic here at Firhill as it sounded at Hampden. Listening to you guys, it's been a decent game to watch. Short periods of pressure on both goals. The Jag started well, able to get back into it with that nice passing game that they have, but neither keeper's been testy enough despite the game going from end to end. Thistle pushed Airdrie back in the early stages, dominating the first 10-15 minutes. Brian Graham narrowly offside when he was clean through 1-1 with the keeper. Then Fitzpatrick was wasteful, was in a good position, took too long and dallied. And his cross was very poor when he should have done better. 13th minute, Harry Milne in the left back area, been very impressive. Drove inside from that position, and his fierce 20-yard right foot shot was punched away by Robbie Hemfrey. Shot was just too close to the goalkeeper for Thistle's liking. Little scene of Airdrie in the early part, as I said, nice passing. Charlie Telfer good on the ball, but Mitchell not really threatened. Milne should have put Thistle ahead in the 23rd minute. A free header from an in-swinging McEnroy corner. Big left back was 6 yards out. He should have headed into the back of the net, but headed narrowly over the bar. But the tempo of the game had dropped. They got a bit scrappy, both sides giving the ball away. Stanley tried his luck from distance. His shot dipped just over. Then Scott Robinson had a decent chance. He took an extra touch when he was free inside the box, and that meant that Craig Watson could deny him with a really great block. Then Airdrie had a really good spell of pressure on the Thistle goal. 32 minutes the first time Mitchell had to make a save. A lovely pass from Aaron Lyle put Lewis McGregor clean through 1-1 with the goalkeeper. He actually did well. He struck his low shot particularly well, but also a good save by Mitchell to block his legs. In McGill with a flick from a Megwa knockdown. It was goalwards, but straight at Mitchell. Graham had his first look at goal in 38 minutes, headed over for Fitzpatrick cross. McMillan cross was missed by everyone, in particular Brian Graham. I think it went through his legs with the goal gaping, and then Mitchell had to move smartly to save a couple of times, once from McGregor and once from McMaster low to his right. A game that needs a goal at Firhill. Half time here, Partick Thistle 0, Airdrie Onions 0.
And Fraser, it would be crazy of me. Everybody you're going to speak to today, you're going to have to get their thoughts on that Scottish Cup semi-final, because I know you would have been keeping an eye on it as well.
Yeah, I was watching it on the iPad, trying to keep an eye on the Firhill game, and it's just one of these games where, you know, somebody has to be the villain of the piece. But it was amazing and absolutely everything. I mean, Joe Hart taking a penalty kick. Was that just because Ederson took one during the week? Unlucky for Joe that he hit the post, but I think well done to Aberdeen, because Celtic obviously in it, big favourites, and got ahead a couple of times, but Aberdeen just kept going. I thought they were unlucky to be denied that penalty kick when Alistair Johnston was just for a free kick. I thought that was quite soft, but they just kept going back into the game and probably deserved to take it to penalties. So a great game, good advert for Scottish football. Lots of people down in England and across the world watching the game, so pleased for that as well, and plenty of goals to the fans at Hampden. So good game all round.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Let's go to half time in David Friel's championship game, Dunfermline Queen's Park.
Yeah, Gordon, we need a goal here too. Half time, Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0. Callum Ferry made the PFA Championship Team of the Year. The Queen's Park keeper, and he's shown why with some top saves. Been an open game. Dunfermline have definitely edged it in terms of chances. They need a win to basically effectively guarantee safety, but Queen's Park badly need 3 points to leapfrog Inverness and come out of the relegation playoff place. Dunfermline started really well. Chris Kane's been very good. His close range volley was superbly saved by Ferry. Queen's Park has some decent opens, but really wasteful and let the home side off the hook. As I said, Kane's been lively. He was involved as Malachi Fagan Walcott also had a header saved. Matty Todd, great run, but he fired over. Queen's Park did have a little flurry before the break, but they need a big improvement in the second half if they are to get that win they badly need. Half time, Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0.
Well, no, I think maybe Hampden has used up all the goals this afternoon. That's certainly the way of things so far. Roger Hannah, can you confirm?
I certainly can. Dundee United 0, Ayr United 0 at half time. So that's going to be a title party here today. Dundee United are going to have to up their game in the second half, Gordon, because they have really struggled to break down a stoic Ayr United back four in this first 45 minutes. Kai Fotheringham tried early on, 6 minutes. He flashed a shot over the top after a knockdown from stand-in skipper Tony Watt. Watt threatened again in 8 minutes. This time George Stanger clearing from inside his 6-yard box as the home fans in this huge Tannadice crowd tried to will Jim Goodwin's men on to the opening goal. Ayr were still in this. Jamie Murphy's free kick hit the wall after 15 minutes, but then United at the other end, Fotheringham again heading wide at the back post when he really should have hit the target. But Ayr United just would not lie down at all. They're back into Ben Dempsey's ball into the box, causing problems for the United defence. It needed action by goalkeeper Jack Walton in 28 minutes. Then in 34 minutes, Mark McKenzie recalled to the other side this afternoon. He'd never blocked away by Ross Graham after terrific play by Murphy down the left-hand side. United come back into the game after Craig Sibbald, a 20-yard shot deflected wide for a corner. Then Fotheringham again also saw an effort deflected wide for a corner. Anton Dowdier's top scorer was back in his own line to clear away from the resulting corner, but it was Ayr who were on the front foot just in added time at the end of the first half. Midfielder Harry McHugh, a 20-yard shot, well saved by the Dundee United keeper Jack Walton. Jim Goodwin probably have some choice words for his champions elected at break, but it is Dundee United 0, Ayr United 0.
Well, listen, we can share the goals out, Roger, from Hampden if you want. What was your feeling after that?
Breathless and breathtaking, I think you would have to say. I mean, it's just a shame there has to be losers in an afternoon like that. A 6-goal thriller at Hampden. The penalty shootout was even more thrilling than that. I couldn't believe it either when Joe Hart stepped up to take that penalty. He subsequently missed it, and in the week of his 37th birthday he probably had to have the final say, having missed with his own spot kick. Brendan Rodgers 10 from 10 now at Hampden, and he will believe it can be 11 from 11 against either Rangers or Hearts next month.
Absolutely incredible. As we often do on these special days, you can phone early if you want. We've got games on that we'll get round the second half of. There was big news today about the team of the season so far. PFA Scotland Team of the Year. We'll get Fraser Wishart's thoughts on that perhaps. But you can get your calls in on whatever you like between now and 6 o'clock. 01419511025, and we'll speak to you next.
Scottish football's league leader. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins is away for a lie. Oh, he's back. He was away for a lie down, but Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel are here. We've got the top team round the grounds as well.
Not good for people of my age, that.
They're at championship games today where it's goalless everywhere, so all the drama has been used up at Hampden, it feels like. David Friel, I didn't get your thoughts on it. Just incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gordon, an instant cup classic. Sitting watching it here, listening was a great listen as well. You know, 1 minute you think Celtic are just going to see it out, and then Aberdeen, credit to them, I thought they were excellent. You know, they did have to defend for long spells, but a real danger, caused chaos for Cameron Carter-Vickers and Liam Scales. Deserved to take the game to penalties, and you know, it's just unfortunate for them that they couldn't go over the line. I couldn't believe Joe Hart hitting the penalty. I don't like that, to be perfectly honest with you, Gordon. I think the fact that Alistair Johnson and Tomoki Awata scored so comfortably after that showed that it wasn't the right decision, but Joe Hart obviously a hero at the end. So I think Celtic probably did get away with one. I know Mark was saying that they probably deserved to win, but I think they did get away with one, and credit to both teams for a great semi-final.
And it's been hard to get away from the title race and the overall picture, Roger Hanna. You can't separate these things, because you know, Celtic lose today, it then almost becomes about, are they going to finish the season trophyless? Maybe they will lose this title race, but obviously that wasn't the case, and Celtic can sit with their feet up tomorrow, see if Rangers' bad week continues and what that'll mean for them going forward. We're just set for an unbelievable couple of weeks.
Yeah, without doubt, and I'll be fascinated to listen to the callers coming on tonight, Gordon, because there are two viewpoints that Celtic supporters could take. They could take the one that, well, Brendan Rodgers says we couldn't soften up. We haven't softened up. We've kept going. We've seen it through in the face of a dogged Aberdeen performance, and we're in the Scottish Cup final. Or you could have the Celtic supporters coming on and saying that wasn't very good. They looked as if they were going to lose a goal every time Aberdeen came up the park. This doesn't bode well for the last 5 Premiership games. So I'll be interested to see just what the Celtic supporters take out of the game, because, you know, just listening to the guys in the studio, even Hugh and Mark take different things out of that Celtic performance and what it could mean going forward.
I think we probably can't be too selective though, Fraser, because we say these things before the game. We're not tagging it on now. People always say semi-finals are just about getting through, do they not?
Yeah, but what a game we've had, and sometimes in recent years we've had some decent semi-finals. But I think the Celtic's performance maybe just kind of sums up why we've got a fantastic title race, and why the Cup has been so good as well, because in recent seasons, you know, Celtic supporters have been really fortunate because their team's been playing brilliant football, been so dominant. But I think the feeling now is you'll get a chance against Celtic, you get a chance to score a goal or two, and like Kyogo's not at his best form, he's been brilliant for a couple of seasons as well. So there's just that slight vulnerability in Celtic that we haven't seen in recent seasons. That's one of the reasons why Rangers have been able to keep up with them this year as well, and why Aberdeen, I'm sure, felt that they had that opportunity to get back into the game when they came from behind twice. So for me, sitting as a neutral, just thoroughly enjoyed it. I was trying to flip between this game at Firhill and watching the action as well, and listening to you guys as well. What an exciting afternoon, and the 3 hours that you guys had might not have flown by for you, the guys in the studio, but it flew by for us listening to the game and watching it. What a fantastic occasion, and that's what I'd like to focus on, as it is for Scottish football. What a good advert for our game across the world.
And very quickly, Fraser, we might get the chance to debate the team of the year as chosen by your PFA Scotland members. Anything people need to know or need to bear in mind about how that process works?
Yeah, voted for by the players. My colleagues, my staff go out to the clubs with iPads nowadays. Gordon is recently filling out a form, but they now go out with iPads and the guys fill them out. And record numbers this year across all divisions. Really, really good numbers from every single club, and of course it'll create a bit of controversy. I can see that already in social media, and that's all good. But going back to what we were saying earlier about the Old Firm, interesting that none of the strikers are Old Firm players, and usually there's an Old Firm striker from one or both clubs that's really dominant, that gets into the 3-man forward line, but not this year, and that's really an interesting one with Bayer, Majowski and Lawrence Shankland as the 3 main strikers for the season. So voted for by the players. Just always remember that. It's the players that vote for it. You can agree, disagree, whatever you think, but it's the players' opinions, and it's always interesting to see who they think has been the best that they've played against during the whole season.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for giving us the insight. So if you've not seen the team, right, head over to @ClydeSSB on Twitter. Of course, we're going to spend most of the afternoon, because we've opened the phone lines early for you, so give us a call on 0141951 1025. We'll spend most of the time, of course, looking back on the game at Hampden, but there's a nice debate brewing over on social media. If you want involved, go and check out that team @ClydeSSB, as voted for by the players. As Fraser said, team of the season: Butland in goals, Tavernier, Carter Vickers, Scales and Owen Beck at the back, if you like, in this hypothetical team. Callum McGregor, John Lundstrom and Matt O'Reilly, the midfield: Lawrence Shankland, Bojan Majowski and Theo Bayer. It's voted for by the players, so you can't really disagree, but I suppose you can, in the sense of who would you have picked, or who do you think's missed out? Who are the ones that you think deserve that recognition? Yes, it's voted for by the players, but it is an interesting debate, so you can get your thoughts over to us on Twitter or on the phones. It is still a big day in the Championship where the guys are. Mark, for your employer, Partick Thistle, Dundee United trying to all but win the division. I'm sure it'll all be overshadowed by that cup semi-final, but big games nevertheless.
Oh, without doubt. And for Dundee United, who have got 11,000 in there this afternoon, of course Jim Goodwin would want to close it out in style and get it done at the first time of asking. They don't want that to drag on, and it's sitting 0-0 at the minute, so it's a big 45 minutes for them. And for Partick Thistle and Airdrie, it's all about securing their playoff spot, and it's just nearly there. I think maybe a draw would do Thistle, but Airdrie had a decent few weeks, so they'll be looking to get in the playoffs. Incredible pressure. You think everything's done and dusted, and it's all about the top of the Premiership or Scottish Cup, but quite often in the Championship it means more, because it's the budgets for next season, what clubs actually look like the following season. If an Airdrie or a Thistle manage to get into the playoffs and then get through those, it just could alter the full club. So big time. And for Dundee United as well, so much put in to it. They need promotion and they're well on their way to it.
It must be tense in the Championship. We've not got one single goal. I'm glad
that
the 3 hours
we used them all up.
I'm glad the 3 hours have flown in for the boys.
To go back to Fraser Wishart's point about that incredible semi-final and how it would look on television, only a fortnight ago we had 3-3 at Ibrox, Celtic getting the other 3, and now we've got another 3-3, Aberdeen and Celtic. It makes our game look extremely exciting, possibly more exciting than it truly is. But the last fortnight, come contract negotiations time, you'd be saying, have you ever seen anything like these 2 games? So it's been a very good afternoon for the albeit wacky image of Scottish football.
Yeah, without doubt. I wonder how do those pitches actually work? Do you go or do they come to you and say this is what we're prepared to offer, or do you go and seek? Because you're right, see if you show the passion a couple of weeks ago at Ibrox and the crowd and the quality that was on the pitch that day, and then you look at today as well, it is a brilliant watch, just a great game of football, no matter what team you were supporting there or you were a neutral. A fantastic game of football, and that's what we want to see. So
even the penalty shootout taken in isolation.
Because penalty shootouts are by definition dramatic, and those two teams somehow found a way to make it more dramatic, extra wacky.
Keller Rose down and Don Robertson held them up for him to fall down.
About Keller Rose's cramp in the middle of the penalties.
And he's putting pressure on his own player who misses a penalty.
Can you get cramp through nervous anxiety?
Can you?
I mean,
well, fun enough, I've been in that situation.
In what situation?
Taking cramp when I've not really.
When you're
done
nervous about something.
No, when I've done the skydive, I took cramp. I was that frightened. So
he did as well. I'm just laughing because
I was practicing.
Cramp where?
And the plane. There was a wee plane, right? And I was practicing sort of jumping out, and I took cramp before I was even.
That was brilliant.
So I says to the guy, just quickly, I says to the guy, listen, just to forewarn you, I says, I was thinking I'm taking cramp and all that before we got here. He went, don't worry, you won't take cramp. Might take something else.
This is the cutting edge analysis you've been looking for. Keller Roos takes cramp during penalties, and it's just like the time that Gordon Dalziel did a skydive. And I mean, honestly, that's the comparison no one needed to know, but here we are.
The ultimate in surrealism, of course, is the other goalkeeper who misses a penalty and then saves the penalty that puts Celtic into the final. So the whole afternoon, reality was left at the front door and fantasy took over at 12:30.
Right, don't forget the phone lines are open early, as we often do when there's a big game and it's a lunchtime kick-off. We don't have Premiership fixtures this afternoon either, so 0141 951 1025 on the line if you want to join us. We'd love to have you between now and 6 o'clock. Let's bring in Martin. How do you sum that up, Martin?
I'm kind of lost for words for it, honestly. What a game to be at. What an atmosphere. I thought just a brilliant, as you say, a brilliant advert for Scottish football. I thought Celtic were comfortable at times, but to credit to Aberdeen, I thought they played very well every time they went forward. They looked really dangerous, but just about Celtic getting there, getting over the line, and at this stage of the season, semi-finals, the last games after the splits, I couldn't care if we won 1-0, we won 6-5, I don't care how we play, as long as we win every game from out at the end of the season, we're double winners.
I don't even know where to start. I mean, let's start at the end and sort of work backwards, because I suppose asking you if you ever thought Celtic were going to lose it, maybe that's difficult because Aberdeen scored right at the end of normal time and then right at the end of added time, so the sort of in-game fear of losing for Celtic maybe never really got there. What about the penalties?
Penalties, I've got to say, when I was seeing Joe Hart coming to step up, I thought, well, fair play to him, because nobody else must have volunteered and at least he went up for it. He missed, but he made up for it and we won. But that was the only time in the game where I ever thought we could lose this, because we have missed a few penalties this season.
Look, it becomes less important because it didn't cost Celtic and they won, but for what it's worth, Joe Hart's spoken on TV. He says he's been practising penalties and the players knew he was in the top 5. Now that to me that sort of makes it okay, because you can't pin everything with hindsight and say, well, he missed, so it proves it was the wrong decision. I think that's a bit so that is with the benefit of hindsight. Whether that was wise in its inception, who knows, but he says he's been practising penalties and everybody knew he'd be in Celtic's top 5 if it went that way.
You see, everyone's perception of this will be affected by the result. Martin on the line says he doesn't care about anything, and he's quite right. He's been at the game, he's had the highs and lows and the agonies and the ecstasy and all the rest of it, but you have to care, because defensively Celtic were awful, and there are 5 crucial league games to go, and defensively, Martin, that won't do.
No, but I did say earlier, I don't know if we're hypocrites then. Everybody, the football world, we're being hypocrites. We always say semi-finals is just about getting through, doesn't matter how you get there. And now afterwards, because there was ropey moments, you say, oh, what about those ropey moments?
No,
I think that's hypocritical.
No, I think you're entitled to do 2 things. You're entitled to your view that by whatever means necessary, but you're also entitled to analyse a football match.
Yeah, but the emotion of football and when it gets to cup football and what you're trying to achieve, the notion that the overriding feeling from Celtic fans tonight should be to worry about what might now come in the title race, I'm not sure that's how it works.
Well, if you have...
I mean, you need to be a really negative sort for that to be overriding the fact of, yes, how good does it feel to be in a cup final?
I don't think it's an act of sabotage or mean-spiritedness to bring the football match into it. You can be perfectly happy to get there.
More of a footnote, though, rather than like the overriding emotion. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm not suggesting it's the overriding emotion.
It's the bit that you seem to be mentioning more than the others, though. So that's what's leading people to think that.
Your mind is compartmentalised, and you can have the thrill, and it was a thrilling game beyond measure. You can have the thrill, but you're also entitled to have another compartment, which is the concern that defensively they were all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You win the Scottish Cup final and you go, oh, this team won't do for next season. It just feels like that sucks the joy out of it a bit.
I know what you're saying, but it's cup football, right? I'm not getting caught up in this Joe Hart scenario, because he must have, it was in the plan. Brendan Rodgers was happy. I know he missed the penalty. It's not one of these penalties that you look at and he's ballooned over it, but he hits the post with it, right? Another day goes in, but he then becomes instant hero. Maybe he was brave enough to step up and put his hand up, and others were stepping back the way, going, on you go, Joe, you go and take a penalty kick.
He said it was pre-planned, I think, on TV. He said
that's fine, so everybody knows the situation. I thought we had a terrific game. Cup football, it was a cup football game, could have went either way. I just think, and I know Hugh's right about some of the defensive errors, but I look at Aberdeen, some of the goals were terrific. But I just think if you look back, and if Celtic get there in the cup final, if they go and beat Rangers or Hearts, no one will even bother about this.
You mentioned the word hypocrisy. If Joe Hart misses the penalty and then fails to stop Aberdeen getting to the final, that becomes the story. Why did he take a penalty?
I know, but if my aunt had, etc.
At the same time,
you're very quick when other people use hypotheticals to point out that they're hypotheticals.
But somebody had to miss a penalty, Hugh, right? And look, it's because Joe Hart. Now everybody talks about this. Hear him out. Oh, he's not good with the ball at his feet. It's a standing ball. He's not getting a back pass where a defender's run them down. He's obviously very good at penalty kicks in training.
By the way, it can still be a strange decision. I think I'm with you on that. It can still be strange, but it
wasn't strange to Celtic, because if it was that strange, it wouldn't have happened.
What I'm saying to you, though, you drew attention to the fact that the game was 3 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of 3 hours, I understand there are many emotions. Contained within them has to be an analysis of your team.
Yeah, I get that, Hugh, but this is call number one. So right now we're dealing with overriding feeling. What's the headline from today? The headline from today is not how ropey was Celtic's defending. The headline is that was a magnificent cup tie and Celtic are through to a final. You're right. The in-depth analysis comes. This is call number one, though, and all we're doing is banging on about Celtic's defence. It seems strange. It seems backwards.
Caller number one deserves to have his points examined. Like caller number 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6.
Exactly, but he was saying he was at the game. Wow, the emotion of it all. Martin, who deserves a bit of praise for what went down today? Anyone stand out?
I think McGregor done well when he was good. I actually thought Alistair Johnson had a good game as well. Nicholas Kuhn was quite direct. I thought for Aberdeen, I thought Miovski was outstanding. I thought every time the ball went up, he was a nuisance. I thought Dick was good for Aberdeen as well. Players for both sides. Matt O'Reilly, obviously, great finish as well. So there was a few players that done well.
James Forrest's introduction, Mark, you'd have to say.
Well, I think he's the obvious one to go.
Taken back off again, incidentally.
And that was to try and shore things up, ironically, and then 30 seconds later, Celtic concede. But I think James Forrest is the obvious one. He comes on at a crucial time. And within 2 minutes, he cuts inside, he has a shot blocked, and then right away he scores the goal. And he carried the ball, he carried the threat. He always looked to be involved in the game, so I do think he played a large part. And I do agree with Martin. I think Alistair Johnson, apart from his part in the goal, where he should have got out and got quicker to Hoylett to stop him crossing it, I thought his energy. He created that third goal for Matt O'Reilly. He was always in the underlap. Thought he did well. But I couldn't agree with McGregor. I thought McGregor was quiet. I thought he looked off it again today. Hatate grew into it in the second half before he was withdrawn. But look, I think Aberdeen players will take the most credit. I think the Aberdeen players played to their level, their top level. Every one of them, almost.
Yeah.
McDonald had a few errors within that game, of course. And I think the Celtic team fell below it. I think when you're Aberdeen, you need that to happen, to get an outcome like that.
It's Aberdeen's character, Gordon, that means we got the cup tie. We did, because we all thought Celtic had it won in normal time. We then thought they had it won in extra time. They just kept getting it snatched away from them by Aberdeen.
Yeah, they kept the belief. And if you're an Aberdeen supporter, as much as you're travelling back up to Aberdeen tonight, you'll be disappointed not to be in the final. Of course you will. But you'll take great heart from the way your club's played, because it's not been a great season league-wise, but to get to the semi-final and unfortunately go out, that can happen to anybody. I feel for a lad that missed, because he won't have a particularly good Saturday night, but it's all down to that lottery. But they can take great heart going into the final 5 games in the league, and then looking forward to a new manager coming in. But we keep saying it, Gordon, for me, I don't care how you play, it's all about getting to the final.
What did it feel like in the stadium, Martin? Because we were stressed enough watching without the same emotional buy-in that you have, and we're miles away.
It was unbelievable. I was there with my young son. I mean, I don't know who was more nervous, me or him, but it was unbelievable. It was an unbelievable atmosphere. I mean, you didn't know what was going to happen, and unfortunately, I could see the third Aberdeen goal coming. I thought they've all got another chance. Actually, a couple of chances, but I was just end to end in the extra time, and the atmosphere was unbelievable. I've not felt an atmosphere like a Celtic game for a long, long time. I thought it was fantastic.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you to Martin. We'll speak to Stephen in just a second. Don't forget, the phones are open, but we've got other games going on and other things to cover, and you've actually missed 2 of these.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Sorry, Partick Thistle fans, it's Partick Thistle 2, Airdrie 0, and it's Brian Graham. It was a rebound after Hemphreys spilled a Stanway shot. Brian Graham, top scorer in the Championship, doing it again and adding to the goal that Aidan Fitzpatrick scored earlier on for your employer, Mark Wilson.
Brilliant, yeah, that's a great scoreline as it stands just now, and a strong second half, just what they need, and that'll put them firmly in the playoffs. So good work, good job so far.
Yeah, I thought that'd be a real difficult
have
game.
Gone 2 up Arbroath, sorry, George Oakley.
Yeah, I thought it'd have been a real difficult game for Partick this afternoon. Airdrie have had some terrific results, but home advantage. And that man again, he just keeps scoring goals. He knows where the back end is.
What's the Scottish Cup connection with Airdrie today?
Is it the anniversary of
the cup final?
Celtic.
Pierre Van Hooydonk goal?
No. It's the 100th anniversary of Airdrie winning the Scottish Cup.
There you go. One and only time.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, there we go. How was the game? Good.
Yeah, it was okay.
No VAR.
I was just thinking, when the 100th Cup final was played, I, in association with a late friend of mine, wrote the book 100 Cups.
That's right.
And today, every game, every cup final that was in that book, 100 of them, couldn't touch that, what we've watched today.
Well, Stevie Kirk wants a word, but anyway, we can debate that later on. 01419511025. Stephen is on the line. Was that stressful, Stephen?
Good afternoon, boys. How are we doing?
Good. Probably better than you. You'll be just somewhere coming down off the ceiling, I'd imagine.
Again, I don't think we made it easy for ourselves. I think we should have probably put the game away a lot earlier than we did. But the Celtic way, we seem to kind of drag it out and give the fans a heart attack. I know, obviously, the first call, and there was a kind of debate about the defence and that. But Liam Scales, he is not the one. I don't know what Narok he's done that he doesn't get a start over Scales. But it's mind-boggling. Another one that I think is totally rotten is Yang. Again, he's good, and then he's rotten for multiple games, and he's again another bomb scare.
Liam Scales is such an interesting one, because I just said it before. This is Liam Scales as voted for by his fellow professionals as being one of the 2 best centre-backs in the league. That doesn't mean they are right, whatever right means.
Liam Scales has had a season that is typical of Celtic. He has positively shone at times, and everyone said, what a fairy tale story we would probably have been back at Aberdeen on a permanent basis had Celtic not had injury problems and £7 million worth of defenders who can't be trusted. But like Celtic's season, up 1 minute, down the next, up again, down there. And today, unfortunately for Liam Scales, he chose to have his worst game in a Celtic jersey.
Difficult one, isn't it, Mark? And the problem is that he'll never be able to shake, though, is good money was spent on Nawrocki and good money was spent on Lager Bielka. So this becomes more than just analysing Liam Scales. It becomes, how bad are these guys, or are they any worse? Can they not get more of a run in the team? And then Nawrocki came in last week and Celtic kept a clean sheet, but he goes back out.
But I think that analysis is unfair on Liam Scales. He shouldn't be tagged alongside those guys. It's not his decision. He doesn't pick the team. The manager picks a team.
No, I'm not saying it's his fault, but
but I think what is unfair, then people always bringing those up with him. Liam Scales is in the team.
Rivals for his position. That's just natural. That's like saying I think Ida should play instead of Kyogo.
But it is constant. Now, I think Liam Scales' issue this season, why Celtic fans have got an issue, is in possession, and he clearly isn't a ball playing centre half that fits the mould that fans want to see. Gives the ball away constantly. You see teams standing off him.
Do you think is he meant to be, though? If that makes sense. Does Brendan Rodgers think he is? Because that is what he was praised for when he first came into the team, and he does still continually try and skip past.
He gives a balance, but it's clear to see for everybody that teams just sit off him. Whether they press Carter Vickers, they'll sit off Liam Scales because they think they'll give him back. What I do think he's good at is what he's in the team for, defending. Now today I don't think it was great in the third goal because he gets caught under it. But I think when you analyse the games from when he came in, was it Ibrox he comes in at the start of the season, all the way through to now, and how he's kept his place in those Champions League games and European games, I think he's got to take a lot of praise. Now, that's not just for me, that's for the fellow professionals who put him in Team of the Year as well. But this is coming from me, who's a Nawrocki fan. I've been saying that I can see something in Nawrocki that others can't, but I think he should have got a chance along the line somewhere. But Scales is an easy whipping boy.
Yeah. So Stephen, are you surprised then Liam Scales voted for by his fellow pros and team of the season?
Maybe as fans just don't see what the players see. I think that's probably the difference. But at the same time, I think the fans also are watching every game and they can see the mistakes it's made, the passing back, the getting caught in possession. It's not like it's a one-off thing. I think we've moaned about this all year, and we're kind of back to the same part again with it. It's like we're back to Liam Scales. It's like you had that kind of purple patch, and I feel like the Rangers fans were talking the same about like Lundstrom and that. Like these players, they kind of they're brilliant and that they're a great buy and we should keep them. But like, does this just paper over the cracks for next season? Because we really need to spend some money next season and get some people who are really solid at the back, like more consistently than what Liam Scales is, in my opinion.
Maybe what didn't help today was Carter Vickers at his best?
No, far from it. And it will be addressed in the summer because Celtic are restructuring the recruitment department, having had Mark Lawwell resign his role following the two disastrous transfer windows. And the only reason people reference Lager Bielka and Nawrocki in connection with Liam Scales is that it is part of an ongoing concern about Celtic and recruitment that you can actually spend £7.5 million on these two players and declare them failures straight away. And Brendan Rodgers has started to restructure the recruitment department, and it will be addressed in the summertime.
Is Yang worth persevering with, Stephen, because he's young and he's just here, or are you already starting to worry if that won't work out?
No, I'm not a fan of Yang. I think we need to get rid of him, or we need to get somebody a lot more solid. He's just too inconsistent, and as much as like there's been that big turnaround and we might win the league, and I've been listening all week and like Rangers fans are saying that the league's done and Celtic fans are coming on and saying we're going to win it by 10 points. I mean, watching that today, it's going to be a stressful next 5 games, that's for sure.
Can't be as stressful as today, but then you never know, Gordon Dale. Maybe that's what today is. Maybe it's a reminder if Celtic fans... Oh, hold on, just very quickly.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Partick Thistle are running away with it. Partick 3, Airdrie 0, and Brian Graham with his second of the afternoon. Anyway, Stephen's worried that this is just the start of a seriously stressful few weeks, basically.
I think it will be stressful. It'll be exciting. Look, this is a one-off cup tie today, semi-final. It was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, we can pick holes in a million things. Hopefully we'll do the same tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get half the excitement tomorrow as well. Two teams going for it. You're talking about, in my opinion, Scales. I find it very hard to criticise him this season. I think he's went in and done a very good job. Going forward, would I be looking for better quality? 100%. 100% I would be. And obviously Yang, when you're at Rangers and Celtic now, you're getting judged on a game basis or a weekly basis. When you're in the team, you have a good game. People are coming on here saying, yeah, can see something in him going forward. He's young, he's one for the future. When he plays like today and he gets subbed after 15 minutes into the second half, players are thinking, no, supporters are thinking, no, rubbish, get rid of him. I think we've got to be patient. We do this all the time. You know, we've got to be patient, give him every opportunity to settle into a new life, a new style of football, a new club, everything, new culture. Sometimes we just jump in the bandwagon and try and get rid of these guys as quickly as we possibly can. So, look, it's all about getting into the final today, and Celtic achieved that with a great game.
I suppose the annoying thing for him today, Mark, would be he was maybe slightly hitting his stride in the game when he came off.
Yeah, and that's it. I'm one of I see something in Yang, and for a wide player, it's difficult because look, fans are right. Stephen's right. They pay their money, and wide players, they want to see end product, entertainment, end product. We're speaking about James Forrest, how some fans still criticise him, and look at the end product he's had over the years. So those wide players and front players always get it sooner than anybody else. And Yang is hit and miss at the minute. He seems lightweight at times, but at other times he seems like he's got that sharpness to create something, and sometimes that's worth persevering with. And the fact that Brendan Rodgers has played him in some big games, by the way, this season, shows that he might think there's something there as well. But it's up to him to come back better next season and have more end product, better end product, should I say.
Thank you to Stephen on the line. 01419511025. That is the number you need. The phone lines are open early. We do have games on at the moment, so let's just check in with what's happening. Nothing else actually since the 3-0 goal for Partick Thistle against Airdrie. Brian Graham, second of the afternoon. No goals anywhere else, but they are running away with it.
It's a good opportunity for Chris Dillon to put on the young boys that's on the bench. They've been on the bench for the last 3 weeks, but it's been 1-0.
Or promote you? Is there a bit of selfishness here?
Of course, always a bit myself.
Exactly. Right.
Get the young boys on, exactly. And then I'll take all the credit.
Like what I brought through the academy.
But it's great result for them so far. That's a tough game.
They'll play each other in the playoffs, won't they?
Yeah.
And you wonder, is this a good sign? Is this a psychological blow by Partick Thistle, or will Airdrie do what they did in League One? Were they not miles behind?
And they went through and got promoted
and ended up going through in the playoffs.
By the way, you wouldn't put past Airdrie. They're good football inside, and you've seen them in the Scottish Cup against Hearts. I know Hearts blew them away in the first period, but some of their stuff really, really good. Rhys McCabe sticks to his principles. They've already got a cup in the trophy cabinet. A team on the up, a manager on the up, so they are dangerous opponents in the playoffs, and this will have to be at their best to beat them.
Yeah, you can keep your calls coming. You can tweet us as well at Clyde SSB. I wonder if anyone's got any thoughts on that. Team of the year. I was hoping to do a debate on that, and then the game at Hampden ran on about 5 hours longer than we thought. What are your initial thoughts on that team?
Team of the year? I think it's pretty good. By the way, McGregor's now had the best of seasons, and he's in there. Lundstrom been hit and miss. By the way, there was a period, I think Stephen just said that earlier on, he mentioned Lundstrom, even though a Celtic fan, he had a real purple patch that coincided with Philip Clement coming in. I just wonder, the front three's an interesting one. Miovski, definitely. Shanklin, yet Bear, you guys like Bear. What about Spittle? Spittle get a shout. been in that.
You'd been that midfielder probably, wouldn't you?
Yeah, listen,
above those guys, and
some of the goals he scored in standout moments for a.
I don't think you can argue with the front three.
The front three.
I don't think
Miovski, Bear, and Shankland.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think their numbers and everything, especially with clubs like, you know, Hearts, Motherwell and Aberdeen, who have struggled this season.
And Bear's a great story because versus expectation. You know, everyone slaughtered the signing and pointed to how poor he was in front of goal for St Johnstone, to then come to the end of the season and being team of the year.
There's no complaint about no Celtic and Rangers players up front, because all the Rangers fans do is complain about Dessers and the rest, and all the Celtic fans say that Kyogo this season has been a shadow of the Kyogo of the previous 2 seasons.
But I think this is a good gauge, because the players themselves, you know, when I was voting,
what was your thought process?
Well, you just don't go away.
A Rangers player.
Who's the no Rangers player? No, who's the in player? Who's getting the best margins in the paper? It's who made it difficult for you and your teammates as a back four. Now, I don't think there's any doubt. If I was coming up against Shankland this season as part of a Celtic or Dundee United back four, I would think, well, some standout moments against us. Definitely, it was a nightmare. Same with Bear, and obviously same with Miovski. Whether if it was Dessers I was looking at, if it was Kyogo this season, I would tend to agree. I think those 3 are ahead.
Do you know what?
And also, I was just going to say though, you can't make players all think the same way. You know, some people might go, well, who gave me the hardest time? But others, because you say, okay, by Callum McGregor's own standards, maybe he's not been at his best. But is it wild that if a voting form gets put in front of a midfielder from Dundee or someone from St Johnstone, they say, well, I think Callum McGregor's the best midfielder in the country, so in he goes. You know,
of course,
that's what
people
happens.
think like that.
It's not controversial. It might be, like I say, it might be below his own level, but I don't think it's too hard to understand why that would happen.
Yeah, you've just got to accept the fact that it is up to the players, the clubs, to vote.
What about young,
we'll have an opinion.
Watson,
David
Kilmarnock.
Well,
he's got a shout.
I'm going to say something. I looked at the team, right, and I'm thinking, surely Kilmarnock, who have been excellent this season, right?
One of their back four.
Finlay, for instance.
No, Lewis Mayo would be.
Mayo, sorry, that's who I meant. My apologies, Gordon. Mayo.
No offence,
similar name, by the way. Similar name. Finlay, Mayo.
Sometimes we can get things mixed up, Mark. We're not all perfectly you, the golden boy, in here. But I thought Mayo's been absolutely brilliant. And look at even St Mirren, great season.
Who from St Mirren?
I don't. Well,
exactly.
You know, I don't watch St Mirren.
Solutions, not problems.
I don't watch St Mirren every week.
Strain, but he's been injured, and he's injured at a crucial time.
Is centre back the one? Because again, if you go and say who's the best central defender in the country, people probably pick Cameron Carter-Vickers, but he's been injured for quite a while. Liam Scales getting a bit of stick off even Celtic fans. A Lewis Mayo, a Frankie Kent.
Yeah, he's done well this season as well.
Maybe.
Kent, yeah. I think with Carter-Vickers, that will be down to a lot of people who play against him. If you have to ask Shankland probably or that, who's your toughest opponent? But Carter-Vickers.
Here's a big thing, right? You look at that and you put players that play week in, week out against these guys, against supporters that go to every game. Yeah. Tavernier come in for dogs abuse, right? On our phone in. Never a captain, never a leader. He should be out the club, and yet his peers have voted for him the best right back in the country.
But that's different criteria, isn't it? You, as a Rangers fan, are entitled to think he falls slightly below what you want, or think that he's fragile defensively. That doesn't mean you still might be the best right back in the country, ultimately, Hugh, in the eyes of your peers.
Yeah, I think that
and they'll look at the numbers, won't they? They will. You can't avoid them.
That's all I'd do, I must say. You know, if you take away his goals, how might the season look for Rangers? But I don't care about the team, as long as I get a Fraser's invite to the VIP room.
Have you got your invite through yet?
He told me I don't need an invite.
He just walks in.
Oh, you can't just turn up
here. It's this guy.
His
face is all.
But what if it's just hired in security who don't know Scottish football?
See, no, I take you out of that, right? And I'm not trying to be rude to you. See, if you've not, we all get invites, you didn't. That tells a story, mate. Don't let him.
He's the only one that doesn't need one.
Don't let him kid you on. You don't need an invite. It's like turning up at a wedding you've not been invited to and go, I don't need an invite.
I will wander in.
Mate, don't listen to that.
The first person I shall see will be the good Fraser.
Because you're going right into a VIP
Who will
for
escort him through to the front.
Yeah.
I shall walk past the rest of you in the foyer as if I've never met you.
Timing comes into this. We're talking about Team of the Year voting. Well, to be fair, it was quite recent, but particularly the last week, 10 days is when John Lundstrom's had a bit of stick.
Yeah.
Where he had come off the back of a purple patch. Maybe that plays a part. If we're looking for a midfielder who's unlucky, Luke McCowan.
Oh, by the way, good shout that. Very good. Very good.
Just a suggestion.
Again, playing their side who make the top six, and we're slaughtering the pitch, by the way. But all season, Luke McCowan's had to play on that pitch, and he's still been outstanding. So yeah, that's a good shout. But it's a great honour for your players. The only greater honour's been picked as the star in that side who goes home with the award at the night of Player of the Year. But to be picked by your fellow professionals shows that you've had a good season, and that's right. The fans may not agree with it, but players know what they're up against. Generally, they know, what to watch for in games, and that's not mean to be condescending to anybody or patronising, but generally the players aren't far away.
Well, to balance that up, I'll patronise or be condescending to the players then, and I'm only joking, but are we asking too much of them to note the percentage of games that Cameron Carter-Vickers has missed? Are we being too deep? Are they just going to, as you say, think, well, he's definitely played quite a bit, and any time I've played him he's been really good, and any time I've watched him he's been really good? Are they going to take it, well, actually I think you'll find that he's only played 70% of Celtic's
I
fixtures.
guess the award isn't for how many games you play.
That's what I'm saying.
It's how you play. So that's
what I mean, because I'm seeing people say, well, Carter-Vickers shouldn't be there because he's
misunderstood that.
He's been injured.
I think so, and people get caught up in that, but it is for the best players, and I'm looking at it. And
were you ever in Team of the Year?
Aye.
Were you?
Yeah.
You asked that hoping it was a no, didn't you? That has backfired. Backfired spectacularly.
As right back or left back?
Right back.
Oh, tell me, name me some right backs that played.
I don't know, I can't remember.
If you've beat them in
that
Team of the Year.
That has backfired spectacularly on you.
I don't believe that. I'm checking with Lord Wisher.
The one I scored against Rangers now, I'm sure it was that season, 2011 it must have been.
That'd be 10-11 season though.
10-11 season, yeah.
Okay.
Got the wee medal, Team of the Year.
For you for Team of the Year.
I'll bring it in midweek for you to see. Come on.
God,
you must have been in it.
Backfired so badly.
Not in the top league though. You must have been in the Division 1.
2 in a row, I think.
You want to hear it? It's a good team.
Go.
Alan McGregor in goals.
Decent.
Back four. Wilson.
Yes.
Hopeless.
Bugera.
Yep.
Zaliukas. Izagiri. Stephen Naismith, Beram Kayal, Alexei Eremenko.
He was good. I voted for him.
David Goodwillie, Connor Salmon and Gary Hooper.
Aye, that's a good side. It's a good side.
Who did you say beside Hooper?
Connor Salmon.
Connor Salmon.
Remember he had that brilliant season, didn't he?
Hooper was a finisher. I liked Hooper.
Yeah.
I thought he was a finisher, I've got to say.
Good team.
Nah.
What is that noise? For those at home listening, what does that noise mean?
I'm not bothered about the team. I'm worried about who actually played right back that year, looked at Team of the Year and seen that Martin Wilson was in front.
Got one of these
goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
We have another goal in the Championship. It is 1-0 eventually in Roger Hanna's game. Chris Mockery has the goal. He spelt it wrong, then he's corrected me. I like that from Roger Hanna. It's his first tough touch off the bench. Tony Watt's header saved, knocked in the rebound. Dundee United can taste it.
Unlikely scorer, but doesn't matter how they go in for the 11,000 there. That's what they've went along for, and that'll just about do it. I mean, so much a goal difference ahead of Wraith Rovers. That'll tie up the Championship for them.
Well, that takes it to 36 goals of a difference. So you're entitled to not insult your own intelligence and say congratulations Dundee United, you are the champions.
Yep, Dundee United 1, Ayr United 0. Paul has got a suggestion, he says, for Team of the Year. Why not Scott Tanzer from the Saints, from St Mirren?
I was going to mention him, but I didn't know how many games he'd played.
it's just so hard for people to look beyond Tavernier's numbers, isn't it? I know that he gets stick on here. This week has been rampant for it.
He's in all day long. He's head and shoulders. He's in.
Tavernier.
Aye.
Totally
And I mean,
agree.
Alistair Johnson last year was very good, and I thought he would have kicked on, but he's been patchy, Alistair Johnson. But Tavernier, I don't think you can argue with that. I really don't. I mean, I know he's defensively, recent weeks he's been poor, but you think some of the other performances this season?
I'm looking because loads of people have tweeted us about this. So many. Robert says, where are the players from the fourth best team in the country? In sort of swearing type words. An absolute joke of a team they picked. Utterly laughable that there are no Kelly players in there. I know I am asking for the debate, I get that, but you know, it is just the players that pick it. So I don't know if we need to go as far as like a joke or laughable, or
No.
they obviously see things that we
You are allowed simply to highlight the fact that they've had a very good season. They are on the verge of Europe, and yet none of their players are thought highly of in that regard.
I think there are some definitely fair suggestions, though. You can make them. David Healy thinks Mayo should be in there, potentially Armstrong. Danny Armstrong has had a good season.
Great season, yeah.
Jan
Ball Armstrong.
Jan Veniger of Citylink wants Armstrong, McCowan, and Lyle Cameron as well. Again, all had very good seasons. Lots of people not having John Lundstrom's inclusion by the looks of it. Where else have we got? Yeah, a few suggestions. Jay Bahoy says, give me AJ all day over JT.
No, this year, I'm afraid I couldn't agree with that. But by the way, I'm with you. Alistair Johnson has started to come alive a bit in recent weeks.
Even took a great penalty.
Yeah.
Today.
I expected the Hearts fans to stick up for him as well, because I think he's been good. Brian says Scales over Kent is a travesty. I think Frankie Kent's been pretty good.
Goal flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
Partick Thistle are running away with it even more than they were the last goal flash we had. Every single time we hit that button now, it feels like it's a Thistle goal. Rico Diak, one of the youngsters, has scored 85 in the clock. It's Thistle 4, Airdrie 0. You're not getting credit for him. He was in the first team before you took the job, and I know it.
I know, but I took a reserve game and he was in it.
I'm
joking.
You conceded 10 goals.
Yeah, I was. He actually finished that game playing centre half.
I can see you. You're at the bottom of the ladder now.
Oh, very much so. I'm happy to be in the bottom rung.
But I can see you starting to climb again.
Yeah, I'm a climber.
I've got encouragement for you. I've got belief in you.
Where's this going?
No, I'm just saying. I'm delighted for you.
Yeah. Well,
I think there's a path into the back into
the Highland League.
No, football for you. I think you've learned your lesson how you messed up Brecon and Airdrie.
Well, that's Airdrie?
Nah, I looked after you there.
Lost on penalties in the playoffs to the all-conquering Livingston side when you look back on it.
Well, the one lesson you've learned is if you ever get a job again, patch Sid, DL in. That's a partnership.
There we go. Anyway, some more responses to that team of the year, and this is an interesting one because he has been excellent. He's got so much praise, but if we're talking about the availability, Kyogo's left foot says Beck, 5 months maybe. I know Owen Beck hasn't played since the first weekend in March. He then he went back to his parent club in Liverpool and missed a couple. So he didn't play from the 30th of December to the 30th of January. There was a month between those appearances for Dundee. He's then not played since March, but fair enough if he's left enough of an impression on his fellow pros.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think when you start the season in the fashion that he did, so eye-catching, and if the rumours are true, led to believe that Celtic were very close to sign them for the second half of the season to challenge Taylor before Liverpool put him on, then it shows the quality of player he is. I think it's justified. Who else would be in the left back position then? Yilmaz done well enough.
Not played enough.
Taylor's certainly
Someone's
been off
about to chip in and tell me Yilmaz has played more than somebody that's in that team.
Yeah.
But I mean, that would be the one. That would be the thing people go to, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah. But Beck's a good player. I do like him. He'll go back to Liverpool, will he? In the summer. Liverpool look to keep him.
Well, who knows what Liverpool will do, because there'll be a new manager in. Jurgen Klopp will have gone, and Ian Other will be in. So there may be a possibility of him, Celtic, go back in, for example.
Perhaps. Right, let's bring in Brian, who's a Celtic fan in Motherwell. Brian, have you calmed down from earlier on? How was that?
It was great in the end up, but it was a hard watch, very hard watch.
Stressful.
To see the release.
I know you had a more wide-ranging point after the game. What did you want to put to the guys?
After the performance of Big Majowski today, surely Brendan Rodgers must be looking at that big guy, and he's got a bit of a decision to make whether he signs either permanent or if he pays the money for Majowski, because apparently two of them are around about the £6 million mark.
Oh, there's a good one. Let's because don't bog me down in non-important details like price tags. Let's just pretend it's like monopoly money or whatever, or they're similar.
Majowski,
you can only sign one of them. Majowski or Ida. Who are you signing?
Majowski. But you've got so many factors here. Jimmy Thielen coming in from Elfsborg.
If the money's right, though.
I understand that, but he would say to the Aberdeen hierarchy, look, you want me to build something here, and you're going to sell the best player from underneath
but
me.
Whether it's Celtic or someone else, and I don't know the price, but if it's 5 or 6 million or whatever comes in, Majowski's going.
He's
it
going.
does not matter what Jimmy Thielen thinks about it.
In simple terms, you ask the question, Adamida or Majowski. For me, Majowski.
All day long.
Not even close?
No.
Okay.
No, I like Ida, but I just think at that age, the way he is, the way he works hard for a team, I think he's got everything in his locker. I think he showed that today as well. He turns up in the big games. He scored the winner. Was it against Hearts at Hampden when Aberdeen were down to 10 men as well? So he turns up in the big games. He's played in a struggling Aberdeen side in the league campaign this year. So yeah, Majowski for me.
I think the argument for Ida, right, is that he's been there at Celtic and he's scored goals and he looks like he can handle the pressure, and that would be my argument against Majowski. But if you're asking me technical on ability and the goals he scores, then it's got to be Majowski, of course.
So you'd really like to see that attempted to be attempt to make that happen in the summer, Brian?
Definitely. Either or, because I think what I've noticed is that since he does come in, Kyogo's apart from the day, right, he's raised his game again. I think he's looking at his shoulder going, there's somebody here that can maybe take a jersey off me, and that's what he needs. It's the same when Hatate's come back in. Players are looking around about and saying, well, this jersey isn't guaranteed,
Yeah, I mean, it's a great comparison because Majowski's 24, Ida's 23. One's a Republic of Ireland international, the other one's a North Macedonian international. You've got again, it's hard because we don't know the exact fee, but if there was talk of 6 million or whatever for Adam Ida, you'd get Majowski for that for sure. Probably less.
The change.
So actually it's quite a fair comparison, I think.
Yeah, look, I think either way, if Celtic decide to keep Ida, I wouldn't be paying 6, right? We're not getting caught up in the fee. I wouldn't be paying 6, but I think he's got a lot to offer. I like him. I like what he brings. Mark makes a good point. Until you're actually in the building, until you're actually playing with that pressure week in, week out, you don't know how players can handle it. Ida, I think, can handle playing at Celtic. Majowski, I think he's at a great age. I think he's got everything in his locker. And if he could go to Celtic Park, if he went to Celtic Park, for me, the only thing that would stop him could he handle the pressure week in, week out.
Nothing to suggest he couldn't, though.
No, I'm saying
double
that.
Checking. Brian, how did you feel during the penalties? Because I'm always fascinated, because to me, penalty shootouts are stressful when they don't even care who wins. What's it like that today when it's your team that's involved?
It's a hard watch. And then, as the panel said, when Joe Hart walks up, obviously, it must have been pre-planned. That's no off the cuff. That's been picked. Now, the fact that McGregor and others have been took off, then they've went down the list and went, right, Joe Hart is the next one on the list. It's not as if he was in the top 5, I don't think.
Well, I think he was, weirdly. I'm going to play the clip in it. So. Yeah, I'm going to play the clip in a little while, just because I'm about to run in to the full times. But there is a clip from from Brendan Rodgers saying we looked at penalties during the week, and Joe was always designated to take the fifth. Those are the words of Brendan Rodgers. Surprised at that then, Brian?
No, I think he's trying to wind folk up, to be honest. I don't understand that then, because if Callum McGregor and Hatate and that were still on the park, surely the guys are setting him up first.
Yeah, but then Adam Ida wouldn't have been on the pitch if he doesn't get subbed on. That maybe it balances itself out. I don't know, Hugh. Well, tell you what, I'll save your reaction to when we hear it from Brendan Rodgers, but I suppose you have to kind of take him at face value. I'm not sure.
I never take managers at face value. Never. None of them. I reserve the right to exercise my own judgment. I'll tell you after I hear the tone of his voice.
Hugh Keevins says Brendan Rodgers is a liar. There's your headline for
the other famous member penalty from a goalkeeper, same end, Artur Boric.
Yeah,
who spoke about it before, put it in the top corner and won Celtic's goal of the season. Maybe Joe Hart.
That is a stitch up.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And neither could Sean Maloney sitting next to me,
who's banged one in.
Scored about 6 free kicks and one for the halfway line, I think.
Anyway, thank you to Brian Miovski for Celtic. Says Brian on the line. What do you think? Let us know. 01419511025. Don't check your watch too much. We opened the phone lines early due to that semi-final. We are still here until 6 o'clock. We've got a full time at Partick Thistle. Fraser.
We do have a full time. I think you can tell by the noise around me that it's Partick Thistle that have won, and comfortably it's Partick Thistle 4, Airdrieonians 0, and that was courtesy of an excellent second half performance in all the game. The goals came in a period that just blew Airdrie away. The first half was decent, pretty even. Both keepers making saves that you'd expect for Jags. Left back Harry Milne went closest 20-yard shot, beaten away by Hemfrey. Then Milne headed over from 6 yards and should have scored, where Mitchell at the other end saved well with his legs. From McGregor went 1-1 with the goalkeeper and a couple of good saves just as the half-time whistle went low to his left-hand side from McGregor and McMaster. But it was all Partick in the second half. Airdrie hardly in it, and the opening goal came in 51 minutes. McInroy with a lovely pass, with the volleyed pass that put Aidan Fitzpatrick through from the halfway line. Really good touch by the winger. He rounded the goalkeeper and fired home despite there being two defenders on the line. Stanley there with a cross shot was missed by inches with Brian Graham sliding in at the back post, but it was 2-0 in 66 minutes when Ben Stanley tried his luck from 25 yards and Hemfrey spilled the shot, and Brian Graham reacted first to fire the ball into the empty net. He dinked it high over the goalkeeper who was scrambling to make up for his mistake. Brian Graham should have made it 3-0 and wrapped up the points 3 minutes later when a Fitzpatrick cross found him 4 yards out, but he headed wide. Hemfrey then made a good save from McInroy. Still all Partick Thistle, but it was 3 in 77 minutes. A lovely reverse pass by Lewis Nielsen, and Brian Graham dummied to shoot with his left, checked inside and fired with his right foot into the top corner, in off the crossbar. 85 minutes, it's 4-0. Young sub Nico Dyack with the goal. He made a good run in behind. He was 1-1 with the goalkeeper, and rather than square to Brian Graham, the young forward confidently and coolly rolled the ball past the goalkeeper into the back of the net. The only effort for Airdrie came in the final minute of the second half when Grant Gallagher brought out a smart save from Mitchell. Partick got a down payment on third place. They secure their playoff spot, where it looks like they will play Airdrie again over 2 legs in a couple of weeks' time. Full time at Firhill, Partick Thistle 4, Airdrieonians 0.
Well, what a goal fest Fraser Wishart got as well. Can't promise that all across the championship. Who was next? David Friel. Was it Dunfermline, Queen's Park?
Yeah, Gordon, no goal fest here. Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0. Full time. Queen's Park blow their big chance to move out of that relegation playoff spot. They needed a win after Inverness lost to Raith last night, opened the door for them, but they couldn't take it. They remain a point behind Duncan Ferguson's side with just 2 games remaining after this draw. Queen's Park were certainly better in the second half, but Callum Ferry, the keeper, to thank for some big saves in both halves. He denied Chris Kane and Lewis McCann with some terrific stops. Dunfermline were a constant threat throughout. They were good, they should probably have won it. Miles Welsh-Hayes should have put them ahead with a header early in the second half. That miss gave Queen's Park a bit of a jolt at their best spell after it. Rory Payton fired over, Stuart McKinstry had a powerful shot saved by Denise Mehmet. 75 minutes, McKinstry was brought down with Chris Hamilton with a race clearing goal. It looked a red card all day long, but ref Colin Stephen only flashed a yellow. Queen's Park weren't happy with that. They nearly got worse at the end, and Chris Kane should have won it for Dunfermline. 3 header, 6 yards over the bar, but no, not a good day for Queen's Park. Their survival fight is going to the wire. Full time, Dunfermline 0, Queen's Park 0.
Not so many goals then for David Friel, unfortunately. Have we got one in Roger Hanna's game? Not yet. That is a huge day at the top of the championship, remember, although we always prefer it when it's like done, definitely, and you know for sure, but I think everyone kind of knows anyway. what's happening there at the top of the Championship. So we'll bring in Roger Hannah in the not too distant future, hopefully. It was a game without VAR lasting until 5-5. That's what I need to know, Hugh Keevins.
Well, there has been a goal there.
No, I know there's been a goal, but I mean the
celebrations. I think when it gets to that gap, I think when it's about 10 goals, you can say, oh, it's not quite done. See when it's, what is it, 36.
Yeah,
I think they can get the champagne out on the pitch. I don't think that's been disrespectful to anybody. 36 goals.
It can happen to Rangers, didn't it? Remember in the season that they won the league, did that not happen where it was like,
oh, did it in the Championship? Or?
No, in the Premiership title that they won. I'm sure it got to that stage. Could be wrong. Anyway, Dundee United is finished. Roger Hannah.
Dundee United 1, Ayr United 0. Love is in the air at Tannadice, Gordon. Dundee United are back into the Premiership. They're 6 points clear and, crucially, 36 goals better off than second place Raith Rovers. It's an instant return for Jim Goodwin's men to the top flight. The supporters are pouring onto the Tannadice surface to celebrate. Homegrown Chris Mockery stepped off the bench to score a late winner with his first touch. Stand-in skipper Tony Watt's header pushed out by Ayr United goalkeeper Josh Clark, and there was Mockery to smash it home emphatically from inside the 6-yard box. Watt, Louis, Moulton, Kai Fotheringham all into double figures this season. United clearly the best team in the league. They did have to huff and puff against Ayr United this afternoon. Nick McAllister sent off after 59 minutes for a crude lunge in Glenn Middleton. That was really the turning point. After that it looked just a case of when rather than if United would score the goal, and it came in 76 minutes, just moments after manager Goodwin had sent on young Mockery to become the hero. They're pouring onto the surface here, the United players struggling to get off the pitch. They're absolutely enveloped by all these United fans. There's going to be no trophy presentation, of course. Arithmetically, they're only 99.9% of the way there. They've still to go to Airdrie on Friday night, and then it'll be trophy day here a week on Friday night against Partick Thistle. It's been a terrific season for Dundee United. They've topped it off. It's a super Saturday for 10,000 home supporters here. They can't wait for a beautiful Sunday. Dundee United 1, Ayr United 0.
They are Mark Wilson, your former team, where it all started, not officially but pretty much officially, champions and coming back to the top flight.
Yeah, and Jim Goodwin needed it, and he's got the job done with a couple of games to spare, so well done Dundee United. Big spenders in the Championship, but they still need to roll up their sleeves and get the job done, and they've certainly done that, and they'll be a welcome addition to the Premiership next year.
You've had a great day today.
Brilliant, what a day.
Yeah, a treble. You've
fantastic.
Had a treble.
Thistle winning, Celtic winning,
Dundee
United. And is Brecon losing? Tell me.
Terrible.
I'm joking, Brecon fans. Headsmen, stand down.
It gives us back the Dundee derby, and the game needs these things. We've got Edinburgh derby, Glasgow derby, and now we've got the Dundee derby back, and won't it be a cracker?
There you are. They won 2-1 Mark Wilson, but they've lost out in the title on goal difference. Can you believe it? You'll be devastated.
That's a bit of bad luck
tonight. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Love is in the air.
There we go. Right, it's now over to you. 0141 951 1025. I mean, it's been over to you for most of the afternoon, but this is like the real phone-in territory. 5-6 Saturday night, you get everything off your chest. And how can we look beyond that semi-final at Hampden? Aberdeen fans, Celtic fans, those of you who just watched on without a horse in the race, let us know what you thought.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Don't miss their Take Charge event between the 25th and 29th of April.